Państwa, ladies and gentlemen, witaj, dzień dobry. For all of you on Zoom, welcome. Please can you make sure that you are muted and that you have your video off whilst we start. I'm delighted to welcome you all to Sympozjum Egejskie. I'm delighted to be able to welcome you in person after 4 long years back to Warsaw. But to welcome everybody officially, we have a special guest who will be introduced by our Dean of the Faculty, Professor Dr. Habilitation Bartosz Conte, who will be providing the official introduction. So please, if you could take the floor and provide our official welcome to the faculty for us.
Thank you. First of all, I would like to introduce the Vice Rector of the University of Warsaw, Professor Zygmunt Lalak, Vice Rector concerned for Scientific Affairs, who will begin our conference.
Thank you. I have the impression this one works as well, so we can share. Well, good morning, everyone. This is a beautiful morning here in Warsaw. It's great to see you all at the conference, at the meeting, which is held online in the historic building. Well, online and on site in the historic building, in one of the most historic buildings of the old campus of the University of Warsaw. It is a great pleasure for me to be here and to open the 9th edition of the Aegean seminar. I mean, the wonderful initiative of our colleagues from the archaeological department, which puts together young people from many European and I understand not only European countries who are interested in Aegean culture and in general in the roots of mankind and the roots of humanity and in discovering the past of our societies. University of Warsaw is committed to the excellence in science, in research, to the excellence in teaching, and especially we value initiatives such as this one, which are directed towards young people, towards PhD candidates, towards young researchers. I mean, the initiatives which puts them together, which make them listen to experienced experienced scientists in the field, to offer a platform to exchange ideas, to exchange contacts, platforms for networking, which is becoming the essence of the modern way of doing scientific research. So this is a great pleasure for me. I hope this will be an important event in your scientific careers. I hope for some of you that will be a turning point in the ways you are performing your research, in the ways you are approaching your PhD projects and your scientific projects. If you are at the more advanced level of your career, I wish you a very successful event here in Warsaw, and of course online, inspiring and also fruitful in the sense of advancing your knowledge, of advancing your methodology, but also in terms of networking, including social networking, because as I noticed, as I mentioned at the beginning of my speech, Warsaw is becoming a great place also to practice social life. I mean, there are many interesting locations in Warsaw, worth of seeing, worth of seeing together, worth of commenting on, and also there are many great places to drink beer and to relax. So I hope you will have nice time in Warsaw for the next 2 days, not only scientifically but also socially. I hope you will remember your stay in Warsaw well and fondly. So I wish you all the best for the coming 2 days and for your careers. Well, it's a great pleasure to have you with us. at the university.
Thank you very much, Mr. Rector. Dear colleagues, dear friends, there's time for 2 words from myself. I would like to welcome you all warmly to host you in the Faculty of Archaeology. I would like also to welcome Professor Josef Maran from Heidelberg University, who is the keynote speaker today. I would like to say that there's a pleasure which I have for the 3rd time, because for the 3rd time it is organized, the symposium is organized in the new structure in which archaeology is held in the university, the Faculty of Archaeology, not the institute as it was before. I have to say that first of all, I'd like to thank the organizers, Professor Kazimierz Lewartowski, Professor Agata Ulanowska, Dr. Stephanie Olsbrook, and Ms. Katarzyna Żebrowska for their fruitful, as I see, efforts. I have to say that they represent the Department of Aegean and Textile Archaeology in the Faculty of Archaeology, which is one of the strongest units in our structure. So as you may observe here, also the proceedings of the conference will be published. They are published, maybe not annually, but frequently, and so I am quite sure. Yeah, 2 years in 2 years cycle. So even if you look at the schedule of this year's conference, you will observe plethora of different topics. So the variety is great, really. There are there's mortuary archaeology, settlements, there are pottery problems, also the ones connected with metallurgy. So really great variety of problems which are represented during the conference. Moreover, maybe even more impressive is the fact that the homelands of participants is so differentiated. We have colleagues from all over the world, not only the countries, but even the continents are represented. 3 continents we have represented in our into this year's symposium. So really good results. And there are 2 purposes of it, I think. One of them is connected with the fact that the organizing committee is very well organized. And secondly, that Aegean archaeology is so thrilling, so exhilarating. Even for me, and I'm a profane here in this gathering, I may find at least a few of papers, their titles, which are extremely interesting for me. For example, the ones connected with production of iron and weapons, and the one connected with the frying pans. And I hope, taking into consideration the title, also frying pan ships will be reported here. So all in all, I would like to wish you achieving the scientific goals during the symposium, intellectual satisfaction due to the friendly atmosphere, informative speeches, and maybe sometimes fervent but fruitful discussions. So have a good conference. It is open.
Okay, so I'm back to do the boring bit, which is the general housekeeping for how the conference is run. So for those of you, again, joining us online, please can you make sure that particularly during the presenters' presentations that you keep yourself muted, and we do ask you to keep your video off simply because of the bandwidth issue, and not everybody has got such a brilliant internet connection, so that really helps everybody to be able to follow the conference much better. In terms of if you have any questions when you're joining us online, we organize every session, so there's a discussion at the end. So if you want to add your your thoughts or your comments or your questions into the chat, then that's fine. We should also be able to host live questions as well, if you would prefer to appear on camera. But you know, this is being recorded, so if you are camera shy, then that's absolutely fine. We're happy to read out your questions from the chat. For those of you who are in the room, a small amount of housekeeping for you as well. You know, in the event of any kind of emergency that you can think of, obviously just simply make your way back out of the building, down the stairs, the way that you entered. During the breaks, we'll have tea, coffee, that type of thing available for you just outside those doors. And obviously we will, during the discussion sessions, be able to take questions from you directly in the audience. Now, tomorrow you will see that we have a poster session. So all of those posters are available for you to peruse online through the website. There is a link available there. So we do invite everybody to go online, to look at our 5 posters, and to have your questions and queries ready for the poster session, because we will be including a question and answer session as part of that. In terms of lunch breaks, we invite everybody who wishes to join us to come to a local restaurant where they serve a variety of vegetarian-friendly food. If you wish to make your own arrangements, we do not mind in the least. That's absolutely fine. But if you'd like to join us, then we do have a table booked, so that makes lunch perhaps a little bit easier for everybody. And I think that's it in terms of housekeeping. Is anyone going to jump in and say, oh no, they need to? Okay, so we have a few more minutes to run before the conference starts properly. So I'm going to annoy my fellow organizers by inviting them to come up and introduce themselves very briefly to you. Yes, I can see your face expression here. Just literally a couple of sentences to explain who we all are to everybody. And I will kick off. I've possibly already said this, but perhaps I haven't, because I often forget. But I am Dr. Stephanie Alderbrook, and I study metals at late Bronze Age Mycenae. And I'm very interested in the social history of those objects. I like trying to put together their object biographies, and I also enjoy trying to understand how metals were used by people in the past, what role they played in society. And I am meant to eventually be publishing various unpublished bits of Mycenae, and I promise I will get on with that as soon as I have the opportunity. Okay, which victim is next? Mm-hmm.
Hello, everybody. Welcome to our conference. My name is Kazimierz Wartowski. I'm professor of archaeology in the Department of Aegean Archaeology, Aegean and Textile Archaeology at the Faculty of Archaeology, University of Warsaw. My main interest at the moment in Aegean archaeology are questions of handedness and representations of handedness in in Aegean art, and now on seals and sealings. And that's what I'm working on. And another main interest was archaeology of death, and fortunately we'll have a section on this topic today. Thank you very much, and have a nice time.
Hello, everyone. Hello again. My name is Agata Ulanowska, and I'm a textile archaeologist, but also a Aegean archaeologist. So from the Aegean part of my interest, it's primarily Minoan Crete. As for textiles, there are more universal. I would say it's the Aegean Bronze Age, but with textiles, you can do really textiles from other areas as well. And if you're interested in textiles, I would like to tell you that I'm also the action chair of the Cost Action, which is funded by the European Commission, and it's funded with the Horizon Europe funds. And it has very ambitious aim to recover the meaning of textiles in the European history. So you're very much welcome to visit its website, which is euroweb.uw.pl. And I welcome the next organizer, Katarzyna Żebrowska, who is actually a very important person because he's the one who invented this conference.
Hi, hello, welcome everyone. My name is Katarzyna Żebrowska. I'm a PhD candidate here at the Department of Aegean Textile Archaeology. Okay, thank you for the clarification. And I'm specializing in archaeology of the Aegean, but also of Bronze Age Sicily. And I also had my episode with textile technology, so I'm also a bit a specialist in this field. So once again, I would like to welcome you all here, both in person and online. And I hope you will enjoy today and tomorrow, as we have many interesting presentations ahead. Thank you.
Not very convenient, but it's me again to introduce our two great student helpers, who are Monika Wodińska and Olga Hattes. You already met them at the registration desk, and we're very grateful for their help and support. And I have to say that Monika is also the presenter at this conference. So if you need something, these two helpful guys are at the end now of in the back of the room. And that's it, like from the introduction.
Welcome everybody to our first session, which is a material culture focused session, the first of our two material culture focused sessions, and it's going to be on ceramics. So I am very pleased to be able to invite Assunta Mercogliano from the University of Wodińska to come up and talk to us about courseware from the Middle Helladic settlement of the Trapeza, overview of shapes, functions, and historical developments. So please, Assunta, the floor is yours.
Good morning, everybody, and thanks to the organizers for admitting my paper, which, as you see, focuses on coarse pottery, Middle Helladic coarse pottery. Coarse wares usually display little variability and more conservative patterns compared to fine tablewares, especially during the Middle Helladic period. However, coarse vessels are strongly dependent on utilitarian purposes and specific practices, thus helping reconstruct the life of Middle Helladic communities and even complement the evidence provided by other pottery categories. Based on my doctoral research on the materials from the Middle Helladic settlement of the Trapeza, I would like to offer a general description of the courseware found at the site and to give an insight into diachronic trends by showing a selection of coarse pottery from different layers across the stratigraphic sequence. How should I guide the presentation? The site of the Trapeza is located in Eastern Achaea, 7 kilometers southwest of Aegion and 400 meters to the south of the Trapeza Hill, in a naturally protected flat area between the Meganitis River and the narrow valley connecting the coast and the inlands. Between 2015 and 2022, an intensive survey and forest excavations campaign have been conducted in two trenches, Trench 1 and Trench 2, located 2 meters apart. In Trench 2, whole section you see above on the right in the screen, The investigations brought to light a complex sequence of obliteration, dumping, and leveling deposits, which you see highlighted in different shades of red. These deposits were rich in displaced fragmented pottery, providing substantial evidence of habitation spanning the Middle Helladic period. The excavations of Trench 1 below reached a lesser depth and yielded scanty traces of rectangular structures covered by a thick dumping deposit rich in fine pottery. In the upper part of the sequence of both trenches, walking surfaces have been found, SU 1026 in Trench 2 and SU 1010 in Trench 1. We can go on. With flat laying sherds dating to the phase identified as transitional Middle Helladic III to Late Helladic I in Achaea, characterized by continuing Middle Helladic traditions which likely persisted into Late Helladic I. It is very difficult to set a boundary between these two phases, but I think that these layers, the occupation phase of these layers, span the transition to the Late Helladic period. And this is further proved by the fact that above SU 1026 in Trench 2, a later floor level with pebbles and potsherds was found, SU 1025, and you see here below a selection of sherds, which definitely date to the Late Helladic period, to the very beginning of the Late Helladic period. A western extension of Trench 2 opened in 2021 led to the discovery of architectural remains in the upper sequence of the trench. Consequently, we could be able to interpret these floors as exterior floor levels. And if we go back to the previous one, you see a picture here of these building remains. And SU 1010 and 1026 seem to belong to a first building phase, whereas SU 1025 is associated with the later building founded above the older one, which you see, this is the later phase in the picture down on the left. Firstly, I will show representative fragments in coarse pottery from the lower deposits of the sequence predating the use of the building, namely from the layers highlighted in red here in the slide. I will then comment on specimens recovered from floor levels SU 1026 and 1010 in order to illustrate patterns of change. Okay, then we can go on to the, and again on. This paper focuses on the pottery included in a class named Coarse Domestic Cooking Pottery in my PhD research, which exhibits the following characteristics. It consists of handmade ceramics made of gritty fabrics with a grainy texture in the bracts. The fabric composition in this class appears rather homogeneous and includes coarse mudstone grits and rare whitish limestone inclusions with different densities, as you can see here from these two exemplars. Surfaces are mainly brown or red and usually mottled. Walls are not completely fired through in section, and it was very difficult to discriminate between black surfaces caused by uneven initial firing and those connected to use, especially for the high rate of fragmentation of the sherds. We can go on to the next. Pottery in the coarse domestic cooking class from, let's say, pure Middle Helladic deposits is characterized by a narrow set of shapes and decorations. The most frequent shape is the medium to very large sized oval jar called wide-mouthed jar. The shape is known since the early Helladic period and constitutes the typical Middle Helladic cooking pot. It was usually provided with lugs or knobs on the shoulder, which were probably used to lift the vessels with specific implements when too hot to be touched. Based on smoke blackening traces on better preserved exemplars from Lerna IV in early Helladic III, wide-mouthed jars, when used for cooking, were supposed to be placed directly above or next to the heat source. Next. The trapeza traces of abrasive wear all over jar bases testifies to frequent displacement on a surface. Irregular impressions on a jar base may have been made for reducing the thickness of the wall and facilitating the conduction of heat. This feature was also found on the outer bottom of a cooking pot from Stromboli. roughly contemporary. The deep oblong morphology of wide-mouthed jars is thought to be compatible with the preparation of liquid or semi-liquid substances requiring a low evaporation and a long cooking process. Nevertheless, large wide-mouthed jars may have also served other domestic activities, such as transport or storage. Next. They were also used as burial receptacles, especially for young children, as demonstrated by several jar burials from Argos and Lerna. Next one. A smaller jar shape, sometimes named jug, featuring a vertical rising handle at the rim. And this is the reason why I prefer the term rim-handled jar to avoid any confusions with other jug shapes of the Middle Helladic period. And despite the extreme variety of fully preserved specimens of rim-handled jars, fragments from coarse jars with shorter rims can be assigned to this shape with enough confidence. Numerous fragments of coarse vertical handles further prove that this shape was in common use at the trapeza. Rim-handled jars were likely placed next to a fireplace with the handle opposite to the heat source. Coarse vessels may bear, next one, the so-called Adriatic incised decoration with linear patterns covering the whole body of the container. This type of decoration is almost exclusively attested on small and medium-sized rim-handled jars at the trapeza. A Lerna fourth incised vessel do not exhibit recurring traces of smoke blackening. Therefore, decorated vessels may have not been used as cooking pot. And I think that this holds true also for the trapeza material. I couldn't be able to spot any recurring black mark and black traces on jar fragments, decorated jar fragments. Occurrences of other shapes other than wide-mouthed and rim-handled jars are really rare. Next. One interesting case is that of a handle fragment rising vertically on the rim of a narrow-mouthed vessel, which, based on parallels, could be interpreted as a basket handle strainer. Such a shape may be connected with the processing of dairy products. Next one. Moving on to the levels dating to the transitional Middle Helladic III to Late Helladic I period, a variety of features appears which were previously unattested. It should be kept in mind that wide-mouthed and rim-handled jars fragments still represent an absolute majority, indicating a continuity of the typical Middle Helladic shapes for cooking. Incised Adriatic decoration continues from the previous phases. It is also important to note that no relevant change has been observed in terms of fabric and manufacture. Even though the material is highly fragmented, the appearance of the same features on complete parallels from roughly contemporary contexts is helpful for the reconstruction of the original shapes. A solid foot recalls footed jars from Tsungitsa dating to Late Helladic I. The complete specimens, which you see down on your left in slide, is a pale-sleeved storage jug found on the floor of the West Building at Tsungitsa and contained a fine plain dipper inside. A very small bowl shape with a thickening at the rim, probably the beginning of a rising handle, could be interpreted, in my opinion, as a dipper. Dippers in fine and decorated pottery make their appearance in several sites of the mainland in Late Helladic I context. A coarse version of a dipper can be found at Antikyra in southern coastal Boeotia. The tubular spout was likely applied on the body of a handled vessel. A discrete number of coarse spouted vessels with handles were found in a storeroom at Dragana in Messenia. The context was excavated by Marinatos in the 50s and dated to Late Helladic I by Yannis Lolos. And then we have a lead. Lead fragments at the trapeza start to appear in layers dating to the very end of the Middle Helladic period. These specimen from SU 110 has a peculiar shape with a bump at the inner side, a characteristic also present in an object from Malti, and I cannot think of any other function other than lead function, but if anybody has different suggestions, that's very welcomed. In any case, the lead may have been introduced for accelerating the boiling process. So beside the lead, it is interesting to note that the functional purposes of the dipper and the tubular spout especially do not strictly relate to cooking, as they are designed to dispense and serve. Next. This overview demonstrates that the shape repertoire of coarse pottery at the trapeza remained unvaried throughout the Middle Helladic period. No imported Eginitan cooking pots have been recorded, nor were they found in any other site in Achaea. Probably due to its geographical position, this region does not seem to be tightly involved in the circulation of Eginitan pottery. Also, cooking pots with pointed bases are absent at the trapeza, even though their presence has been recorded at several late Helladic I and II sites in Western Achaea. This datum further demonstrates the cultural difference between Eastern and Western Achaea existing since the Neolithic period and also during the historical times. Even though the innovative features appeared in the later cycle of occupation, one must acknowledge that there is no evidence of assemblage transformation or substitution, nor the introduction of different manufacturing techniques. Nonetheless, there are few morphological adjustments and stylistic additions, which can be defined as attribute level changes. Ethnoarchaeological case studies demonstrate that attribute level changes gradually permeate the potter community, partly in response to perceived demand and also depending on personal choices of the potters. Therefore, as the cooking assemblage at the trapeza was only affected by the introduction of specific features, it could be argued that these additions were more likely fostered by new needs related to use and consumption rather than substantial changes in cooking practices and pottery manufacture. In this perspective, the introduction of elements such as the spout and the dipper is emblematic within a renovated social and cultural framework where serving and consumption are performed with a new symbolic meaning. This evidence matches the more obvious and substantial change in both shape and decoration in tableware and drinking sets, used and displayed during exclusive social gatherings anticipating the Mycenaean feast. To conclude, at the trapeza, action and performance expressing new social practices proved to be pivotal factors affecting ceramic change in fine tablewares, but also in courseware at the transition between the Middle and the Late Helladic period. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Assunta. Apologies for the slight technical hitches to do with the slides there. Of course, what should have happened at the beginning was I was supposed to introduce Assunta to everybody, and I'm afraid I forgot to do that part. So I'm just going to very quickly tell you what I should have explained before, which is Assunta achieved her PhD last year at the Safriosky University of Venice. And of course, her thesis was on the Middle Helladic and also early Late Helladic settlement of Trapeza, as you've just heard about, which was under the supervision of Professor Bogner. And of course, again, as you've just seen, she is part of these ongoing investigations into these very interesting sites. So thank you very much for a very interesting presentation. Can I just say to everybody who's joining us on Zoom again, please, can you make sure that you remain muted at all times until we get to the discussion section? Can I also say, please do not annotate the slides, because that annotates it for everybody. So although this may be very useful for you personally, please can you do that in your own time and not actually during the conference. Thank you very much. So I would like to introduce our next speaker now, who is Anna Wodińska, and she is joining us from our own university here. She is an archaeologist here, an academic teacher, and she teaches the archaeology of Egypt. She has been a member of many archaeological expeditions in Egypt, including Buto, Dendera, Gaza, Saqqara, Luxor, and Tel Ritaba even. And she's also been so in Sudan as well at Sabalarka, Old Dongla, and Turkey at Zaria Tepe. So she is especially interested in domestic archaeology and ancient households. Her professional work focuses on ceramics and their importance in archaeology, and currently she is employed at the Center of Mediterranean Archaeology of the University of Warsaw, which is one of our sister institutions, directing its research center in Cairo. So please, Anna, I will just get your presentation.
Thank you very much also for the introduction. I wasn't prepared for this, but it also shows that I'm really out of my comfort zone here completely, because as it was told, I am specialist of Egyptian pottery from many different periods. But today I would like to show you something different for me, and I hope that I learn from you, then you learn from me more. So that's the purpose when I'm here actually today. For today, I decided that my presentation won't be very sophisticated. I just want to present the material and also give you some background of the imported Aegean pottery in Egypt and why we think this is important. Because this importance, can be explained on many different levels. So so for today, I will show you like some stages of import of Aegean pottery to Egypt, and I will show you like quick importance of the pottery in Egypt. Then I will present the site quickly. It means Tel Retaba, that material comes from, and then also the material that we found at the site, and then I will shortly conclude. Okay, so in general, when we talk about imported Aegean pottery to Egypt, we can talk about 4 different stages of import. So I won't describe everything. I will just limit my presentation to those stages that we actually see in Tel Retaba. That means here stage 3 and stage 4. So also realize that when I wrote in my abstract, that probably some of the pottery can be dated a bit earlier. Later realize that actually this is a bit later material, but still kind of interesting. Because when we talk about stage 3, that corresponds roughly to the later stage of the early 18th dynasty. That means later stage of Thutmose III. And this layer in Tel Retaba is very well represented. But then, at first I thought that maybe it's like beginning of Thutmose III, but now it seems that it's like kind of later stage till more or less Thutmose IV. Sorry, that roughly corresponds, as you can see in the table, to late Helladic 2B and /3A1. And this is based on the work of my colleague actually from Tel Retaba, and I will show you the examples of this pottery. And then also stage 4, and in this case, this is here it is written that this is late 18th dynasty and 19th dynasty, but for our site it's mostly 19th dynasty throughout the dynasty, but probably more or less associated with the reign of Ramesses II. But what is very interesting when you look at this other table, here you see that for the stage 3, at least the author of this paper states, the paper is from 2015, that there's less than 20 examples of Aegean pottery that were found in Egypt. Probably now it's a bit more, but I don't think that the number is much higher. And then, like for stage 4, it is, the number is huge, it's more than 1,000, and probably again, now it's much more, because I'm sure there's a lot of material that's not published, and I am partly guilty of it, because this, what I show, is actually mostly unpublished. Okay. And in this table, you see like what shapes are represented. Again, I marked those two stages, 3 and 4, characteristic for the Teleretaba. And it seems that we're supposed to have like a variety of shapes for the stage 3. And then also much more for stage 4, but this table actually represents also imports in the Levant. So it doesn't really correspond to Egypt because for stage 4, there are mostly syrup jars and not that much more. And I'll show you one example here. There's a pot from a site called Sediment. And that is now in Ashmolean Museum. When we talk about importance of like Aegean pottery in Egypt, that we can also discuss imitations of such in Egypt, because in Egypt, they like to imitate many things, and very often they use much more complicated materials like Egyptian faience, for example. It would be much easier to make such pots in clay, and we have such, but then I just read, because I have this paper that I cite here by Natasha Ayers, this paper is from 2015, and she found something like 22 or 23 imitations of syrup jars, and most of them are made in Egyptian faience. And there are, very interesting pieces. I'll show you only 3 examples here. And there is ongoing question why Egyptians imitated the material, because the first answer would be that there will be marks of higher status of the owners, but it's actually much more complex story because it's in Egypt is more about symbols, not about actual status in this case. But this is ongoing study as well. Okay, so Teleretaba, there's a site I marked here with a heart, because my heart is there too. Also in Cairo, because this is my another place where I live now. So the site is located more or less in the middle of so-called Wadi Tumilat, between Delta and Ismailia in the Suez Canal. And the site has been excavated by the joint project Polish and Slovaks since 2007. And the dating is roughly between, now we think that late Middle Kingdom in Egyptian chronology till the Ptolemaic period, more or less 3rd century AD. So this is the site. There's one of the largest settlements located in the Delta. And then you see also two directors, that means Sławomir Rzepka, our colleague from the faculty, and Józef Chudiec from the Slovak Academy of Sciences in Bratislava. So this is the general situation. When we talk, because, again, there's no time to discuss everything, but I just marked 2 areas where imported in Aegean pottery was found. So the beginning, like this green area, this is early 18th dynasty material. We have only a fragment of a probably much larger settlement, and also very rich settlement, because we see it in the material. And then those 2 yellow here that represent like 2 stages of the later stage of the New Kingdom. That means 19th and 20th dynasty. And also you can already see that we are kind of in the middle of a large fortress, because the first fortress that is visible in archaeology was built during the 19th dynasty, and then another one much larger during the 20th dynasty. It also shows that the site was treated as a kind of fortified settlement that was like built and for the protective reason at the eastern border of Egypt. And the chronology and also marked, the places, with the pottery that we found that is like the Aegean imported. So there are some sherds from the early 18th. Then we have a number from the 19th dynasty, and then here marked as this red, we have 20th dynasty. Then you also see the corresponding periods, like for your word, not mine. So like Helladic 2 AB as the beginning, and then like Helladic 3 C.
Okay, and quickly, just give you a dimension of the pottery. So far, I have analyzed more or less 45,000 diagnostic pieces from Teleretaba since the beginning. And then you see those 3 periods that corresponds, to the material with Aegean pottery. So in the comparison to the rest of the site, actually, the numbers are not very high. But it's just a matter of the state of research because we concentrate on something different right now. So maybe we'll go back to those layers a bit later. Okay, so as I said, I put in my abstract that the date is a bit earlier at the, the first stage of the material that we are dealing with, but now we think that it's a bit later. So like Helladic 2A, B, and then /1 shirt, probably 3A1. And this will be published this year in Egyptian on Levantes, probably at the end of the year. So this is the material. Actually, we have 3 shirts that we discovered 2 years ago in Teleretaba. And I was lucky to have a colleague from Bratislava who specializes in Aegean archaeology. She also works in Egypt. So she spotted straight away that there is something very interesting, and she found those 3 shirts. So actually, it was her conclusion that actually this material has to be dated a bit earlier than the rest of the Aegean material that we have at the site. So these are very small fragments, and she concluded they are probably a part of Aegean alabastra. You help me later, we can talk about this. So here are those 3 shirts and 3 drawings, only body shirts. And then like in some details. All of them were found in domestic layers, not very significant, only like dumping events, stuff like this, but it's clearly dated to the time of Thutmose III, probably again, later stage of Thutmose III in Teleretaba. So this is the second, and then the third. I know there's no time. Again, I have my computer. If you're interested, we can talk about this later. And then this is the second stage of the presence of Aegean pottery in Teleretaba. That means 19th dynasty. That means I think it was like Helladic to 3B. And then you see like a typical material, one handle of a stirrup jar, and then the rest we have typical pottery for the period of Ramesses the second. And some of you already know that because it was published already some years ago, within those layers, we also found a fragment of this figurine. And this is extraordinary material because so far, I think this is the only one known from Egypt. So not only pots, we have also figurine. And that, of course, that raises a lot of questions why we have them here. I mean, this one here, yeah. And then the selection of pottery, and you see that we have only body shirts, but it seems that all of them can be associated with stirrup jars, from this chronological horizon. So I will go a bit quicker. So there's like another, there will be like handle and another handle. And then there'll be like selection of other fragments. This is a bit later in stage, or like this one. Some of them are really very small, eroded, but still there's a number of them. Oh yeah, I forgot to mention that probably this is more or less like 22 pieces from the context of the together of the late Helladic 3, B and C. And then also have to mention that, of course, I mean, there's a big question because most of the material probably has to be associated with late Helladic 3B, but we have also material associated with the later stage. But within the settlement layers, you never know because, it can be also dated to the earlier layers, but maybe some of them also are later. I mean, in both contexts, it would work because, we have the context of those fortresses with probably, like housing a lot of people or so many probably foreigners coming to Egypt because we are in the Delta and also at the border side. But of course, it's always an open question. And then another, this is like, already like we are fully in like Helladic 3C. And then we have a number of shards that we found on the surface of the site, but again, it's clearly also Aegean material. And I put here as modern, but then the material points to, again, like Helladic 3B or 3C, but again, it needs more studies. So we have like 2 handles of stirrup jars. There's another. Again, then a number of body shards, but also, probably coming from stirrup jars as well. These were actually found directly on the surface during our first season. I remember 2007 when we just walk around the site and they were just on the surface. So it's like this one is very, very small. And then the second one. Okay, so for conclusion, so it seems that in Teleretaba, I mean, we are still, kind of discussing, the social status of the inhabitants of the site, how important was like within other Egyptian sites in general. So like any additional information, it would help us, to determine the status and the function of the settlement. So when we see the imported material and coming clearly from 2 distinctive periods, because I think that when we talk about Oleatin dynasties, like one thing, and then the later stage, like 19th dynasty, and then 20th dynasty is something different. And then what to do? I mean, like when you see that for Egypt, for this early stage of the New Kingdom, at least in this paper, we have, that author stated that we have less than 20 shards from the entire Egypt, and then we have 3 from Teleretaba. What does it mean exactly? It's like the site was very important, and how important it was, and why it would be important to have, like such material. We know from the Egyptian history that also, from the site, during our work, that Teleretaba was kind of interesting place, like showing changes, political changes in the Delta. We don't know if the king himself, meaning like Thutmose III, was present at the site, but I always have this romantic vision that the king was on the way to the east, was crossing Teleretaba. So maybe we have those shards associated directly with the king. But of course, we cannot say because we have no text that would relate to it. But for sure, there's something important going on, especially with those 3 shards that we recently discovered. And then the later stage, the 19th and 20th dynasty. And for the 19th dynasty, that means this late Helladic 3B. So again, this is Retaba is like one of many, because this is what we have from other sites in Egypt. The mostly stirrup jars, they come from domestic, but also like funerary context. We have a great number of them. And there's also very difficult to tell if there are marks of social status, because actually they were found in many different locations. So actually, when I started my work on the material, I thought, okay, there's the real material, but it's not. So unfortunately, in this case, but then something changes towards the 20th dynasty because the import drops dramatically. So there are not that many shards, mostly against stirrup jars, but we don't see them very often in the material. And then I just learned, from this article on the imitations, that actually there is more imitations of stirrup jars in Egypt. So overall, this is, I could end here just to conclude that, for one thing, I forgot to mention that when we found the figurine, Sławomir Rzepka wrote in our collective article that maybe this is a mark of presence of Mycenaean mercenaries in Teleretaba. Because of many other factors, I don't want to go into details. If you are interested, I will give you the article. But it is something very, really extraordinary. So I hope that Teleretaba is extraordinary site. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Anna. Thank you for coming out of your comfort zone to join us, because that was certainly very worthwhile. Just before I introduce our next speaker, I'm going to sort out the share screen because he is joining us remotely, so he needs to be able to start organizing the share. So, brilliant. Christopher, if you're able to share screen, let's see if this is going to work. That looks good to me. So our next speaker is Christopher Nuttall, who is from the Swedish Institute at Athens, and he is going to be talking to us today about suns, spirals, and seafaring, early Cycladic flying pans in context. Christopher defended his doctoral thesis, Seascape Dialogues, Human-Sea Interaction in the Aegean from Late Neolithic to Late Bronze Age at the University of Uppsala in Sweden in late 2021, and has worked on several research projects on prehistoric material, including Malthi, Philokopi, and Knossos. His research interests includes human-sea interaction, material culture, GIS in archaeology, and neuroarchaeological perspectives. He currently works on the Swedish Research Council-funded project, populating the coastal landscapes of Greece, assessing coastal engagement in later prehistoric at 7,000 to 1100 BCE, southern Greece, at the Swedish Institute at Athens. So please, Christopher, try your microphone. Let's see if we can hear you.
Yes, are you hearing me well?
Brilliant. Yes, we can hear you.
Perfect. Wonderful. The technology gods are with us today. So I would just like to thank the organizers for this really fantastic conference. And I'm sorry I couldn't be there in person. Hopefully soon I'll get a chance to enjoy your wonderful city. And I would look forward to that. So in this talk today, I will discuss the frying pans of the early Bronze Age from two perspectives, that of embodiment and that of embedment. Using these two approaches, I hope to show you that the frying pans served as libation vessels and handheld portable narrative scenes. Before we get into the details, it is important that I define what a frying pan is. Frying pans are flat, pan-like vessels with a pronounced handle, typically made from clay. There are a few examples made from marble, and at least two known copper examples. Most of the frying pans are found in the Cycladic islands and also on the Greek mainland. They are typically decorated by incision or by stamps, often filled with a white paste with a range of motifs, which we will discuss in more detail later in this talk. In the first part of this talk, I will address the functional aspects of the frying pans and build the case for their interpretation as libation vessels. As one of the enduring mysteries of the Aegean Bronze Age, the academic bibliography concerning frying pans is large, with multiple differing interpretations of their function, and unfortunately far too many to discuss comprehensively here. John Coleman's seminal 1985 article on frying pans is still highly relevant, though recent work has forged new typologies and established their chronological positions, as well as a long ancestry of the frying pan, now believed to have originated in the Balkan Chalcolithic before being transmitted into the Aegean region at the final Neolithic early Helladic I transition. As a result of the rescue archaeological work of recent decades, many more examples of frying pans are now known, supplementing the state of knowledge originally published by Coleman in his 1985 article. Much of the work on frying pans has focused on these objects from an art historical perspective, or occasionally from a scientific and analytical approach. Here, I want to take an embodiment approach to understanding their function, considering also the materiality of the object. The agency of both can become enacted through intentions in action, in this case meaning the physical handling of the vessel and praxis involving the vessel itself. Materiality is an active process of affecting the observer through the active potential of both agent and object. And I like to think that both in this sense are partners in the social conversation of being. The object, or in this case frying pan, can be considered as a material scaffold due to its potential to carry communicated meaning mediated through embodied performance. Its materiality, or the effect of its material scaffold, can shape and mediate experienced existence, putting things into reach so that observers can be touched by the visual potency of the material in the open-ended process of experiencing imagery. So with this perspective in mind, I suggest here that the frying pans could only have served as libation or pouring vessels for use in ritualized practices. This in itself is not a new take. This was suggested previously by John Coleman and Philip Betancourt previously. And my argument that these are libation vessels can be centered on four major factors. The first is what I call their decorative intensity. The handle on the vessel suggests that they were intended to be held, extending from the body. On most decorated early Bronze Age vessels, stamped or incised decoration is placed in an area of the vessel where it would receive maximum visibility from eye level, typically above the carination of the vessel and close to the lip, where it could be viewed either from above in a top-down manner, if the vessel is on the floor, or slightly below eye level if held by a person at chest height. In most cases, decoration is visible and incorporated into the physical vessel as part of its material scaffold. This visibility is further enhanced when we are reminded that the incisions are often filled with a white kaolin substance to further emphasize their decoration. For the agentic potential of the frying pan's decoration to be active, it is therefore required to be visible to either the agent or the audience when in use, giving it situational materiality. And I find it hard to believe that the frying pan, so heavily decorated when compared to other contemporary examples of early Bronze Age pottery, would be intended to be used in a manner which would nullify the materiality of its decoration. The contextual associations of these frying pans do not necessarily discount a libation function also. The best mortuary evidence comes from the Halandriani cemetery on Syros and at Manica on Evia. At Halandriani, a positioning close to the face of the deceased is the most common positioning of the frying pan within the tomb space, and this may have influenced their interpretation as mirrors. In other occasions, other vessels can be found stacked inside the frying pan. At Manica, frying pans can also be found affixed to the wall of the tomb in an upright position, which occurred in at least 4 published examples. This may well have been an intention to either store the vessel away from other vessels deposited in the tomb, or a desire to display the decorative elements of the frying pans from the sides of the tomb. Recent evidence from non-funerary context also provides a window into their social usage. Frying pan fragments have been found at an early Helladic cult site at Kato Kifisia in Attica, where they were found alongside terracotta offering tables, as well as other pouring and drinking shapes. And the excavator has suggested that this may have been related to some form of worship of a bull deity. Several examples of frying pan fragments were also found within a house at Proskinas in Lokris, alongside several other drinking and pouring shapes. This house appears to have been deliberately burned down and then sealed with stones in a potential act of commemoration. While the contextual associations of most frying pans are unknown due to the looting of many tombs and due to the destruction of settlement layers at certain prehistoric settlements, it's difficult to say on the whole what the contextual associations are, but within those that we have, it's typically associated with what we could class as special contexts, either mortuary, cult, or social consumption, or even in the example from Proskinas, commemoration. A libation function is not precluded by any of the general contexts, nor their positioning within those contexts. The third major reason for the libation vessel interpretation is a lack of any suitable alternative vessel to perform this function. While the statistics for many of the early Bronze Age settlements are unknown, it's clear that the frying pan is a minor element to early Cycladic and early Helladic assemblages in both settlement and funerary contexts. While other vessels such as bowls, saucers, and cups could be used to pour libations, the handle on the vessel of the frying pan allows for the actor to pour liquid out at arm's length away from the body in a more demonstrative fashion. And in doing so, that very act would therefore then reveal the decoration of the frying pan to both the observer and to the actor themselves. The final factor to consider is the chronological position in ceramic assemblages. Recent evidence highlights the mainland distribution of early Bronze Age 1 frying pans. It appears that the form then spread to the Cyclades with the Campos variety, which appears to have then set the scene for its later adoption in the early Cycladic II Keros-Syros phase of the islands. In early Helladic II, locally made frying pans are considerably rarer than imported Cycladic varieties, which also have a coastal distribution. What this means is that they therefore go out of production on the Greek mainland at the very same time that they reach their zenith of use in the Cyclades, and in particular on the island of Syros, and are then later imported. I would argue that the sudden decline in their popularity on the Greek mainland was as a result of the introduction of a new variety that may have fulfilled this same function. We can then perhaps look towards the most diagnostic early Helladic II shape, the sauce boat, as a potential replacement. And given the association between sauce boats and pouring acts, this would therefore seem to suggest that the frying pan may have formerly fulfilled this role. I, however, believe we could go further. The early Cycladic II period is seen as a zenith for the use of frying pans in the Cyclades, and in particular concentration of material can be observed at the Halandriani cemetery on Syros. No examples, however, are known from the later part of early Cycladic II, suggesting a rather abrupt termination of their production and use in the Castri phase, despite continued habitation in the Halandriani area of Syros in this period. Their sudden abandonment at this juncture could have been a result of their replacement by another functionally similar form, with prime candidates being either the Depas and Vikipelon vessel or the tankards of the Castri group. And finally, we have the valid question as to why the frying pan was never adopted in Minoan Crete. We know the Cyclades and Crete were in close contact at certain parts of the early Bronze Age, with imported Cycladic pottery and obsidian from the island of Milos found on the north coast at certain settlements. There are Campos frying pans from the burials at Aya Fotia in the later part of early Minoan I, though these almost certainly pertain to Cycladic colonists. One reason as to why the form was not adopted on Crete is that there may have already been pre-existing shapes that fulfilled this role, potentially the teapot or the beaked jug. So my time here is unfortunately far too brief to go through each interpretation in turn. However, in most interpretations, the embodied use of the vessel would negate the agentic potential of its decoration for both the user and the onlooker. This includes its use as a mirror, a salt pan, a food plate, an astrolabe, and even a palette for pigments. Use as a drum may allow for the visual appearance of the decorative elements. However, it's very difficult to see where a skin would have been affixed to most vessels. So for the reasons outlined in this portion of the talk, I argue that the most likely interpretation is as a pouring vessel for use in libations. Having hopefully convinced you, it's now time to turn attention to their decoration. In the second part, I address the decorative schemes of the frying pans, interpreting their decoration from the concept of embedment. As with the function, the symbolic meaning of the decoration has received much scholarly attention, and unfortunately, again, too much to really do justice to in the time we have here today. Undecorated frying pans make up around about 15% of the catalogue that I collected, mostly coming from the Greek mainland. This amount could increase if many of the undescribed or unphotographed varieties were also undecorated. However, at this stage, it is difficult to tell. What is clear is that on the whole, most frying pans are incised or stamped with some form of decorative motif. The most common decorative elements are the spirals and concentric circles. It has been suggested that the spirals and concentric circles could have represented the waves of the sea. I am inclined to agree with this interpretation, as their coexistence alongside boats and fish on examples from Halandriani would appear to confirm this interpretation. However, in examples where there are boats missing, it could also be plausible that the spirals may be some form of representation of wind or indeed movement itself. I have catalogued nearly 100 examples of this in the catalogue of material that I've collected, making this motif present in well over half of all of the examples I collected. Impressed decoration triangular forms which border several frying pans, known as kerbschnitt, are the next most common, being present in around 60 examples. And as with the previous, they are fairly widely distributed, both chronologically and spatially. The same could also be said for the representation of sky-related imagery, such as stars or sun disks. The depiction of these types can be found both in early Helladic 1 and early Cycladic 2, and also has a fairly wide distribution. Some frying pans, however, carried the incised representation of female genitalia close to their handle. This element has played a key role in their interpretation as vessels connected to the worship of a female-related deity. 18 certain examples were catalogued in my database, 17 of which are solely from the Halandriani cemetery on Syros. Interpretations of the function of frying pans, therefore, must take into account the eccentricity of the varieties from Halandriani, where the frying pans take a notable divergence from both mainland and indeed other Cycladic varieties. There is a similar distribution in the depiction of sea-related representation of frying pans. While seascape representation is an enduring association of this type, their actual number are remarkably few. Out of 193 examples collected in my database, I'm only aware of 13 frying pans bearing the representation of some form of seascape. 12 of those come from early Cycladic II Halandriani on Syros. Firstly, this shows an astounding concentration of maritime themes in just one location. It cannot be said that the maritime themes are even a Cycladic specific theme, rather appear to be a very locally driven circumstance of life at Halandriani on Syros. Noteworthy is the complete absence of sea-related imagery on frying pans from the mainland, and indeed the rest of the Cyclades, which would have included several significant coastal settlements, where one would assume boats would have been a fairly commonplace sight. So to summarize the decoration, most motifs have a fairly wide distribution: spirals, concentric circles, Kerbschnitt, and stars, though seascape and genitalia are fairly restricted geographically. So if we return to this concept of the material scaffold, then it stands to reason that any praxis or iconography must have some form of intersubjectivity to be understood within the context or society. A particularly useful concept here is that of embedments, referring specifically to the integration of the individual within a specific environment. This environment can be broadly defined, referring to either social and structural norms, as well as the physical environment or its features. In this context, the power of the material lies not only in what it represents, but the ways in which they are integrated to social life, and indeed when they mean something. Considering the frying pans from this standpoint, the social significance of the frying pans as status objects, as libation vessels, and potentially important aspects of the funerary ritual may have lent themselves well to being a focal point for the expression of the embedded cultural environment. Its portable nature melds well with the mobile nature of early Bronze Age society, and in particular that of early Bronze Age II, typically christened the period of international spirit, due to the wide range of network of contacts across the Aegean at this time. Their anthropomorphic associations, evident even in early Helladic I examples from Cepi in Attica, indicate their special role. Their scarcity may suggest some form of special status for the individuals who were buried with them, and their use may have emphasized the subject matter depicted upon them during the performance of libation in both life and death. The substance that they contained could be variable, with candidates ranging from water to oil, alcohol potentially, seawater, and perhaps even blood. The types of themes represented, movement, sky, female genitalia, and seafaring, may have been important local themes which were incorporated into the act of libation. I do not believe that we can place a catch-all interpretation on the frying pans when it comes to their decoration, any more than we can suggest that every fresco or seal stone had the exact same meaning. The iconographic scheme of examples from Halandriani, however, allow us to make a tentative interpretation of those varieties and provide a window into their potential use and significance. Given their material properties, it may have been possible for examples from Halandriani for liquid to be poured out in a manner which may have simulated the ejection of liquid from between the legs of the vessels, and therefore giving the illusion of being ejected through the pubic triangle of the vessel. When taken alongside the presence of early Cycladic figurines in varying states of pregnancy, these elements may have served to emphasize the social significance of menstruation, pregnancy, and ultimately fertility to society at early Cycladic Halandriani. Some commentators have also drawn the attention to the oval shape of the frying pan's base, which has been interpreted as representing that of a female womb when considered alongside the representation of female genitalia. Within this schematized womb, spirals representing the sea, air or movement, boats and stars were represented within the frying pan, which was in turn deposited within a tomb context, potentially linking the form of the vessel to some form of eschatological belief, in which fertility is intrinsically linked to seafaring and the sky, death to possible rebirth. One could even make the suggestion that the seawater within this schematized womb could be an allusion to the waters breaking prior to childbirth. A concern for the sea is clearly a prerogative of the community at Halandriani, though elsewhere the decoration is much more difficult to interpret. The occurrence of stars and spirals could be read as an indication of the significance of some form of sky worship, or even perhaps deity. These interpretations are only a slice of the range of potential interpretations, though the iconographic representation of sky, water, and fertility are not unknown or uncommon in other prehistoric societies. To conclude, it has been argued here that the frying pan served as a libation vessel and was a form of portable media, allowing for the expression of embedded cultural ideals within its material scaffold. Interpretation as a libation vessel was focused on its material properties and the agency of its decorative elements within embodied practice, with the act of libation being one of the few acts where the agentic potential of the decoration could have been activated.
But thank you very much, Christopher. If you did not hear anything that I just said, that was a very interesting talk, and I'm sure you'll have lots of comments afterwards. And we're going to move. Assunta's topic was the courseware from the settlement of the Trapeza. So does anybody want to kick off the discussion, or I will take the privilege of the chair and start so myself? Okay. Okay, can we borrow one of the, brilliant, Monica.
Can you hear me? Of course, I will ask you about the lid. If you were able to find any pot that the lid would actually fit, the lid that you showed. Were you able to find any shards of a pot that the lid would be able to cover?
Okay, the lid which I showed you from the floor deposit has a relatively narrow diameter compared to the average diameter of wide-mouthed jars, which can be very large. So, and I don't have in mind at the moment any lid of the Middle Helladic period being as large as as a wide-mouthed jar. So I think maybe it was used on a narrower shape. The most probable candidate would be the handled jar, but again, it has the handle. You can't put the lid on so easily. So that's why I put a question mark, because the distribution of lids is not so clear to me for the Middle Helladic period. We have some exemplars from Middle Helladic sites, such as uteruses, but the stratigraphic context is not so clear. So I couldn't swear that they are Middle Helladic. At Sungitsa in Late Helladic 1, there's no trace of lids. We have some earlier exemplars of lids, again dating to the Late Helladic 1 from Mitru, but they seem to be associated to a kind of frying shape, not the jar. So that's why I was wondering whether a possible different function other than the lid. The specimen which I showed you from Malti was published by Valmin, who interpreted as a lamp, something like a lamp, but he wasn't that sure about this interpretation. What I can say is that from the exemplar in the Trapeza, we have on the interior, there is kind of grayish color, maybe from smoke, but again, I have no candidate for the shape which was used in association with this lid.
Thank you. Very, very interesting finding.
Okay, now maybe. Thank you for this interesting paper showing material that is still rarely the focus of research and presentations. And thank you for mentioning the lead from Mitru. Indeed, the leads there in the LH1 period are very big, and they're matching with big shallow basins, so they seem to constitute a part of a set. I have a comment and a question. One comment is about these smaller rim-handled jugs. You mentioned that there is no Eginitan pottery at the site or nowhere around, but it actually seems that this one might be inspired, if it's the proper word, by the Eginitan formal repertoire, because these kind of small rim-handled jugs are very popular on Egina, but okay, slightly earlier, so in the earlier Middle Helladic period. Perhaps there is a connection. And my question is, within this course material, what are your criteria for differentiating cooking pots?
So, if I well understood, the question is about how I could identify cooking pots from pots used for other domestic activities. That's a very good question. As I said, it was very difficult for me to trace recurring marks of smoke blackening, for instance, on one side of the base, because it's very rare to have also an entire base of a vessel. The material is so fragmented. That's why I termed this category domestic cooking, domestic/cooking, because I am aware that possibly cooking was not the only use of these vessels. And even the fact that some of them have abrasive wear on the base, it doesn't necessarily mean that the surface was that of an earth. So I can't say I had any specific criteria for distinguishing the vessels for general domestic purposes from those specifically used for cooking. And one thing is also that we have different sizes, a very wide range of sizes, and that's why some scholars proposed that storage was possibly a common use, which I think it's true. I think it may be true, this. What I can say, and unfortunately I didn't bring a picture of this, is that in at least few cases, we have this black organic, possibly, material on the inside. So I am quite sure that even in at least in some cases, there was something cooking inside the vessels. But again, I think that these additional features that we see in the later material shows that cooking was not the exclusive function of this class in terms of fabric, as I defined it. I hope this was a question, an answer, appropriate answer to your question.
No, absolutely, thank you.
Any other questions? Any other questions for Assunta? If not, then thank you very much for joining us, and I'll invite Anna to come up and answer questions. Remind the people on Zoom that you can raise your hands or you can put your questions in the chat and we'll come to you. So, any questions for Anna? Or indeed any identifications of her pots, which I'm sure will be very welcome.
Or we can talk about this later with better photos.
I cannot resist. Thank you for showing these plots. I remember we talked about this briefly in very different circumstances. So it's really interesting, especially these three very early ones. One of them that you showed on the left seems to be the regular, I mean, what I would consider possibly northeastern Peloponnesian import, but the others two are pretty strange, uncanonical in decoration. The other comment, and as you said, you know, we can talk about this later because it's probably worth, for this kind of very important material, worth of going piece by piece. The majority of what you showed, you know, is definitely on the mainland palatial period, so 3A2 to 3B. So these pieces that are in context, as I understand, that suggest later dates, so late Radic 3C, so that or 20th dynasty are probably kick-ups, so derived from earlier contexts, apart from the single spout of this false neck of the structure that you showed at the end, which is definitely a 3C piece, and it's pretty extraordinary. And my question in relation to that, you know, assuming that this is all palatial period, there was nothing that you would put in LH3A2, which would be the later 18th dynasty, which is actually the moment when we see the most intensive relationship between the Aegean or the mainland and Egypt. And I would expect that there is some material from that period. Do you have layers from that period that don't have the Mycenaean pottery?
The answer is very easy because we don't have layers from this period. I mean, not in the area that we excavated. We have clear chronological gap in the material. So, you know, like because there are like another project in the area a bit further to the north, there's a big trench excavated by the Egyptian colleagues. So I had a look in the material. Then they have some evidence of the later 18th dynasty there, but nothing in the areas where we excavate. So this is, you know, why we don't have anything else associated with it. But thank you very much for the comments. Of course, I mean, you know, concerning the material, I hope there will be time to, again, go piece by piece, as you said, yeah.
Okay, so we have a question on Zoom from Louis Dorte. So if you could, yes, unmute yourself and please go ahead and ask your question.
Thank you, thank you. Thank you very much for your paper. It was really amazing to bring some new, fresh data from Egypt. Because as you say, there is a lot of unpublished shards from a lot of sites in Egypt. And especially the three early late Helletic shards. And I think that at least the first that you show is totally late Helletic 2A, as there is a stone pattern fill on Alabastra that is characteristic of this period, and the two other could be also late Minoan 1B or late Helletic 2B. So it's actually the same period, to say 15th century BC, so Thutmose III, Amenhotep the second. And that it's really amazing because we have, I'm doing my PhD on the relationship between Egypt and the Aegean, and especially the Aegean pottery in Nubia and Egypt, so contextualism. And we have only 20 shards from late Helletic 2 period, approximately 15 from late Helletic 2A and 5 from late Helletic 2B. So you bring a lot from this period because you bring 3, and so it's really nice and with good context, and that we're waiting for that because we don't have a lot in good context. So thank you very much, and I look forward to read your forthcoming paper in Agricultural Relevant for that. And just to say that there is also a lot of stirrup in faience. You say that there is 20 from the Natasha Ayer paper, but in my PhD I found like 80 stirrup in faience. So there is a lot more, and of course there is a lot unpublished, so it's need to publish too. Yes. So thank you for bringing this shot, and also Late-Ladic 3C. I think that you will publish like the first Late-Ladic 3C. There is some in Kantir and also Tel El Daba, but it's not published yet. So yeah.
Yeah, thank you very much. I mean, that would confirm me like of our thoughts, because, you know, when I work on the Egyptian pottery, and I clearly know that, for example, for the early 18th dynasty, I have two stages. So we have like early Tutmosis III / Hatshepsut / Tutmosis III. We never know because we don't have any text. But then it is clearly visible from the material that we have also later stage, like Amenhotep II and Tutmosis IV. And then there's the gap. So it's, yeah, thank you very much. I mean, yeah, this is another thing that supports the idea that the imports are a bit later than I thought originally. Yeah, and I think you wrote me an email. Sorry.
Yes, it's
yeah,
okay.
I was very busy. I will reply to you for sure. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Bye.
Thank you very much, Louis. And do we have any other questions in the room for Anna? It's all looking quiet. It's looking quiet on Zoom as well. So if we could move to questions for Christopher. Thank you very much, Anna. So yes, if you can unmute yourself, Christopher. Anybody in the room with a question to start? I can't see anybody on the chat. Oh yes, we do have one from Joseph Maran.
Yeah, thank you very much for this stimulating presentation. And I agree with you that the function as a libation vessel is the most plausible. Having said this, I want to come back to these Balkan Carpathian Basin predecessors you were referring to that I first called the vessels of type Bratislava. And these vessels, while they are also richly decorated, they never have a handle. And the same goes for the earliest forms that appear in the cemetery of Tsepi, of which then in early Helladic I, probably the first Campos type, Campos or mainland type, true frying pans, so-called frying pans, emerge with a handle. Now, while the early Helladic I frying pans, they are quite deep. The early Cycladic II frying pans from Chalandriani, they are awkwardly shallow, which made the moving around with the fluid very precarious. Why do you think they chose this eerie shape, the shape of the rim, which also opens towards the outside?
Yeah, well, firstly, thank you for your comment. I'm very pleased that you agree, at least even in part, with my interpretation there. On your first point about the handles of the frying pans, that seems to be, at least in my belief, a sort of an Aegean peculiarity. But I would argue that makes that linkage with this function of being able to pour the liquid out much more easier. In terms of the different varieties between the early Bronze Age 1 and early Bronze Age 2, I think it's this is one of the reasons why I don't believe they could really be used as mirrors, particularly because even the steadiest of hand would cause some sort of movement on the liquid in order to sort of hide any image that would come from gazing down. And in any case, you would have to sort of be over the top of it, and that would totally negate the presence of the decoration. And given the fact that the decoration is this is one of the most vividly decorated forms, I think, probably in the entire early Bronze Age, really. It would make all of that effort kind of, it would be a shame not to even see it during the process. So that's why I went with this libation function. But I hope that answers your question.
Yes, thank you.
Thank you.
I'm going to sneak in a question myself, if you don't mind, Christopher.
No, I don't mind. No.
When you were talking about the sensory properties of the frying pans, you mentioned the fact that the decoration is in size, so you can feel it as well as simply see it. Do you think that that played a role in how these objects were used?
I think absolutely, but I would actually argue it's more to do with the filling in of these grooves with the white substance, which sort of makes them even more vivid, really. I think certainly they could be touched, and that would be part of the process, but I think these grooves from the incision and from the stamps allow for this, this white infill to be placed on the inside. And I think I always get this image of sort of a romantic image, I guess, in a way, of what we all do, I guess, in archaeology, of sort of like the moonlit Cycladic cemetery with the firelight and the images coming to life effectively. And I certainly think that these grooves and these incisions were certainly a big part of it. It allowed this white decoration to be placed in. But no, certainly they could have also been had a sensory function in the meaning of being able to touch them and feel them as well. But no, thank you. It's good.
In Messenia, for example, in Messenia, for example, the Linear B tablets provide very clear evidence that the Pylos Palace controlled a large territory comprising many settlements in the hither and the further provinces. In Boeotia, we're provided with a similar argument whereby parts of Euboea may have come under the territory of Thebes. You know, whether there was one palace or two palaces in Boeotia is another matter for the debate. But when the Corinthia and its relationship to Mycenae is considered, it has generally been assumed that the former was probably dependent upon either Mycenae or the center of Colonna on the island of Aegina. In all cases, it's not generally ascribed an active role, but a passive one. And although Poulin and Tartarin have argued that the northern coastal plain of the Corinthia deserves to be seen in a more autonomous light, they argued it to be a political periphery occupying contested territory between two powerful centers at Mycenae and Colonna. And while this was a great step in the right direction, Poulin and Tartarin still ascribed a passive role to the northern Corinthia. If you could change slides, please. Yeah, awesome. So the Corinthia region is difficult to understand because its development towards socio-political complexity can be seen in three different ways in three different areas. Next slide, please. First, the southwestern area, which comprises the Nemea Valley, including Zaiguris, Sungiza, Idonia, Phlius, and others. They can all be seen interacting with Mycenae early in the late Helladic period, but that an economic relationship was probably not developed until at least late Helladic 3A1. Economic relations between Mycenae and the Nemea Valley were likely pursued so that Mycenae could gain a foothold on the land-based communication and trade routes between the Argolid and the wider Corinthia. Next slide, please. Second, the southeastern area of the Corinthia, of which the focus was the site of Kalamianos. Kalamianos is a unique example of a Mycenaean town founded by a palatial center, and its foundational purpose was likely because of Mycenae's desire to build a stronger maritime presence in the Saronic Gulf and compete directly with the waning power of Colonna on Aegina. Next slide, please. And finally, the northern Corinthian plain, which comprised several settlements in the late Helladic period, many of which provide evidence for relatively continuous occupation from the early Helladic period. While no palace has yet been found in the northern Corinthia plain, if such a palace indeed exists, the conglomerate of settlements and other scatterings of ceramic assemblages and fortified sites and Mycenaean cemeteries might point towards a more hierarchical form of socio-political organization. So today's paper, now that I'm here, which is great, will make the argument that the northern Corinthia remained independent of palatial control, while the southwestern and the southeastern sectors were only truly and politically included within Mycenae's orbit in the late Helladic III period, but not before. So I will be focusing on the northern Corinthia today because it does present a very good case for political autonomy from any known palatial center in the late Bronze Age. Today's topic is drawn straight from my dissertation, so it is essentially a very small and very condensed snapshot of my chapter on the Corinthia. The aim of this paper is to bring attention to the northern Corinthia plain and examine it without the lens of a core periphery perspective. So I hope to emphasize that while the sector of the Carinthia remained intimately connected to southern and central Greece throughout the Late Bronze Age, it occupied an important liminal space as a coastal environment that I think allowed it to respond in a more flexible manner to the social conditions that led to the Mycenaean palatial states. And again, this is not representing the whole picture of the Late Bronze Age Northern Carinthia, but there is enough evidence to say that it did enjoy a relatively stable society without the internal or the external pressure of any one palatial center. Next slide, please. So there are several sites located within the Longopotamus, the Nemean, and the Phliasian valleys. For the sake of keeping this paper within the time frame today, only Sungiza is mentioned here because it shows more direct evidence of a probable economic relationship with Mycenae. The Nemea Valley is situated along a natural access route and indeed along the easiest route between the Argolid and the southern Carinthia. And the proposed road networks given by Stefan, Janssen, and Lavery gives a fair bit of credibility to the idea that the Nemea Valley and Mycenae, and in some capacity part of the northern Carinthia, were at least loosely connected by these road networks. Next slide, please. The late Hellenic 2A and 3A periods at Sungiza are important here because of three reasons. So the late Hellenic 2A ceramic assemblage at Sungiza becomes more closely aligned with Mycenae than with the previous connection to the Middle Hellenic North Cemetery at ancient Corinth. The second point is that we get late Hellenic 3A2 an early feasting deposit in excavation unit 9 at Sungiza that is believed to represent a large feast that may have cemented ties between the Nemea Valley and the elites at Mycenae. And the third point are the two chamber tomb cemeteries that are associated with Sungiza. These are both founded in late Hellenic 3A2, so they're contemporary with the feasting deposit, and they both go out of use by, I think it's about late Hellenic 3B2 as well. But on this feasting deposit at Sungiza, significance in the ceramics may be inferred due to the presence of a single miniature kylix with high handles. It is significant for two reasons. It is the only example of a miniature kylix found at Sungiza in late Hellenic 3. And if we accept Stocker and Davis's argument that this special form of miniature kylix indicates ritual feasting at Pylos, its link to ritual feasting at Sungiza may signify the importance of this feast to the region if the rulers at Mycenae were indeed involved. In room 7 at the Pylos Palace, 20 to 22 miniature kylix with high handles were found near a pile of burnt bones. So it would appear that this miniature kylix, the abundance of various types of Akhenaten cooking wares and oversized pots that were, quote, for dignitaries or shared consumption among participants, end quotes, further suggests the occurrence of a large feasting event at this time. So it seems like a major feasting event occurred in late Hellenic 3A2, and that the close similarities between the ceramics that were found in this deposit and those at Grove Circle A at Mycenae suggest that maybe Mycenae was facilitating Sungiza's importation of much of its ceramic products. So Sungiza's proximity to the network of roads that stretch between Mycenae and Corinth, but which run through the Nemea Valley, perhaps suggests that Sungiza was important for fostering interaction between Mycenae and its northern neighbors. The presence of these roads may simply indicate the development of an economic relationship between the Nemea Valley and Mycenae, and it may have been an invaluable trading partner for Mycenae in the Palatial period, as it may have looked for agricultural resources that it couldn't access and that its competitors in the Argolid could not generally access. So looking to the northwest would have allowed Mycenae to establish relationships further inland and to develop trade networks to export its own ceramics, bypassing Aeginer's realm of interaction. Sungiza, therefore, would likely have formed a relationship with Mycenae that may have been based on mutual exchange, where Mycenae, gained access to the agricultural resources which it lacked, and Sungiza gained access to a thriving ceramic production center. Next slide, please. So, Kalamianos. Kalamianos was discovered by chance on the rugged Saronic coastline in 2001 during the Eastern Carinthia Archaeological Survey, or ECAS. Of the ceramic evidence in the late Hellenic period, Tartarin reported that less than 10% is dated to late Hellenic 3A, which suggests that the site was not active in the early Palatial period. But by late Helladic 3B, more than 50 buildings were founded at Kalamianos, and the settlement reaches about 8 hectares of occupation. And it's thought that more of the settlement may actually be located underwater. So Mycenae's establishment of Kalamianos allowed the citadel to gain a second order site, which had direct access to the maritime trade of the Saronic Gulf, bypassing the other Argolid centers of Tiryns, Medea, and Asini. So Kalamianos then was possibly established as the principal and perhaps the only clear harbor of Mycenae. And this might be significant because it does actually oppose the idea that Tiryns was the second palace or primary port of Mycenae. Next slide, please. Thank you. The urban planning of Kalamianos is also suggested by the similar orientation and morphology of the built structures, which included freestanding structures and complexes of associated buildings that were connected by common walls, alleyways, and courtyards. A canonical cyclopean masonry technique that was common in the Argolid and in other areas of central and southern Greece during the Palatial period was also employed at Kalamianos, and the dominance of the late Helladic 3B pottery phases found in the rubble cores of most walls provide a terminus post quem for a late Helladic 3B construction date of the site. And the fact that this was a planned building program at Kalamianos is also suggested by the clustering of buildings around fissures that provide potable drinking water. Now, the inhabitants of Kalamianos also developed a lot of the hinterland for agriculture and pastoral game, probably to support the settlement's connection to the economy of Mycenae. Kalamianos was abandoned around late Helladic 3C, as indicated by the complete lack of sherds in this period. So this suggests that its fate was closely tied to that of the palaces, and then it was probably in some capacity dependent upon Mycenae. So what we can envision here is a relationship between Mycenae and Kalamianos that was similar to Mycenae and Sungiza. So Kalamianos may have been a second order site that was established as an outpost in the Saronic Gulf for Mycenae to gain a foothold in the maritime trade of the Saronic Gulf. Kalamianos differs from Sungiza in that the former was constructed as part of the palace's building program, whereas Sungiza was already established before it entered into the Mycenae sphere of influence. While control of Sungiza provided Mycenae with ample agricultural resources that it lacked and provided a link to northern land-based trade routes, Kalamianos provided Mycenae with a maritime foothold which allowed it to take control of the Saronic trade routes that Aegina had dominated since the early Helladic period. Next slide, please. Now, this is the fun part. So the Northern Corinthian plain, however, has not really provided any clear evidence for dependence upon a distant palatial center, contrary to the southwestern and the eastern regions. This region has often been assumed to be part of the territory of Mycenae, based in part on the Homeric catalogue of ships, and the fact that Mycenae does appear to expand its influence into those regions already discussed. Now, Pullen and Tartarin have argued that rather than seeing evidence for hierarchy in settlements, the rather continuous occupation of most settlements in the Northern Corinthian plain suggests a fundamentally stable economic exploitation of the region's resources. This exploitation, they argue, likely translates to multiple local hierarchies or a network of hierarchically organized hamlets. Such a form of organization has no inevitable trajectory towards hierarchical complexity and may be able to resist the centralizing tendencies of a well-connected palatial system imposed from outside. So in describing this form of organization for the Northern Corinthian plain, Pullen and Tartarin ascribes the Northern Corinthia the region of a political periphery, which occupied an important liminal space between two political centers, one at Colonna and one at Mycenae. Their argument was important because it questioned the simple equation of absence of ruling centers equals external control by palaces, and it provided a good reason to reject such an assumption. However, the cost of ascribing the role of political periphery is that it detracts from the agency and the independence of that region. So for the case of this region, the lack of palatial centers doesn't mean that the Northern Corinthian plain was a contested nor a political periphery, but it does point towards a different form of social organization, one that was perhaps better positioned to recover from the collapse of the Mycenaean palaces at the end of late Helladic 3b2. So in the late Helladic period, several Mycenaean settlements located between the sites of Isthmia in the east and Korikou in the west formed a line of small sites extending from the Saronic Gulf coastline, from Pertikaria and Isthmia, all the way to Koroku, Kiliotumilo. So we have this position at a crossroads, and it may well be the reason that the Corinthia has no known palatial center. So the north central Corinthia was a locus of communication and trade activity. Not quite yet. And its continuous access to such routes of social activity made it an active agent that was well placed to resist the centralization of palatial involvement. So I suggest that this scattering of settlements, in which small clusters appear between Isthmia on the eastern side and Koroku on the western side, indicates a small collection of codependent polities that probably controlled the movement of peoples and goods between central and southern mainland Greece. Several of these sites are fortified nodes, stretching from Kiliotumulus in the west to Isthmia in the east. And my thesis aims to, examine each of these nodes to consider the nature of their interaction in the Late Bronze Age. All of those sites, with the exception of ancient Corinth and possibly Gonia, feature clear Cyclopean fortifications and settlement remains, but some offer more extensive remains than others. Next slide, please. Now, in terms of mortuary evidence, we have the one and currently only known Tholos tomb in the Corinthia at Kiliotumulus, and other large chamber tomb cemeteries at Gonia, Keto Almiri, Athikia, and Skolama Perakora. Perakora is on the west, on the right side. We have Keto Almiri in the middle, and we have the Tholos tomb on the left side. So certainly in the case of Skolama Perakora, where no Mycenaean settlement has been identified yet, the presence of the cemetery, and especially of the seal stones found, suggests that a Mycenaean settlement was probably located nearby. Next slide, please. And if these individuals were interred with seal stones, bearing in mind that 4 or possibly 5 other seal stones were found in the vicinity of the sanctuary of Hera at Perakora, then we might be looking at a more complex society in this area than we thought. It's also worth noting that several other figurative seal stones dated generally to late Helladic III, some in the early part of the late Bronze Age as well. They've been excavated from chamber tomb cemeteries at Gonia, at Skolama Perakora, and at Keto Almiri as well. Next slide, please. So aside from the fact that we do have several fortified and impressive looking sites at Kiliotumulus, Koroku, Gonia, Pertikaria, and Isthmia, there isn't any clear evidence to suggest clear control by a palatial center. It is also interesting that while several Aeginetan ceramic imports were found at Gonia and Koroku, and these imports continued to be found in late Helladic IIIA contexts at these sites, Aeginetan imports haven't actually been reported yet at Pertikaria or Isthmia. Rather, local Corinthian ceramics feature more prominently, possibly suggesting that a pottery production center was located close to these sites and that they were not necessarily engaging directly with Aeginet for ceramic trade, which is interesting because geographically you'd assume it would be. But of course, the recent excavations at Isthmia reported by Balumanu and Tassanos have suggested that there is a lot more of the Mycenaean occupation at Isthmia that is yet to be found. And the same may be true for Pertikaria and many other sites. Imports from the Argolid do appear in small numbers at some of these sites, such as Gonia and Isthmia, but not in large enough quantities to suggest a dependence upon an Argive center. It should also be noted that only the Kiliotumulus Tholos contained imports of Minoan or Cycladic origin. So perhaps the fact that this seems to be the only site in the Northern Corinthia plain that was found to have these sorts of imports suggests that if a center did exist in the late Bronze Age, it would probably be around Kiliotumulus or ancient Corinth. So this lack of Argive imports, particularly at Isthmia and Pertikaria, is important to keep in mind because this contradicts Bronier's assumption that the Isthmian wall was constructed at the behest of a Argive center as a response to some perceived northern threat. There are other issues with this assumption, but the lack of clear influence by an Argive or an Aeginetan center may in fact suggest that we should be looking towards more heterarchical forms of organization. So the construction of these fortifications at several of these sites were also thought by Claire Loder to have been so similar so as to have been the product of shared masonry techniques among the Northern Corinthian plain, especially with reference to the preserved Mycenaean stretches of the Isthmian wall. What all this boils down to, hopefully, is the need to re-examine the Northern Corinthia plain. So we can't say that it was clearly dependent on a palatial center, but there's also a lot of material from these settlements that remains to be studied. Recent excavations at Isthmia is a perfect example. only 10, 15 years ago, they found an apsidal structure from the Mycenaean period that then confirmed settlement at Izmir in the late Bronze Age. Before that, there was just ceramic scatters, but no clear settlement occupation. So hopefully what I've outlined today makes a good case for the need to examine the socio-political development of the Northern Carinthia plain in the late Bronze Age. The rather late finds of several of these chamber tombs and of the Tholos tomb at Kiliotoumelos, many of which were only discovered in the past 20 years, attest to the need to renew studies of the Northern Carinthia. In particular, we should be paying attention to the coastal scape that many of these settlements occupy. So their location at crossroads between land and sea communication may be the key to understanding what I think to be a hierarchical form of socio-political organization. Thank you for listening. That is all from me. Thank you for putting up with my technical issues as well. So thank you.
Thank you so much, and I'm glad it all worked out this time. So we move quickly, as we a bit behind the schedule. We move quickly to the next speaker, which is Laura Alvarez from University of Cambridge. And is she online? Yes.
Yes.
Okay. I should have just turned my back. Good. Hi. So Laura Alvarez is currently a college research associate at the University of Cambridge, Sydney's Sussex College, and is the winner Anspach Visiting Scholar for 2022 and 2023. Her interests have been focused on ancient mirrors since her early research years, with her first work centering on the production of mirrors during the 6th to the 4th century BC in Western Central Europe, through the so-called Hallstatt final to the early Latin periods. And her second work expanding the analysis to the whole Aegean area. Both are published. She is currently undertaking postdoctoral research on Cypriot bronze mirrors and their social history from the 13th to the 11th century BC. So her paper today is entitled Mediating Power in 16th Century BCE Mainland Greece, the example of mirror culture. So please, the screen is yours.
Yes. So I'm going to share my screen, and please.
Can you hear us?
Oh,
okay.
Do you see it now?
No. And it seems that there's some issue with connection.
Oh, no. Okay, I get it.
Okay, we can see the presentation. Switch to the presentation mode. Slideshow, okay. I mean.
Like this?
Yeah, it works.
Perfect. I'm glad that it works. Thank you very much for this short introduction. And firstly, I would also like to express my enormous gratitude to the University of Warsaw and to Stefania Olszebrook, Katarina Zebrowska, Agata Olonasowska, and Kazimierz Lewartowski. And I hope I pronounce them well, at least as much as I can, for organizing this NINS conference in Algeria and Archaeology, and for giving me the opportunity to share with you my research today, even if it's remotely. So before I start, I would like to give you a short context of my current research and problematics, which concern the mirrors in the late Bronze Age in the Mediterranean area, as you correctly said. And my main aim is to try to find out what the mirror says about ancient societies. It seems like a very basic question, but the mirror is not as trivial as we might imagine it to be today. And previous researchers have been mistaken on this point by saying that mirrors are very simple in form and not in large numbers. And so there is nothing to say about them. Here you can see an example in situ from northern Crete of a mirror that has been found in Archaeology. And also in the storage of the Heraclean Museum. the mirrors in the Aegean area mostly look like this. That is that it is a copper alloy disc made of either a mix of copper and tin or copper and arsenic, and the handle made of organic material that is rarely preserved, such as here in this case. I had the opportunity to study around 100 mirrors in Greek museums, thanks to the great assistance and generosity of the National Museum in Athens, the efforts of Chania, Heraklion, and Rhodes. So until now, my analysis is only macroscopic. And here you can see that the mirror has been repaired one time. So you can see the third rivet here on the left. And you can see also the central rivet. So I'm sorry, my arrow has been moved, but it is the central rivet that is an attestation of reparation because it is not aligned with the two rivets that are on the sides, and it is also of another diameter. So it is an attestation that the mirror has been repaired, and I think that has been used, so not purposely made for the tomb. And you can also see that is, so I will do it again. There is a kind of imprint of the handle on the disc, and that is on the basis of the imprint of the handle that I've been able to build up a new typology, a chronotypology that is the foundation, the base of all my PhD study. And from that, by crossing several filters, I've been able to propose a new reading, or at least a reading through the lens of mirrors of ancient societies from the Aegean area. And next slide. What's happening? Okay, and just so for your information, for that kind of handle that you can see the imprints on the mirror here from a harness might be an attestation of a typology that is actually produced in Mycenae. So it's the handle of A2 type from my typology, and it could be from Mycenae and produced from a craft a workshop in the Mycenaean area in Argolid. And here we are again. So if we look at the quantitative distribution map of mirrors in the Aegean area now, we can see that mirrors are almost equally distributed between Crete and the Peloponnese area. As revealed by current data, in late Minoan 1b and 2, so around 1450 BC, the mirror is found only in a few places in eastern and central Crete, near the best-known economic centers such as Zakros, Paraikastro, Malia, and Knossos. The typology at that time is unique, so it's a round disc with a round plate. As you can see here, the part that is in contact of the disc is round. And the mirrors were at that time probably exchanged through a closed networks of elites and used and displayed during specific events. Mirrors then appeared on the Greek mainland, that is probably resulting from intense and various contacts between Crete and the mainland, and more particularly between Chania and Pylos, from the current data at least. In Argolid, it is said that they appeared in the Mycenaean tomb circles that are the attestation of the images of a complex society, but we will see in this presentation that, in my opinion, there were no mirrors, properly speaking, in the Mycenaean tomb, but a kind of proto-device, proto-reflective devices. And so what we observe from this big picture is that there is a shift in the context from the Neo-Palatial Crete and to the Mycenaean period, Mycenaean mainland. So mirrors in the Mycenaean mainland is now incorporated into funerary rituals in order to establish and to consolidate power. And my question is, why is the mirror used in that purpose? So Indeed, the meaning and the value of mirrors evolved according to context and destination through the 17th and the 16th century BC. And the interest of today's presentation is therefore to find out what happened when the mirror was transferred to mainland Greece, what the social motivations were for integrating mirrors into funerary rituals in mainland Greece, and what could it mean in terms of the mediation and the affirmation of power. So we will wonder if the mirrors were an objectification of charisma, source of charismatic power and authority in their own right, which might in turn imbue the people who wield them with their power and become focal points in the creation of personal and institutional identity and authority. And in my view, a better understanding of the role of the mirror in early Mycenaean power settings, their persons, can be paradoxically found in an object that has been incorrectly interpreted as a mirror in the shaft graves at Mycenae. That is the ivory object from the tomb 5, from the grave circle I at Mycenae, you can see here on the left on the slide. So that object has been discovered with the golden mask that you can see in the center, interpreted by Heinrich Schliemann as the one of Agamemnon. And there is a common opinion that it is the oldest mirrors in Greece. However, following my observation of the mirror typology and decoration through the Late Bronze Age, this object does not correspond to what a mirror handled looked like in that period. So either in Aegean or even in the wide Mediterranean area. And then it would actually be an apex for the Late Bronze Age, which would be surprising. And the fragmentation of the objects is already problematic. So we have a portion of 2 ivory plates joined together by a rivet. So here I've retraced it in pink, in which a bronze foil is preserved. And this is, I think, what led the first archaeologist who studied this object, so it was George Cairo, to propose this identification. And this hypothesis has been accepted without any contestation until now. 2 restitutions have been proposed that suggest 2 confronted lions, but in different postures, as you can see here on top of the original restitution published in the publication of George Cairo. And subsequently, there has been another proposition of restitution by Ekaterini Patriana-Kuliaki. So it would be one lion coaching a lion. So it could be like, if the 2 plaques were identical, it could be 2 lions on one plank and on the other. But after having observed the piece, I agree with the precedent restitutions in that they were indeed 2 lions, but considering the importance of the double, the opposite, the confronted characters or animals in Mycenaean arts, they were actually interlocked, those lions, like the ivory pommel from the same tomb. And if we consider that the ivory plates were similar, it could be also the same agency of the 4 lions, so running clockwise. So that is my new proposition of restitution. And I have also a new proposition of function. So whatever was the actual former appearance of this piece, what is interesting is that the closest parallel I have found for this subject comes from the settlement of Akrotiri, and that is the modern Santorini, well-known settlement, Bronze Age settlement, from one of the colorful frescoes that have run on the wall of the stairwell of Xeste 4, excavated by Spiridon Marinatos in 1974, and recently published by Christos Boulotis in 2005. Xeste 4 is a 3-story building. It's the largest one until now from the settlement, and that was probably a public edifice. The frescoes are dated to the late Cycladic I period, a phase that corresponds to the late Helladic I. So the two productions, that is of perhaps the standard and of the fresco, might be contemporaneous. I'm sorry. And it is the iconographic program of the building depicting, so the iconographic program of the building depicts virtually life-size male figures ascending the steps in procession. And it is particularly the arrangement of an architectural basis on one side and two confronted animals on the other side. So in Sira, there are bulls, and on the fragments of Mycenae, it is lions, that make the two materials look similar. The presence of a rosette that you can see here between the two double axes would explain the presence of metal sheets between the two ivory plaques on the object preserved from the shaft graves from Mycenae. And actually, it would not be the only one object from the grave 5 that may have been inspired by a Terran fresco, as shown by the dog hunting scene by a cheetah-like animal by a riverside on a dagger with inlet decoration that is comparable to the miniature frieze on the east wall of the room 5 of the West House in Akrotiri. Another part of the frieze of Xeste 4, so the room that may have inspired the ivory object from Mycenae, shows also a representation of boars' tusks that are frequent in the Mycenaean material culture. So that is to say that Mycenaean artifacts have been found at Akrotiri and vice versa. And then the motif of the standard may then have been transmitted by the same routes. The ivory fragments, that is probably that of a standard, would be another evidence of trade and cultural exchange between the Cycladic islands and the Mycenaeans on the mainland. That is to say, if the ivory fragment is actually an attestation of the standard depicted on the Terran fresco, one may wonder what has been actually transmitted by the Cycladic islands, or probably from Crete, where the references to the sun and other stellar's body are frequent. And I made an interesting comparison because before the first attestation in Crete of mirrors, is also documented an object that has been found in a ritual context, that is a rock crystal disc found in the temple tomb Iknosos, that is a monumental edifice combining a grave and a sanctuary excavated by Arthur Evans. And the artifacts in that building show a deification of the ruler according to Nano Marinatos in Minoan kingship and the solar goddess. The object in question is a rock crystal disc that you can see here at the bottom on display at the Heracleon Museum, with about 20 petals and a silver foil like stuck on the back, acting like an actual mirror, like ours, with a transparent glass and an aluminium reflective foil. Plus, the rosette is a widely spread motif that is a visual metaphor for heavenly rayed bodies, signifying either a star or the sun, and was widespread through the Mediterranean area from Egypt, Syro-Palestine, and to the Aegean. I wonder then if those proto-reflective devices may have preceded the actual mirrors that we find on the subsequent periods, that is from the late Helladic 1b and 2 periods. An argument for this is that the rosette is the theme that will appear on the handles preserved on the actual mirrors. As you can see, several examples here from Kutsi and Pylos that may attest a continuity of the solar cult exerted in the precedent periods in Minoan Crete with the rock disc crystal in Mycenae, with the standard, and in Tira. The Anders in the late Helladic II show a remarkably homogeneous typology and are of that round type, so the plaque is round, with rosettes, and that is for, so that shared typology is the same for the Peloponnese and Crete. So we have a kind of tradition widespread through the Aegean area. And unfortunately, no mirror has been found in the Cycladic islands so far, and to my knowledge. So when it appeared, mirrors are firstly deposited with a small elites buried with weapons, and perhaps the mirror here was to signify a glorification of the deceased, a deification of its rulership and its sacredness through its, in quotes, sonification. We only have one representation of a mirror in motion, if I might say, that is from a golden ring found recently in a Griffin warrior tomb that show a character in position of power on his throne, displaying a mirror in demonstration of power. So in conclusion, the fragment from the fifth grave of the grave circle A bears a stylistic resemblance with a Theran frieze that may attest a cultural relationship with the Cycladic islands and perhaps Minoan Crete. We suppose that that frieze was related to governing authority of the city, and it is reasonable at this stage to speculate that the standard of Mycenae, considering its context in a very wealthy tomb, had actually the same meaning. Several features put together, such as the color aspect of the mirror that we suppose to be goldenish linked to the bronze, the large amount of gold in the tomb, and in the following period, the rosette as the main topic on mirror handles, suggests that the appearance of mirror is probably the objectification of a solar cult dedicated to the deceased, at least in the shaft graves in the Minoan society. Thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you very much for this exciting presentation and showing us again that it's worth looking at new objects not really well studied before. So we move to the next presentation. I'll ask you to stop sharing the screen.
Yeah.
Which is the next presentation, which is the last in our session before lunch. And it will be by Piotr Zeman from Adam Mickiewicz University in Poznań. Okay, you ready there? I can see. So just to give a brief introduction, he graduated from Adam Mickiewicz University in Poznań in 2016 with a master's degree in archaeology, specializing in classical archaeology and the protection of cultural heritage. The same year, he began PhD studies at the same university, preparing a dissertation under the supervision of Professor Janusz Czebreszuk. Currently, he is focused on finalizing research for his dissertation, working as a principal investigator in the project Around the Palaces, contextual and comparative study of the Mycenaean lower towns, sponsored by a grant from the National Science Center, Poland. And I hope you won't mind, Piotr, to mention that you just completed the PhD. It's been, it's ready as of today. So I hope you're still alive, and you will, and he will. You are good, and he will. So Piotr will present a paper entitled "House of the Rising Class: Contextual Restudy of the Architectural Form and Socioeconomic Status of the Panagia Houses at Mycenae." Please.
Okay. Hello, everybody. Can you hear me? Is everything working?
Yes, it's all fine.
Okay, great. So as Bartek has already told you, I literally submitted the thesis today. So that's what I focused on for the last couple of years, obviously, but last week super intensively. So forgive me if this presentation is not as detailed and as well prepared as I would wished for, and this is also the reason why I couldn't meet you in Warsaw, which I obviously regret. Would be great to visit the city, but anyway, thank you to the organizers for fitting me into the program, and let's begin. So my presentation is a small part, but very interesting part of my dissertation, in which I reanalyzed three main palatial centers of the late Bronze Age Peloponnese. Those are Pylos, Tiryns, and Mycenae. And within this reanalysis, I cataloged and restudied every single building of each of those sites. And one of those buildings, one of the complexes that I studied was the Panagia houses at Mycenae. The complex is located around 400 meters to southwest from the citadel, and I guess most of you would have to see it during your visit to the site, as it's very close to the treasury of Atreus, although it's not really impressive in how it looks on the site. You have a small picture here at the bottom, and so you have some basic info here on the slide with the three-phasal occupational sequence and the size that is also not so much not so impressive, but also it's not a minor building. And what's worth mentioning is that despite the fact that since the excavations of the site in the 60s, the Panagia houses were interpreted as the ordinary houses of let's say poor people of Mycenae. The finds, some of which you can see on the slide, are actually I would say I think we can even say strongly against it, because we have not only few metal tools and metal ornaments found in the complex, but also seal impressions of clay impressions of seal stones. So this is particularly telling that we do not have such ordinary people here. So that is something to remember in the later part of the presentation. And now Yiouni Melonas Shir, who excavated the buildings under her father, Yorgos Melonas, initially divided the complex into three houses: House 1, House 2, and House 3. Each of them was supposed to be a completely separate unit, an ordinary house of a single family centered around a megaron type layout. Let's put it that way. So to enforce this vision, let's call it, this reconstruction onto the archaeological record, she needed to actually create things that were not there in the material record, while let's say forgetting about the others. And then here in the red circles, you have all the troubles of her reconstruction. House 1 is a simple one that was, I think, well reconstructed. But in House 2, you have not only an external staircase that was added to the building, but also all the other points except for the staircase that you see on the picture. The red circles are places where she envisioned doorways that were not really there, or in case of the top left corner, the doors were actually there leading to House 3, but she filled them with a wall. And then in House 3, what you see here on the picture is actually not the preserved ground floor or basement level, but the upper floor that she envisioned to be above those remains, which was supposed to be another Megaron unit. And I think I don't have to say, but I will, that this is entirely imaginary, including the staircase and the hearth that are both marked here on the picture. But so I know this sounds like a strong critique, but before I move further, I have to say that the restudy of the complex was possible only due to excellent quality of Milona's sheer publication. Despite that, I disagree, like others before me, with her interpretations. I think she did a great job in publishing the site and provided all the information that is needed to understand it better. So after the thorough restudy of walls and all the other elements, architectural elements, and most importantly, stratigraphy of the complex, I came up with the reconstruction that proposes that the Panagia houses were actually a single complex developed around what was originally interpreted as House 1 to form a larger entity that was probably a single family, extended single family household. And if it served more functions than just residential, we will go back to that later. But regarding the architectural function, architectural form, I think what's worth to say is that the movement around complex was clearly organized through rooftops, and if you envision that and see how the staircases in the complex were organized, you can understand how those buildings could work together as a single complex, and why you don't actually have to see them as completely separate units, despite the fact that we lacked doorways in certain places where maybe we would like to see them. But here you can see how I reconstructed the main path going through the roofs between House 1 and House 2. And in general, I believe that the main movement pattern around the complex was focused on rooftops. So during this first phase, another important thing is that this area in the center of what was originally interpreted as House 2 was an open-air courtyard, probably a working area, and there's no evidence that at this point it was roofed, and this strongly influences how we see the complex, because first of all, House 2 cannot really be an independent unit if you see this space as an open-air courtyard. But secondly, you can also see some functional specialization here, with House 1 focused on probably domestic residential areas, and House 2 and 3. Houses 2 and 3 being more of a working and storage spaces with a special function of the open air courtyard being the working area, the designated working area, I would say. So the complex was then and then here was another entrance going from the north going to the complex from the north. Okay, so the complex was probably completely or severely demolished in the middle of LH3B during the earthquake, which affected the site, and it left the earthquake left the female victim in the collapsed doorway of House 1, which was never rebuilt again. However, the rest of the complex was rebuilt, and most of the walls were raised again, although the plan has clearly changed, and House 1 was abandoned, and what was formerly an open-air courtyard became now a roofed main room of the complex, and we can see this through like three main points of evidence can be raised here. First of all, there's this piece of wall covering the drain that was added to that was added to this area only during this phase, which shows that probably only then the area stopped to be open. And then we have two columns added on both sides of the hearth in the center of this space, and columns were probably designed to support a roof. And then the third, last but not least, the third point is that for the first time a floor was actually laid in the area. So before that, there's no proof that there was that the space had an actual hard floor, not just earth. So and it's worth noting that the finds which I mentioned on the first slide, they are associated with this phase. So even though we can clearly see that the complex lost some of its formal appearance and probably also some of its material status, let's say, of the inhabitants, still it was not, still it preserved some significance regarding the material status of the inhabitants, as you could see through the finds that I showed before. And then the complex is burned at the end of LH3B, probably together with the rest of the site. And then during the post-palatial period, we have some scarce reoccupation in a few of the rooms. And this space was basically almost neglected by Milonas shear. But if you follow the phasing of the floors in the complex, you can actually see that the reoccupation was scarce, but clearly visible in the material record. And probably we have now two independent units. So only during this phase, the single complex that functioned here before is probably decomposed into more independent and truly ordinary poor, let's say, post-palatial houses. So this is how the architecture changed. Yeah, here I prepared the. But what's the broader context? And here I show the maps prepared by Kalliopi Evklidou from the Aristotelian University of Thessaloniki. She did a nice close-up of the center of the site here. And in her work, she proposed that actually she proposed the opposite extreme to what Milonas shear proposed. So she believed that Panagia houses were part of the elite urban district that functioned in the center of Mycenae, and that it can be closely compared to the ivory houses or the West House group. So the truly elite, huge, multifunctional complex that was functioning during this period. In the very center of the site, basically in front of the citadel. And although I agree with her that the complex formed a single entity that functioned together and that the functions in certain parts of the I think that it's, as I said, it's another extremum to suggest that it was an elite complex. And here is the. Can you hear me? Is it working? I'm sorry. I see the message that my internet connection is not.
Yeah, we lost like half of your sentence. I think the last one.
Okay. Not that bad then. So maybe back to what I was saying, that that this is another extremum to propose that it was an elite complex comparable to ivory houses, but there is space between those two proposals, and this is what I think. This is where I think we should be heading with Panagia houses and also other buildings around Mycenae, like the workshop or the house of the tripod's tomb in the museum area, or even the Plakes house further north. So there are other buildings at the site which are comparable to Plaque's house, which we have sometimes hard times in telling if they're elite or non-elite. And this shows that this fact that the building is the complex is not unique shows us that this is we do not have to go into extreme interpretations and maybe focus on both the let's say mediocre architectural form and important finds, but also see it in a wider context of being certainly not comparable to what are the true elite huge complexes of Mycenae of the time. And why I'm saying it's not comparable is not only because of much less monumental form, but also simple statistical comparison, like comparison of size or number of finds, both prestigious and non-prestigious finds. It's simply the sites are truly incomparable. I mean Westhouse Group and the Panagia houses. So I would like to propose that Panagia houses was functioned as a single family extended household, which served extended not only residential functions of storage and probably also having some working area for processing of some materials, although those economic functions were not necessarily, or at least not all the time, they were exceeding the needs of this family. In the Bronze Age society, we can clearly see how we can assume that every extended household served some economic functions and let's say attempted to be self-productive, let's say. So this is what I would like to propose here. And the change that you can see from period to period, I think it's also very telling, because when in LH3B2, when all the huge, mainly the ivory houses are burned, but also other elite multifunctional complexes are gone, Panagia houses are rebuilt and probably do not lose that much of those multifunctionality, which again shows that they are a different case, do not belonging to those probably palatial establishments of elite character. Okay, I'm sorry if I wasn't clear on everything. As you can tell, I'm a bit tired after finishing the thesis, but I hope it was clear enough. And if you have questions or needs clearance, I'm obviously open to discussion. And thank you very much for your attention.
I think it was clear enough. Thank you, Piotr, for sharing part of your PhD research. And we can now move to the discussion. If the organizers, yes, I mean, we have 6 minutes of the planned time, but I guess we can steal some of the lunch break. So we had 4 interesting papers full of new ideas, new approaches. So I'm sure there will be questions, and we'll start in a sequence of presentations, I suggest. So Kasia, if you can come up to the podium to take questions. And obviously, whoever would like to ask a question on Zoom, please, I don't know, raise a hand, write on chat, show your face.
What do you think? Where the gold from Kos come from?
What's the beginning of the question?
Where the gold from Kos, the golden artifacts from Kos come from?
Okay, this is a really difficult question. I know you're interested with this gold aspect in Aegean. Basically, we don't have any detailed studies about the string of the gold coming to Kos. I think we should look for the mainland. That was the source, but what was the source for the mainland in terms of some of the embossed, for example, pieces that were part of the garment, the burial garment for the deceased? What was the source for this mainland gold? I cannot, to be honest, tell. In terms of those gold that is coming from for the siltstones, so the one for the Cyprus, basically, I think we should look for the eastern connections here for the source of the gold. I know you're referring to the northern Aegean, but to be honest, I cannot say anything about this string for the northern Aegean gold coming here to Kos.
And it seems that Salvatore wants to add to your answer.
No, can you hear me?
Yeah.
I don't have a more in-depth reply to the question. A specific reply to the question. I agree with what Kasia says in terms of speculation, but we did not do any sourcing. Route from the north is also possible because there's a string and a network of exchanges that work in between the northeastern Aegean and then connect to the Saskar string from Samos down, and so materials can go around. But actually, I'd like to, if there are experts on golds and gold objects, I'd like to. Since conferences are also a room for debate and to learn things and to discuss with colleagues, I'm puzzled by the. I've always been puzzled by the date of manufactures of this item, the embossed items with Argonauts, because obviously the context is from late 3B to 3C, middle to late, but the style reminds me of early Mycenaean, even Shopgrave period products. So, and it's hard to think that this stuff had been around for so long. So I wonder if anybody had any idea about this type of decoration with the Argonaut motifs and this type of manufacture on very, very thin gold sheets, and if they were willing to share any ideas with us about having artifacts like this so late into the late palatial or even post-palatial period.
Okay, thank you very much. I would like to ask you a question about this cornelian seal. I was very much excited about the material and everything. And okay, I'm Agata Ulanowska for those who are online. So my contact with seals is, let's leave it like it is through what it was impressed under the clay, which was still impressed. So, I mean, I'm by no way, I'm not a seal specialist, but my question was, if there are like some other finds which may be dated to the earlier period, have you considered that this seal is very much alike the Cretan talismanic style?
Yes, so we consider this. Actually, that was our primary thought about this seal. Actually, it resembles very much the way how they do the fish bones, for example. There is one piece from Nihoria Tolostumb that you have two fish. So one is going this way, the other this way. So the way how they do the fish bones, the crescent is very similar. But then we consult this material with the specialists about the Near Eastern archaeology, and they were clear about the altar. And to be honest, when I was digging more, it's actually looking like an altar. There's this part that looks kind of fish bone, but it's Yeah, it's not finished. It's actually not going to the fish, to the design of the fish as it's going for the Mainan seal stones. Usually those with the fishes on both sides, they have something in the central part of the seal. Usually, not always, but usually. But still, the part that the fish is not finished, it's not going all the way down to the height of the fish. This is the puzzling thing, first of all. And the second, it's what the specialists from the Near East archaeology, they told us at the first glimpse that this is the altar, the Near Eastern altar.
Yeah, and it was a great surprise for us because the objects were actually, this and the other seal from Tomb 42 were actually illustrated by Morricone and described, but we discovered during study that they had this engraving and additional engraved lines in the case of 42, and it was like discovering something new about these seals that was particularly interesting, and I think that further study will be very important in this case.
Yes, definitely.
Just very quickly, because I know that we are running into lunch quite soon, but first of all, Cassia, can you go closer to the mic when you are speaking?
Yes, of course.
Feedback. About the heirloom question, I mean, the most extreme example is possibly this silver stag Rhiton, which, if it is really based on an early Bronze Age Anatolian type, we're looking at 1,000 years.
Yes.
So a few hundred years in comparison for a seal stone to be, kept and passed down, particularly if it's being used as a jewelry piece, I think is perfectly reasonable. And we have the examples from, say, the Vapio Tholos, where there clearly is a disjuncture of at least a couple of centuries. I don't know whether you've done any use-wear analysis on these objects to see if they've been, worn or anything like that. Perhaps that's a route to kind of answer some of these questions.
Not yet. For some of them, yes, but not for all of them. So this is also the part of the studies that still needs to be followed. Okay.
Are there any more questions? Audience, I don't see anybody on the chat. So thank you. Thank you, Salvatore, as well. And we can move to the next paper by Samantha Mills. And I'm inviting questions. Yeah, Piotr, please.
I have maybe you said it and I missed it. I'm not sure. But you mentioned a single Tholos tomb from Northern Corinthia from the site that I will not try to pronounce, although I noted the name. But I couldn't. I didn't catch the dating of the date of the tomb. Particularly, I mean, I assume it's probably constructed in RH2, but what's the abandonment date? Is there any particular one given in the literature?
Yeah, good question. I did actually forget to include that in my presentation. That's why we don't write transcripts when you've got a flu. I believe the construction date was, well, the period in which it began to be used was about late Hellenic 2B, and its end date was 3B1 sort of period. So it starts to align with some of the settlements that start declining. They have a short period of abandonment and then they come back in the early late Hellenic 3C, particularly ancient Corinth, where a lot of the attention is focused for hundreds of years after that point. But occupation seems to be more stable around Kiliotumulus or Milos Kiliotou. I've seen it written about 3 different ways. So I'm still writing the thesis, but that is about the date that it has. The other chamber tombs that we get, most of them have an end date of about late Hellenic 3B2. So I'm not sure if it's a shifting of of power and authority, or if it's just what is preserved, because again, like this Solis tomb was very heavily looted. So it's interesting that even though it was heavily looted, we still find some really impressive things like the seal stones and some, I think there was a bronze dagger and some of the things that were found in there as well. So this is the problem with the Corinthia. A lot of the mortuary evidence that we do have often been quite heavily robbed. So when we do find interesting things like this, it still points towards the fact that we need to go back and re-examine a lot of these sites and a lot of these cemetery contexts as well. Does that sort of answer your question in a very long-winded way?
Yeah. Can I follow up with?
Yeah, certainly.
Now that I know what's the abandonment date, my other question is that if you thought about this date, the abandonment date of the single Solis tomb in the entire region to be the moment of the annexation. I mean, I know I'm simplifying here, but an annexation date by Mycenae. I mean, it's not a, it's the idea put by a number of people that this can show us the moments when the certain centers lose their independence. And I have to say that I'm not an expert in Corinthia at all, but for Argolid, I think it's would be a particularly late abandonment date for a non-palatial center. I mean, for a Solis tomb in a non-palatial center. So just I promise it's the last one, but have you thought about it?
Yes, I have to an extent. This is still very much being formulated, and I sort of only have just become an expert in the Corinthia in the last 5 months as well. But what got me when researching the Argolid and the idea that the Corinthia was part of the Argolid was that the argument that Cherry and Davis like to use is that a lot of the Solis tombs seem to go out of use by the time Late Helladic 3 sort of enters into the field. But that is true for a lot of the Argolid, but the fact that you then get a Solis tomb popping up in North Corinthia when everything else seems to go out of use in the Argolid, except for chamber tombs, to me, it kind of looks like it might be some emerging power that's going on there. I'm not really sure. I'm not convinced that Mycenae extended that far north into the Corinthia. I think also when you look at the shared masonry techniques, particularly between that eastern string at Isthmia and Perticaria, you have those two sites that have very, very similar fortification walls that are dated to late Helladic 3B2, maybe even into 3C early by Loder. So at that point, you have Mycenae. It's not really, I don't want to say it's collapsed, but it's not as powerful as it was. So why do you then have these fortification walls popping up at that same time? It's a really tough question, but the whole question of whether there was centralized power in the Corinthia is really difficult task. And we just don't have the settlement remains to help substantiate that as well, which is why it's really tricky. Yeah.
I would love to follow up on 3B2 Mycenae, but I'll give the floor to the others. I may write you an email though.
Yeah, absolutely.
Thank you for your answer.
Thank you for your questions.
Okay, we have another question which I see is closely related. I think you can see it, but I read it aloud. It's from Sophie Kushman. Thanks so much for your interesting presentation. My question is, without necessarily assuming a direct correlation between different types of tombs and hierarchical social status, how does the existence of a so far single Solis tomb fit into your heterarchical social model for the Northern Corinthia?
Yeah, that's a really good question. It's a toughie. So to my mind, I think because it is quite a late formation of power, we can still say that we might have a authoritative family coming through. But because we don't have the usual architecture that we assume to be connected to palatial centers, we might not necessarily have a palatially organized area, but we do have some sort of authority. You have the big chamber tomb cemetery at Paraskevi, you have the big one at Cato Almiri, at Athikia. So you have this scattering of mortuary evidence, and there's probably a lot more to be found. So, you know, and the fact that this solis tomb was only found in 2007 because they were building a highway, so it was pretty much completely accidental. So it makes me wonder if there is something else to be found in the Corinthia. But based on current evidence, I would say that the Tholos tomb is pretty much an indicator that there is something more complex going on. I don't want to say palatial authority, first of all, because it contradicts what I'm saying, but also because there's just not enough evidence from settlement archaeology from the other settlements in the Corinthia region to even make a statement clearly as to whether or not it's palatial or non-palatial. So I think you can still make a connection to the heterarchy and say, okay, well, we might have a site that was higher up in terms of resources, in terms of position, but does that necessitate does that mean that we have pure palatial control over these areas, or do we just have a larger central node in this complicated network of settlements in the Corinthia? I hope that answers your question, but that is my line of thinking at the moment.
Okay, thank you. We have one question from the audience. Joseph Maran, please.
Yeah, thank you very much for your thought-provoking lecture. I have two comments. The first concerns your conclusion of an hierarchical model for the Corinthia, which is indeed a possibility. But I wanted to ask you, which criteria do you expect to infer political control? I ask this because it seems to me that we would never have inferred a control of the Kalamata region by Pylos or the southern Euboea by Thebes merely on the basis of archaeological sources. The second question, it really intrigued me that you seem to be hinting that Kalamianos was the major harbor of Mycenae. I say this because Kalamianos in relation to Nafplion or Tiryns is really difficult to reach from Mycenae. And secondly, in Tiryns, in the palatial period, it's full of imports from the Near East. It's the site with the highest number of Near Eastern imports. So it's impossible that Tiryns was not a major harbor. And I don't say this for reasons that is my excavation, it's simply there. It would be lovely if Kalamianos would finally be excavated. But unless this hasn't happened, it's really difficult to make conclusions on that site.
Yes, thank you for your questions, Professor. I had a feeling you'd be asking exactly that question, actually. There is a very recent chapter by Daniel Pullen, I think possibly in a book that you also left a chapter for as well, something about political networks. And you have to excuse my flu brain this weekend, but Pullen actually makes an interesting case that perhaps Tiryns was certainly was a hub. It's really difficult to deny that. But in terms of whether or not it was, I don't know if I want to say allied with Mycenae or under the control of Mycenae. That's been something that's been floating around for a while. But to my mind, you have these really important centers in the Argolid that are competing with each other. They're all very close to each other. They've all got lots of fortification walls that are presenting display of power, of authority in different areas of the Argolid. You have Mycenae that starts reaching into the southwest Corinthia, making ties with Sungiza, and then you start having it reach out to the east with Kalamianos. There has been a least cost path analysis done by, I think it's Neward, Levine, and someone else in 2014 who looked at tracing how maritime to land trade routes could have occurred from Aegina directly to Kalamianos and then to Mycenae that way. That was a really interesting study that sort of tried to map the pathways. And it did make the point that Kalamianos could have actually been a really good intermediary between Aegina and between Mycenae. So I'm happy to pass off that reference to you. Of course, a lot of my ideas are still very much developing. In terms of the criteria of assessing political control, of course, we do have the linear B tablets, and that is a major cause, and that is not the only thing that we ascribe to political control. Basically, what I'm trying to do is just say, okay, we do have probable concern for trying to figure out the extent of Mycenae's territory. But the way I'm seeing it is that we have these very old lenses that are still relying on the Homeric catalogue of ships. So we have this constant reference to Mycenae having dominion of parts of the Corinthia. It goes into Cleonae, which I don't really disagree with, but when it starts reaching further into Corinthia, the evidence is shaky for either side, to my mind. So what I'm trying to say is, okay, well, let's focus on what we can see in the Corinthia itself before we start making assumptions as to whether or not it was part of Mycenae's territory or not. Does that sort of answer your questions? I hope so, yeah.
Okay, I think we can thank you for the discussion. Thank you, Samantha. I think we can move to the next paper by Laura Alvarez. Yes? Okay, so I've been advised there's time for one question. So either from the audience or Zoom. If there are no questions, I take the opportunity to ask you, so what are the earliest mirrors on the mainland and how do they compare to those in Crete? Because, you know, you showed them up, but this wasn't really clear to me, you know, what is the exact chronology there?
The earliest mirror in Crete, if I understand
On
well.
the mainland and in Crete, and how does it compare?
So the earliest mirror in the mainland Greece are dated to the late Helladic 1B or 2, and they are from Pylos. So we don't have actually mirrors, actual mirrors in Mycenae, in Argolid, for that period. And in Crete, they are dated to the Neopalatial period. So Lake Milan 1A. And there are close links for the earliest mirrors between Chania and Pylos, and also Knossos from Crete. So the earliest mirrors come from Crete, from the palaces, the elite households, and then we have a kind of contextual shifts. They appear first in mainland Greece, in Pylos, and then they appear in Crete. And we have a kind of tradition through the Aegean area. They are deposited in warrior, the so-called warrior tombs. So they are associated with swords, daggers, and weaponry.
Okay, thank you very much. So we move to the last one, to the presentation by Piotr Zeman. Are there any questions? I don't see any, so I think you can rest now while we, oh, there is a question, so not yet.
Oh. Okay.
Sorry, Piotr. Yeah, guess who it is. What I
Oh,
wanted
yeah.
to ask you about, actually, because I agree with a huge amount of what you said. So what I wanted to ask you about is something tangential instead, and that's about this person who was left in the rubble. And obviously we have a couple of examples from elsewhere at Mycenae where that happened, and it seemed to be perhaps related to the social status of the person involved and the fact that it was exceedingly difficult to dig down far enough in order to get those particular people out of Polakis' house. And I was wondering whether you could comment a little bit with your restudy of the stratigraphy, whether you can say a little bit more about why you think this particular person may have been left.
Yeah, sure. So, you know, regarding the restudy of the stratigraphy in this particular case, the basic proof is that the erosion at this particular site really took a lot from us, and we can't really tell. Like there is no way to tell if in this case it was also difficult to get to her, because at Polakis I agree that it's a good point. Like it's a good counter to, you know, somebody can say they were left there because they were of low social status and nobody cared to dig the ruins to give them a proper burial. But the counter to this is that it was simply impossible or almost impossible to get to them, and you know, utilitarian reasons prevailed. But in case of Panagia houses, although it is very tempting to say that it was not super hard, we have to realize that the how much the stratigraphy was, eroded. So in this case, the truth is that we don't know. Although, I think we can say that, like in all the cases of those skeletons left in the ruins of buildings collapsed in the earthquake, I think it's particularly interesting that none of them had anything on them. And I'm not saying about any particular grave goods, but any object found in them that would suggest that they were carrying ornaments or really any objects of value with them at the time of their death, which is again tempting to suggest that this again points that those people were of low social status. And we discussed this, I think, already, and so that I pushed a little bit towards that interpretation in my original research, and I also initially wrote it in my dissertation, suggesting that this is the case, that, for example, this woman from Panagia houses was probably a servant or a slave to the family which inhabited the main unit of the complex. But but now in the final version that was submitted today, I have to say I weakened it a little bit, nuanced, adding those doubts that I also mentioned here, because to be honest, I'm not so sure anymore.
Okay, thanks.
Okay, I think this concludes our pre-lunch sessions. So thank you very much to all the speakers, first of all, and one more round of applause, I think.
So Józef Maran is a researcher with a wide horizon of interests covering prehistory and the history of Europe, Near East, and first of all, of Greece, especially mainland and the Cyclades. His numerous publications contain interesting, often novel methodological aspects that enable an in-depth reconstruction of ancient societies, especially phenomena such as the formation of the system of power, the ways in which it functioned, and the transformation of societies in times of crisis, etc. One of very important threads in his research is critique of the construct of archaeological cultures and abuse of this terminology. He has been primarily associated with Heidelberg University, where he is full-time professor of prehistory and early history in the Institute for Prehistory. He was once the Dean of Faculty of Oriental and Ancient Studies. During his academic career, he worked also for the universities of Bonn and Marburg, and on a very early stage of his career for the Antiquity Service of the state of Hessen in Wiesbaden. Of course, for all of us, the most important fact about Józef Maran is that he is the director of Tiryns excavations since 1994. Thanks to this function and the extremely important archaeological research with groundbreaking results carried out as part of this function, always culminating in an in-depth analysis against the broad background of European and Near Eastern civilizations, his impact on the development of Mycenaean archaeology and our knowledge of late Bronze Age and early Iron Age Greece is immense. But Józef Maran is also author of publications of material of finds from other important sites like Kiafathiti or Pevkakia Magula in the Middle Bronze Age. Of course, as such an outstanding scholar, Józef Maran is corresponding member of Austrian Academy of Sciences, foreign member of Academy of Athens, director or coordinator of clusters of excellence. He lectured in many very important institutions, academic institutions, just to name two: University of California in Berkeley or Albright Institute in Jerusalem. He's also a member of numerous advisory boards of periodicals like Die Antike Welt or Archäologische Anzeiger, Opuscula, etc. We could list for a very long time all of his activities and involvement in many, many bodies, important bodies all over the world. But I think it's time for.
Just add that Professor Maran was always super friendly with Polish students, and many of them went with these excavations in Tiryns, and this is like another thing to thank.
Sure, of course. Thank you very much. So, Joseph, the floor is yours. I will be here and help.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you, Kazimierz. This was an extremely friendly introduction that really makes me blush. It's been more than 20 years since we last met, and I've never been in Warsaw, and it's a very special occasion to be here. It's a beautiful city, and we are quite lucky also weather-wise, and the conference is wonderfully organized. And I wish to thank all the organizers on behalf of all the speakers for the warm hospitality and all the efforts they did in making this happen. Thank you so much. Now, let's hope that this works. Doesn't. Again. Post-palatial Tiryns and the long shadow of the palatial period. What I mean with the long shadow hopefully will become evident once the lecture is finished. Now, the Argolid, and we were referring to this in passing in the morning session, is the palatial region with the highest density of major sites. Mycenaean Tiryns, but also Medea and also Argos are sites that are in all likelihood, that were in all likelihood major Mycenaean centers. And of course, there are many different opinions on how the political organization in the northeastern Peloponnese was structured during the palatial period. I think there are very good reasons, and I cannot expand on this. There are very good reasons to think that Mycenae in the palatial period was the center in the northeastern Peloponnese and beyond. I just want to mention factors such as the cult center, the unique topography of funerary structures, the size of the Acropolis. All this sets Mycenae clearly apart, strangely enough, from the beginning. Many of these features already make Mycenae already special in the beginning. While Tiryns was, in my opinion, the second palatial center and the one towards the outside world, because it was very closely situated at the shore. Now, Tiryns today is about 1.5 kilometers. The Acropolis of Tiryns is about 1.5 kilometers away from the shore, but as geoarchaeological investigations by Eberhard Zanger have shown, the coastline in the early Bronze Age came very close to the Acropolis, perhaps only 400 to 500 meters, but also in Mycenaean times it was considerably closer to the Acropolis, according to Zanger, at a distance of about 1 kilometer. So if we take into consideration that Tiryns also had an outer city, a lower town, the actual distance to the harbor must have been very, very close. And it's a work for future generations, I have to say, to locate and excavate the harbor. There's a vast area to the west of Tiryns, which has to be investigated through geomagnetical means, but it's very difficult to get the permission by the landowners to do such kind of research in the Argolid, because they're very much afraid that they might lose their property. So in future, someday, perhaps harbor installations will be actually found in the stretch between the Acropolis and the today's coast. Now, for those of you who are not so familiar with the site, it consists of three major parts. The upper citadel where the palace was built, in the 14th century, then the middle citadel, of which we do not really know what function it had, then the elongated lower citadel. As citadel, we designate those areas that are encircled by the Cyclopean fortification. And Schliemann's early excavations targeted, and I mean targeted, especially the upper citadel and the middle citadel, while he left for certain reasons, the lower citadel. And he didn't know anything about the lower town, of which we will hear much more in the second part of the lecture. I will start and zoom into roughly the last 50 years of palatial rule, roughly between 1250 and 1200 absolute chronology. And we see in Tiryns, also in Mycenae, but in this respect, Tiryns was leading in the last 5 decades the execution of an extremely ambitious large-scale work of architecture and engineering. And these works carried out in the last decades of the palace, of the palatial period, really changed the nature and the appearance of the site until today. I just want to mention the new palace that was built in the last decades of the palatial period, which was very carefully designed to allow certain movements towards the central building, the megaron, movements that, in my opinion, were meant to be carried out in processions. So I think that you can only understand the ground plan of the Palace of Tiryns, but also Mycenae, if you take processions into account. The innermost part of the palace was formed by the megaron, by the Great Megaron and the Great Court. And the ritual practices, the main ritual practices must have been organized along what I call the main cultic, main ritual axis. The main ritual axis that extended from the round altar, ceremonial altar in the main room, towards the round altar under free sky. And this runs exactly through the central axis of the Great Megaron. Here you see the round altar. The megaron itself was divided into 3 parts: the porch, the antechamber, and the throne room, with the throne on the right-hand side. In the last years, I think we were able to create a line of argument, to present a line of argument showing that the famous large procession of large-scale women that was found in the early 20th century, not in its original place, but on the western slope of the upper citadel, was originally placed in the frontal part of the megaron and moved together with the ritual participants towards the throne room. But these were by far not the only building measures carried out in these last decades of the palatial period. I just want to mention that the lower citadel for the first time got a Cyclopean fortification. Before that, it was only fortified with rubble stone fortification, while the upper and middle citadel already in the 14th century had a Cyclopean fortification. And in this fortification of the lower citadel, all kinds of fancy features of fortification architecture was built in a density also unprecedented in other sites. I just want to mention the many vaults in the so-called corbel, built in so-called corbel vault technique, such as the 2 entrances to the staircases leading to underground cisterns, which are situated here, the underground cisterns. At the same time, also the western staircase was built. Western staircase connecting the western part of the lower town relatively directly with the middle citadel and then onwards towards the upper citadel. Here you see a view of the staircase leading to the underground cisterns, and these underground cisterns are one of the indirect evidences that we have that in the last decades of the palatial period, there must have been uncertainty and turmoil. At least these underground cisterns, as has been realized for many decades, they only make sense if you take precautions in the case of sieges. And so doesn't mean that they actually underwent such sieges, were subject to such sieges, but they thought that it's necessary to secure an inner reservoir of water that they can use to withstand such long sieges. And here another, one of the two so-called galleries, also in corbel vault techniques, standing until today in a wonderful manner, which really make Tiryns special. But arguably the most ingenious, but also in a way megalomaniac measure carried out in the last decades of the Palatial period was the river diversion of Tiryns. Now, in the last, before 1250, around before 1250, so in the 13th century, 14th century, probably a river that came from the hinterland passed to the north of Tiryns. And in the second half of the 13th century, someone, probably the ruler, gave the order to redirect the stream. And he must have had, or she must have had a, perhaps, they must have had a staff of specialists of engineering and architects who were able to solve these problems. What they did is to look carefully in the hinterland where to start and where to build a dam with which the old riverbed was closed, but this was only the one part. Then they had to redirect the water through a new canal. And they found this particular position in the hinterland, in red here, where they built about 3.5 kilometers to the east of Tiryns, the famous dam of Tiryns that you see here in an aerial photography, with the old riverbed and the new riverbed. And this is the dam consisting of earth and stone that effectively closed this riverbed until today. And this is an example of the tremendous knowledge of engineers and architects of that time, that they were able to find solutions that hold until today. And they really found the position immediately after the confluence of behind the confluence of these 3 or 4 streams, smaller streams, and then to build the dam in a way that the water from the hinterland would not endanger the dam. So this is one of the reasons why it works, and this stream never touched Tiryns again. We know of the existence of flood deposits connected to the stream, this redirected stream, since 1976, when Klaus Kilian, one of my great predecessors in the excavations in Tiryns, undertook a rather small-scale excavation in the northwestern lower town of Tiryns, and he found a settlement, parts of a settlement of houses dating to the early 12th century, the early post-Palatial period, late Helladic 3C early. And below that, he found a sequence of, he uncovered a sequence of sediments. You see here the floors of the buildings of the early 12th century. And below that, he found, or Eberhard Zanger analyzed this sounding Kilian made. And Zanger found a sequence of stream deposits, alternating gravel and sand, and so on, reaching down to a depth of 2.80 meters. And below that, Zanger ascertained in green here a humid layer, humus layer, perhaps an A horizon, he speculated. And this was the time before the stream started to flood this area. And in this possible A horizon, he found this pottery, not very diagnostic, but specialists in pottery told Kilian this must be around 1300, late Helladic 3B1 or so, due to the existence of certain forms. Now, this fact of the stream deposits, these thick stream deposits, the existence of those gave rise to a number of very extreme interpretations, such as the one proposed by Eberhard Zanger in the early 1990s, that these sterile deposits of a thickness of up to 1.30 meters, that they were deposited in one big flooding or mudslide event. And he spoke of a real catastrophe that buried the entire palatial period lower town. And he argued that after that, the dam had to be built to spare the site, to spare Terence further such catastrophes. I always was skeptical, even before I took over the project, I was skeptical of this interpretation, which made it to the New York Times, as far as I remember. And I argued that the river diversion was not a reaction to a previous flooding catastrophe or a mudslide, but that it formed part of a final palatial master plan. A master plan that was carried out as a whole pack in the course of a whole package of measures in the final palatial period. My indication for such an interpretation was that in the final decades, one of the latest activities in the palatial period was that they opened a new north gate, where you could reach, where it was thought in future to reach the lower citadel directly from the northern lower town, and then onwards through passageways towards the upper citadel. And it seemed to me that this pointed to an upgrading of the northern lower town and the possibility that they had in mind to build in this northern lower town. So this was my alternative interpretation long before we started our recent excavations. Now, in speaking about the palatial versus the post-palatial period, we always have to bear in mind the long history of research on the relation, on thoughts about the relation between these two periods. Until the 1970s, it was thought by many that after the destruction of the palace, sites such as Mycenae and Terence were at least partially abandoned and were sinking in some sort of dark age. But since the late 1970s and 1980s, above all through the excavations of Klaus Kilian in Terence, gradually a new picture, a new image emerged, namely that after 1200, Terence at least underwent the most astonishing part of its long history, during which the site developed differently to other sites and in a way moved against the currents of history because it had such a different trajectory, took such a different trajectory in the immediate aftermath of the destruction of the palace. Now, on the basis of the excavations of Kilian, it seemed that the post-palatial resurgence started only in 3C middle. This impression was gained due to the fact that in the lower citadel, the first half of the 12th century was there didn't start any major building activities yet. Only at the transition of 3C early to 3C middle around 1150 in absolute dates, this began to happen. So it was thought that the first decades after the palace was palatial destruction, were decades of stagnation and abandonment. And the past 3 decades have emphasized the need to reverse this overly gloomy perspective of the first decades after the palatial destruction. And it seems now that the sequence of events in the lower citadel cannot be taken as indicative for the historical and social changes at the site as a whole. So it gave a wrong impression of the sequence of events and cannot be generalized. It cannot be generalized because the efforts to rebuild after the palatial destruction focused not so much in the very beginning of the 12th century on the lower citadel indeed, but it focused on the upper citadel and on the northern lower town, as we will see. And on the upper citadel, in the ruin of the great megaron, the width of which you see here, marked this new building, Building T, the famous Building T, which was thought to be a temple after the excavations of Schliemann and Dörpfeld, and through our excavations in 1998, was shown to be a final palatial megaron built inside the Great Megaron. Is a sign that of reclaiming the areas that were of the highest symbolic value in the palatial period. And this narrow megaron Building T was the only building rebuilt, and it was built among the ruins, the leveled ruins of a ruin mound of the former palace, a very symbolic image. Thanks to the analysis of the pottery uncovered in the excavations under the direction of Alkestis Papadimitriou around 1999 and 2000 on the western slope of the Upper Citadel. And this analysis of the pottery was undertaken by Eleftheria Kardamaki. It was shown, or it seems likely that the rebuilding of the building of Building T was carried out in the early 12th century already. And it had about this appearance, this in the meantime famous model we designed for an exhibition in the Karlsruhe Museum. Now, besides the Upper Citadel, the northern lower town is the area of the site in which these new building efforts of the early 12th century are most obvious. And we had the opportunity, in cooperation with Dr. Alkestis Papadimitriou, the director of the local antiquities service, to do a Greek-German excavation in between 2013 and 2018. And it focused on this particular area of the northwestern lower town. We wanted to focus on this area because there were the indications that in these areas in the early 12th century, there were new building initiatives carried out. And this was also the area most affected from the flooding events. So we also wanted to learn more about the background of the floodings and so on. And here you see the excavation towards the end of the excavation, and it's really remarkable how well preserved the houses of the early 12th century, of the 12th century in general, are situated below nowadays surface. Not the most beautiful position in Turin's with all these streets, but this we couldn't change. We were lucky, thanks to the generous founding of the German Research Council, German Research Foundation, to employ many wonderful workers and students who joined in excavating in the northwestern lower town. So the first thing we wanted to find out, or one of the questions we had, is where these flood deposits. So what we did is to make a new sounding, and to get a sequence of these flood deposits. And then we brought in specialists from the University of Kiel in Germany, geoarchaeologists who analyzed these flood deposits. Here you see the flood deposits. On top, about here, is the earliest floor of the palatial of the 3C settlement. And below that, like in Kilian's excavation, we had the sequence of flood deposits here. And below, you see this darkish sediment. This again is this A horizon, or at least a horizon with a humid component inside before flooding started. And the analysis of the sequence gave new sherd material from this layer. And Dr. Kardamaki also took a look at these sherds, and she found, this time we had the luck of finding decorated sherds. These are late Helladic 3A2, slightly earlier than 3B1, as Kilian thought. So this sediment dates into the final part of the second half of the 14th century BCE. Now, what the Kiel specialists also were able to show is that these about 1.20 meters or more, 1.30 meters of flood deposits, they can be subdivided and broken down into at least 100 discrete flooding events. So with an annual mean rate of deposition of 1 centimeter. So, and you see here this sequence of fine-grained lamelles. These are very typical for discrete flooding events. And so these sediments, they were not the result of one catastrophe, but had accumulated over a longer time, many decades and up to 100 years. In the first half of our excavations in 2013 to 2015, we ascertained a sequence of 2 building horizons dating to the first half of the post-palatial period, late Helladic 3C early and late Helladic 3C developed, but no evidence of palatial period activities. Fortunately, in the second seasons in 2017 and 18, we got evidence for final palatial activities. And these activities for the first time gave evidence for final palatial activities on top of the dried out flood deposits. So there was always the question if they redirected the stream. But did they do anything on top of these dried out flood deposits once the stream was gone? And we found, yes, they did something. One of the things they did, and this was also a result of the colleagues from Kiel, that the uppermost part of the sequence here, this was not a sediment. It was a sterile sediment, but it's not a sediment that was accumulated by the river. It's a sediment accumulated by human agency. So it's a sediment of about 20 to 30 centimeters of thickness, which was spread out over the entire area we excavated, at least, and which was then compacted. Compacting such sediments only makes sense when you want to do something on these surfaces. So this was the first indication that they really wanted to have plans of building on these grounds and therefore consolidated the underground. We did not find any palatial period walls, but we found one trench which from its width and from its orientation could very well be a foundation trench of the palatial period. This trench runs exactly parallel to the walls of the early 3C period. So all these walls are 3C, and the trench is below these walls. So it seems that they may have already started with preliminary building works, but they didn't finish this, probably because the whole project of redirecting the stream was one of the final projects of the palatial period, and then they didn't have the time to really finish the thing. So I think we have to. It doesn't work anymore. Yes, thank you. So in this foundation trench, we found also a lot of pottery, final palatial pottery of the late Helladic 3B2 period. Among them, many fragments of Canaanite jars. This is one of the reasons why there can be no question that Tiryns was a major harbor site. The number of fragments of Canaanite jars is really extraordinary in Tiryns alone in this, and we now know how they look. In previous excavators, not only in Tiryns but also in other sites, may have discarded many of these fragments because they don't look very nice. And if you don't know what it is, you won't find it. So in this construction trench, we found a lot of imported pottery besides Mycenaean decorated pottery and pottery from other sites. But what was another striking element of these final palatial activities was a series of features that we until then have never encountered in Tiryns, namely indications for very lightly built structures that must have been tents or sheds, but we found post holes. And you know that prehistorians love post holes, but we usually do not find them in our excavations. Here they were many of them. And post holes with either a stone slab serving as a support for such a post hole, or cut through such a wooden post
tiny wooden post with a tiny diameter. Here you see such posts, and they don't form a system. And we cannot reconstruct from the posts, especially because they may also belong to different phases of these light buildings, but they must belong to makeshift buildings. And the interesting thing is what they did in the inside and in the vicinity of these buildings. They worked ivory. And this is the most important ivory workshop uncovered in Terence. We found many fragments of unfinished, of rough outs of ivory production. And what they produced were inlays for furniture, for high-class furniture, for palatial consumption. And these pieces are really astonishing, like this one. Don't be, it looks like chocolate. It's not. Indeed, ivory, and this is elephant ivory, according to the analysis of Dr. Olga Krzyzkowska, it takes on this color. But these are workouts, these are rough outs in which you see the traces of how these artisans proceeded. Because you see all these, you see here a system of lines, and here are 2 lines, this is another line, here are a grid of lines. And with these grid of lines, they constructed exactly the places where they carved out mortises and other features to connect the different parts with wooden parts. This is most obvious in the case of a half column, the head of a half column, the rest of which consisted of wood. The backside has a grid of horizontal and vertical lines, and this was meant to construct in the center a rectangular dowel hole or mortise. On this side, on the basis, no, this is below. On this part, the central part was already carved out, but you see here the constructing lines. What makes this so astonishing is that this is applied geometry, and we usually do not get indications like that they proceeded so carefully and that they were indeed, that they were applying principles of geometry. Now, from the Near East, and I may be wrong, perhaps someone of you knows earlier examples, but I was in contact with Dominique Collin and others who are specialists in Near Eastern ivory, and they tell me that these pieces from Aslan Tash from the 9th century, 10th century, 9th century, of the Neo-Assyrian period, which also show these such construction lines for constructing the exact places for mortises, that these are post-late Bronze Age, and they do not yet know any examples earlier than that. Probably because you so rarely find unworked pieces of ivory in this frequency. And we can only suspect that the destruction of the palace around 1200 so suddenly set an end to the work of these artisans that they were not anymore able to collect and finish these pieces. We also found a figure of 8 shield of ivory with inlays in darkish material, which was also applied to wooden elements. So what we think is that in this particular place, specialists in ivory working and woodworking, which were perhaps the same people, worked together to construct these high-class furniture pieces and then bring them, because it was also an area very close to the harbor. Then they got the ivory and the wood from the outside, perhaps nice dark wood, and then bring it up to the citadel. These were the plans, but they were not fulfilled. And we even probably found close to these ivory pieces one of the implements used to carve out the surface of these pieces. These were in this area, not only artisans working with ivory were present, but in all likelihood also people working with producing precious metal jewelry. What we found is a mold, the form of a mold. Here you see this oval is the model for producing the bezel of a signet ring, of a golden signet ring. And these holes were meant also to apply the upper part of the mold. Here you see a reconstruction of how such a mold functions, with the lower part for the ring shield, and the upper part of the mold, composite mold, used for the ring itself. And these holes were meant to create a fusion of these two parts. Also a very important piece. Thank you, Kazimierz. So now the actual construction of the northern lower town started only after the destruction of the palace, and seems to have followed indeed some sort of final palatial master plan, because the very fact that the systematics they applied in building this settlement are really very, very special. You see here how densely the settlement of the early 12th century was newly erected on top of the stream deposits, or rather on top of these fills, compacted fill of the palatial period. At first sight, you don't understand the system because everything looks like it was built over, but the more you look, and we were able to discern courtyard areas and roofed areas. And this is the typical system that is also found in the lower citadel and in other parts of later like 3C Terrace, with houses surrounding courtyards in the center. So we were able to differentiate two building horizons. The first dates to late Helladic 3C early. And a very characteristic feature of the first building horizon is the reuse of palatial period spolia. So I show you two cases. This is the case of a reuse of an ashlar block of lime sandstone, which is typically found only in the upper citadel, in the area of the palace, but here with a mason's mark. And curiously, in the upper citadel, while we know many blocks of lime sandstone, ashlar, we don't know any with a mason's mark. Here it was, this spolia was used as a column base in one of the houses of the 3C early period. Then another reused ceramic, stone element was this one, used as a step in a house of the 3C early settlement in the northwestern lower town. And this stone material we knew, here you see it in place. It was sawn and polished on one side. And this is a very rare stone material that we know very, very well. It belongs to the slab, floor slab of the so-called bathroom inside the palace. So this reuse of spolia, they point to the obtaining and the curating of fragments originally from somewhere in the palace, and which shows that inhabitants, after the destruction of the palace, went around and looked for nice pieces and brought them to the settlement in the northern lower town. And this is, of course, reminiscent of the Terence treasure, for instance, in which palatial period jewelry was reused in some cases. So again, the wish to relate to the palatial period through material culture. We will return shortly to soon to the Terence treasure. Now, one of the highlights of the first late Helladic 3 early settlement is started in 2015. We found this particular shirt, and it looked like two warriors shaking hands. And now we said it's impossible, two warriors shaking hands. Why we thought these are warriors? Because you here see the pommels of one sword and the other one here, and that they shook hands. It's really striking. And then in 2017 and 2018, we found many fragments of this vessel. In the meantime, it's not, unfortunately, many pieces are missing. But we are able to differentiate 6 different scenes in this unique crater belonging to the very beginning of the 12th century. It's a very important piece that we will present soon in an article, which was found in a backyard, the fragments of which are well stratified in the sediments of the early 3C period. And it belongs to a period of which we did not know very much about Palatial period pictorial pottery. And yeah, these are indeed warriors shaking hands and spectators on top of architectural facades. So curiously, they used the usual checkerboard field of a crater. They used as a shorthand for architecture. Now we know one piece of pictorial base painting slightly later than our example from Calaposi and published by the Niemeyers, which also shows employment of such a checkerboard field as a shorthand for an architectural facade against which people are climbing up the staircases or whatever this is. But this is very unusual. Now, the first building horizon ended in a destruction extensive conflagration, which for us has the advantage that many pottery fragments and other things, items were found on the floors of some of the rooms and courtyards. Here you see the dark sediment of the destruction horizon, and here the finds in situ. Among the finds, this dates to the final part of the 3C early, about mid-12th century. There are many examples of handmade burnished ware, this curious pottery, handmade pottery with many affinities to Italian pottery groups of the 12th century and later 13th century, but also Mycenaean decorated pottery in high numbers. I just want to present some of the highlights. We found at this particular spot a vessel that was embedded in a clay platform. It was set inside a clay platform. And this vessel really struck us because we did not know of any comparisons and still do not know of any comparisons in pottery. It's a wheel-made vessel with originally 2 handles, but it has this curious fluted decoration and the whole, and also a very broad bottom. So we really struggled to find out what this is until we realized, or we think we have realized, that this is an emulation of a bronze cauldron of the so-called Kurt type. The Kurt type is a Urnfield period bronze vessel type that we do not yet know as a bronze vessel from Greece, but which is well known from Italy and from the Carpathian Basin from the 12th century, from the early 12th century onwards. And here is the closest examples that we were able to find, published this together with Philipp Stockhammer, comes from northern Italy. And these are one of the indications, many indications for the close links of the site of Tiryns to northern Italy, but also central and southern Italy. So we think that this is an emulation, a unique emulation in ceramic of an originally bronze vessel, which means that they must have known these bronze vessels, but that they are not preserved. After the first building horizon, the settlement was rebuilt, but on a slightly more loose kind of a plan. Not all the previous rooms, not all courtyards were rebuilt. A drainage channel was built. And there again are some highlights of material culture finds, especially this fragment of a crater. A crater this time not with a pictorial decoration, but a crater with a very unusual decoration of what, in my opinion, must be emulations of tripods, bronze tripods, as they are known from the Tiryns treasure. Cypriot bronze tripods. We see here these 3 legs. Arguably, it's a curious combination between the streamers of a maritime creature together with a bronze vessel. But these curious combinations are quite typical for the beginning of 3C middle. and it wouldn't be so strange that they combine a metal vessel with a maritime thing. So I think this is one of the indications that these bronze tripod stands, to be correct, that the Cypriot bronze tripod stands, that they were well known and used also by certain groups in the 3C terrains. In the final part of the lecture, I want to come to another astonishing find, namely the indications of feasting, of ritual feasting at the very end of the occupation in this particular area. In a courtyard of the second building horizon, we found a concentration of ovens, not kilns, ovens. So when we excavated, or immediately from the first centimeters we excavated, it showed that the whole area is red. And we first thought, the more we excavated here, that this must be an industrial area, that they produce pottery or metal or whatever. But it became evident that these structures and features do not really belong to anything related to artisanship, but that they are parts of small ovens. Here you see one, here's another oven, here's an oven, here's one. And in these ovens, close to these ovens, we found a concentration of such small vats. Vats can be, is a term for a vessel type that can be of different size. Many of them are quite big, but these are relatively small and would fit into these small, one of them could fit inside these ovens. So my idea is that these are ovens used for cooking. And inside one of the oven, we found a deposition of 5 calicas. And these calicas were not built, they were not fired inside this kiln because they rested on top of not on the floor of the kiln, but on a thin sediment. So they must have been deposited after the kiln went already, after the oven went already out of use. A deposition of drinking vessels, probably deposited by after a feast or something like that. This is the concentration of ovens that I was referring to. And at a short distance of these ovens, we found several pits with intentionally broken vessels. The most important of these vessels came out here. This was found, oops. Now I can go back. This was found here. You see already something very unusual, a head, rings, what is this? Here the drawing of these fragments. This is another highlight of our excavation, a vessel consisting of 3 interlinked rings, hollow rings, and a head into which fluids could be filled in. And these fluids ran through these rings. And then there was a bottom vessel, and through a tiny hole in the base, the fluid was exited. And so this is a Rhyton. It's a Rhyton jug, but a very unusual Rhyton jug. What is this? Is it human? Is it an animal? We call it the creature of the rings because we are not sure. It doesn't even have a mouth. But its body consists of rings, snake-like rings, and the 2 snakes wind around these rings and with their heads rested on the shoulder, to put it that way, of this creature. Here you see this. Now, if you look into details of this vessel, that's also very striking. Here you have a boat or a ship. And the very unusual thing is also the central part, which is basically the typical Mycenaean well-known symbol of a column on top of an altar with incurved sides. So this is when you look at the snakes are antithetically organized. This corresponds to many such images that we know of the Palatial period of animals to the right and to the left of a column. We think, and we as an authors collective, that will publish this soon in a Festschrift. I won't say it for whom, because it will soon come out. We think it's a palatial period piece. A palatial period piece which finds up till now only comparisons on Crete. This is from the Palace of Sakros on Crete, Eastern Crete. This is a fragment from a tomb in Myrsini Asporpilia, also in Eastern Crete. Whether this, we don't think it's an Cretan import, but we think it's a very rare ritual object that that was probably known, and there were only one or two such pieces, and that's why we don't know this, and rarely is it so completely preserved as in this particular example. Here are the other pits filled with vessels, jugs, huge alabastron, and you know when you excavate such pits and you find so many pieces, it's so tiny pieces in the same pit. This means that it must be rich, but it must be intentionally smashed, the whole thing. And intentionally smashed was also the ritual vessel. So all the vessels we found here, especially the alabastron, it's obvious, and this creature of the rings, it was broken in as many pieces as possible. And yeah, here again, I think that there is a certain likelihood that all these features are interconnected, and that also this ritual, this Rhyton jug, and the other vessels were employed in ceremonial feastings. And at the end of the ceremonial feasts, it was deliberately smashed and deposited. The breaking and depositing of these vessels used in ceremonies may have been, and this we will also argue in detail in this new article, may have been part of a so-called some sort of closure ritual. The closure ritual, because these pits belong to especially the one with the broken vessels, belong to the latest features that we have, features that belong to the very end of the second building horizon, but not to the end of 3C. So we know that there are two phases, subphases of the 3C period that are missing in our excavation, but the area was abandoned at the end of the second building horizon at 3C middle 1. And it's possible that also the Tiryns treasure, this I will argue in another article, is also related to such a closure ritual, because it was found, here's Megaron W in the southeastern lower town, and to the east of the Megaron W, there seems to have been a large open space. And we cannot be sure because the modern road runs through it, but it's very possible that this open space extended right to the other side, and the actual find spot of the Tiryns treasure was here. And the Tiryns treasure belongs to the very end of the 3C period. Reinhard Jungs dates it to Sub-Mycenaean, but I think it belongs to 3C late, to the very end of 3C late. And I think this could be related to the abandoning of the 3C settlement here. Like previously, our depositions were linked to the abandoning of this quarter. Now, after only about 60 years, this quarter we were investigating between 2013 and 2018 was abandoned during the middle of the 3C period. And in the 1980s, Kilian on several occasions argued that this new settlement in the northern 3C settlement in the northern lower town of Tiryns, that it was so systematically built that it may have resembled in the kind of planning Cypriot towns built in the 3CA period there. So in Cypriot 3A period, not 3C, 3A period. Like Enkomi or Kition that were rebuilt in a new scale. Now, I don't want to claim that this is on a similar scale as Kition, but the fact is that we do not yet know how large this newly built 3C settlement to the north of the citadel was. But what we can say is that this Tiryntian late Helladic 3C lower town, especially to the one part built to the north, systematically built, developed and built to the north of the Acropolis, was, to my opinion, the only example of a major building program carried out after the fall of the palaces. And it really breathes the spirit of the palatial period, of the final palatial period, and in many ways carries on plans of what was conceived at the end of the palatial period. But it was an aborted urbanization process. So few generations after the start of these of the building, 60 years afterwards, already processes of abandonment set in, and gradually in the second half of 3C, more and more parts of Tiryns were abandoned. But I think what makes Tiryns so special is that we see, although it was only an episode, it's an episode with a curious blending of certain traditions of the palatial period with new programs and new ideas of the post-palatial periods. And that's why I say it's the long shadow of the palatial period, or the reimagining of certain elements of the palatial period, which makes these first decades after the palatial period in Tiryns so special. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you so much. And I think it's time for questions, discussion. Who wants to start? Can I ask you back here? Malcolm, winner.
Thank you for that absolutely stunning lecture. I wonder what role you see the great port of Nauplia playing at various points in the story.
Yeah, Nauplia, Malcolm, thank you for your kind comment. Nauplia is a very special part. So it's, when you look at the chamber tomb necropolis of the Evangelistria, around the Evangelistria church, you see quite important grave complexes dating to the 3A period, late Helladic II period, and some of them of a quality that we do not yet know from Tiryns. So it's possible that Nauplia in the early Mycenaean, perhaps even in the early palatial period in the 14th century, was still a very important harbor town. But my impression is, although Nauplia is difficult to investigate, my impression is that it was overshadowed by Tiryns, at least from the 13th century onwards, for certain reasons. I think in the 13th century, from the 13th century onwards, Tiryns was built up as a major second palace and a harbor site where visitors from abroad, coming from abroad, from other regions of Greece and from other regions of the Mediterranean, were visiting the ruler. And I think the ruler was sitting in, the ruling couple was sitting in Mycenae, and that they came for these occasions. Nauplia, but the role in Nauplia in the later palatial period and in the 3C period was it must have been still an important harbor, but I think Tiryns was the most important harbor. And I just want to give you some indications for why I think this is the case. I didn't show these finds because they are well published for a rather long time now. In a tiny area of the northern Lower Citadel in the early 2000s, we found a striking concentration of Near Eastern and especially Cypriot objects. In at least, especially in the on the interior side of the North Gate, in final palatial context, we found inscriptions of Cypriot origin, in Cypro-Minoan inscriptions, and of a cuneiform inscription, together with many other Cypriot and Canaanite elements. And this is why I say this. This is absolutely clear, together also with the Italian and Minoan imports, that Tiryns was a major harbor. We would like to excavate the Mycenaean side, not me, but it would be great to excavate more in Nauplia, but for obvious reasons, it's not possible. but I think it was overshadowed by Tiryns in the 13th century.
Thank you. Napoli is such a marvelous natural harbor that one has to think about why they would want to move it closer, move the harbor closer.
Thank you for the great comment, Malcolm.
Thank you.
Thank you. Please, Stephanie. Sorry, I've seen you.
Thank you so much for a really interesting breakdown of what happened at Tiryns during this incredibly important period. I was very interested in what you're saying about these frequent callbacks to the palatial period, the reuse of the architectural elements, the Tiryns treasure, for example. But we have one particular thing where they definitely seem to be trying to forget, and that was the frescoes. And I'm wondering whether you have an idea as to why there was such a different treatment between that particular type of material culture and everything else palatial.
Yeah, that's why they didn't employ fresco painting more often. You know that there's this lady with a lily in the around the tower area excavated by Milonas, this fresco that may belong to the 3C fresco. It was found in a 3C context, but some have argued that it comes from upslope and was washed down. But I think Dr. Crizelli Provisi has presented good arguments, stylistic arguments pointing to this particular fresco dating indeed to the 3C period, which would be even more intriguing if they would be able to paint such wonderful works of art and didn't do it more often. I have no answer for this question. It's an intriguing question that also intrigues us. Perhaps this whole iconography was too closely associated with the ruler, and no one had the standing in the post-palatial period to interact with these images in a way that the ruler was able to do, or the queen. I don't say this only for gender balance, but we know from the Linear B tablets that the queen was also very important. How they split their jobs, we do not yet know, especially in ritual. But this is one of the ideas that I have of why fresco painting was not more often employed. Intriguing question. Thank you.
You wanted to ask a question? No, Katarzyna, I thought no.
Yeah, thank you very, very much for this wonderful lecture. I actually had a question very close to Stephanie's. The architectural elements that got reused, were those limited to the column bases here and there and a piece of stone in the stairs, or was there additional evidence of reuse? Is it the majority of the walls or only specific?
We have a third piece, but this is out of context. It was found in an early Iron Age context, but this may belong to a relief even. But it's a very tiny piece. But the way it is carved looks like one of the few fragments of one of the few stone reliefs we know from the Mycenaean period. But this is about it. Yeah, but we do not know how this dates within the 3C period, but it's certainly a palatial period piece, also of a strange stone. Yeah. Yeah. It's not a mass phenomenon, so they didn't dismantle the entire palace. Also, the conglomerate they didn't bring. So it's very interesting because you know that the conglomerate of the type Mycenae that appears in Tiryns in special positions in the final palatial period, that it was brought, about 10 blocks of these stone material was brought from Mycenae to Tiryns and then employed in the most important symbolic places. Again, an homage of Tiryns towards Mycenae, pointing to the preeminence of Mycenae. And the whole axis, the main axis of the Megaron in Tiryns, it's not exactly on the line, but it's oriented towards Mycenae. But this could be a coincidence. But it goes in this direction.
Few more questions.
Thank you for this wonderful lecture. Many questions, but maybe just restrict to one. What do you think was the contribution of the former palatial elites, if any, in this long shadow of the palatial period? Or you think it's all newly formed elites from people coming from different places and just mixing in traditions in a very true way?
Bartek, as you know, we are moving on thin ice. There will never be written documents on these issues. We don't have any archives, by the way, unfortunately, for the palatial period, neither in Mycenae nor in Tiryns. But the fact is that Tiryns was strangely intensively built up in these last decades. This may have been really commanded by the ruler in Mycenae, but still, this ruler must have had a local brother or whatever, uncle, whoever was in charge in Tiryns. And this may also reflect over time an antagonism between the two sides, in which this person or the family of this person in Tiryns got stronger and stronger and manipulated certain things that were originally ordered by Mycenae for their own purposes. So this is my general idea that the palaces were destroyed above all through fighting in between them. And I have the suspicion that the Argolid is the region where it started, and then it spread to the other areas. But again, not impossible to prove, probably impossible, although we said so often impossible, and then the natural sciences show us methods where you can show a sequence. Perhaps it will be possible to date the burning of the palaces through some means to bring it into a sequence. But I think this is one of the root indications and root problems what happened in the Argolid. It's so crucial for the history of the final palatial period. And I think the relation between Tiryns and Mycenae played a role in that these people who were in charge in the final palatial period, that they survived in Tiryns and that they went on for a certain time.
If I may follow up on the chronological aspect of your answer, since you have this amazing sequence of flood deposits and then first occupation that would be still the final stages of the palatial period, and then, as I think we believe, the pretty much immediate construction afterwards, is there a chance that we'll get a very good modeled C14 sequence from these trenches, or? No,
unfortunately not. We tried our best. We had a cooperation with Israeli colleagues from the Weizmann Institute, from Elisabetta Boareto's group. The thing is that when you need a certain, in order to apply Bayesian statistics, you need a certain time of occupation, and then a sequence of superimposed floors. And we did not get a span of floors that was more than 50 years or 60 years. And that's simply not enough for sampling this. It's very unfortunate that for the final palatial period, we didn't get good floor levels with the possibility to obtain C14 dates. This would have been ideal if we would have a sequence from the mid of the 3B period to the mid of the 3C period. This would be enough 100 years, but the 50, 60, 70 years that we have is simply not enough with 2 or 3 floors. No, unfortunately not.
Okay, Sergi.
Okay, thank you so much for this fascinating presentation. I wanted to ask, just to make clear to my mind, you see in the lower town, you see these building complexes which are surrounded by open courtyards, if I understand well. and you see multiple events of perhaps feasting, gatherings, which are carrying out there, right? At the same time, on the upper citadel, the building tough, is it in use? So my question is, which group is gathering in building T, and who are the ones who are carrying out, and apparently we have antagonisms, groups that they are trying to claim, reclaim whatever identities, etc. What is happening in the upper citadel in building tough?
Yeah.
This was my question.
That's a very good
question. This is my question.
We really do not know yet how long the building building T survived. We know that there was one rebuilding within this building, and but we cannot. This does not contribute to the because Schliemann has removed all the sediments that were related to this building. We cannot find date the end of the building. So it may have existed until the end of the CC period. I think the building quality it has does not make it likely that it survived into the early Iron Age, as some colleagues think. So, but it could be theoretically that it was already abandoned before 3C. And I just want to point out that the Megaron W that I showed you in context with the Terence treasure is even larger than the building T. It's the largest building that we know of or one of the largest that we know of the CC period. It could be that this was the substitute for the abandoned building T. On the other hand, the position within the ruin of the palace is so prestigious and so important that I rather think that it was used throughout the 3C period, but impossible to prove. And we also do not know which groups were responsible to what. What I think is likely that also neighborhood groups played a role in these rather large lower town. They may have been broken down into neighborhood groups who were also political groups of kin groups that came together on certain occasions and also had a political role. And then there were the communal, more public rituals that affected the whole site. And for these, I suspect the upper citadel played a major role. Yeah.
From the evidence from your excavation in the lower town, do you have any evidence of animal consumption? Because the pottery, tends to tell us that probably you have liquids that they are consumed. Yeah. But what about the animals?
Concerning the pits where the broken vessels were found, we of course we took the entire earth. No animal bones were found. It was grayish, the sediment, so we hoped that to find plant remains. No plant remains, 3 or 4 grains. So it was predominantly pottery, perhaps fluids or something like that. And in general, the animal bones, what is striking is that these are very piecemeal and badly preserved. Peggy Morgenstern, our archaeozoologist, worked on this, and there are no half skeletons or quarter skeletons. So this points to these meat being separated and cut outside of the settlement, and then the different parts being brought inside the settlement. So there was consumption, of course, of meat, and these are the usual suspects that we expect. Of animals, but they were not butchered in these areas that we excavated, but the meat must have been brought in from other areas.
Thank you. This may be something completely different to what is happening in the palatial period and the evidence we have from Pylos then.
Exactly.
Something,
yes.
I mean, completely different social practice.
Also different ceremonies and rituals. Also the burning of animal remains. We don't have this. Perhaps on the upper citadel in the Palatial period. Schliemann did not keep any samples. Yeah.
Okay, Malcolm Wiener, please. Malcolm wanted to ask another question.
Yes, I wanted to follow up by asking where were the human bones? Where were people buried in these various periods?
Yeah, Malcolm, this we also would like to know. Now, in this area, in the northern part of the lower citadel that we excavated in the early 2000s, we found quite a lot skeletons without grave furnishings, either dating to the end of the Palatial period or some of them the first half of 3C. So this area was used for burial purposes also among the ruins and among the houses of the final Palatial and post-Palatial period. But curiously, in our most recent excavations in the northwestern lower town, we found only very few tiny pieces of human remains.
I wonder if this suggests significant movement toward cremation in these periods.
Pardon?
I wonder if this suggests that there was a significant adoption of cremation rather than burial in this period.
Possibly, but of course, we would try. I think we would probably recognize cremations, but cremations are difficult to find, arguably. But what I'd rather think happened is that they interred their dead in the chamber tomb necropolis. And certain people were buried in the chamber tomb necropolis in 3C, and others were buried in the lower citadel, but not in this part of the lower town. And what is also possible, of course, is that there was a separate area in the lower town where additional dead were buried. This is also a possibility because we only excavated a rather tiny piece of this town. And unfortunately, the geomagnetics in these areas, for the reason I already explained, are very difficult to carry out. It would be lovely to get a ground plan to see how big this whole thing is. But we found nowhere where we do not seem to be nowhere near the end of also the northern end of the northern lower town. We haven't found.
Oh, thank you very much.
You're welcome, Malcolm.
Ladies and gentlemen, more questions? Well, I think there are no more questions, so thank you so much again.
Thank you.
And delivering this lecture.
Thank you all for being here today. In this talk, I will discuss the impact of mortality salience on the development and transformation of mortuary practices in southwest Messenia between the Middle Helladic and Late Helladic periods from around 2000 BC to 1190 BC. By analyzing the mortuary practice data gathered from 8 Messenian cemeteries, I will explore how individuals dealt with their awareness of mortality by modifying their burial customs, as well as how the management of mortality salience is evident in the adoption of new mortuary practices, and particularly those related to the treatment of the dead after their disarticulation. This approach aims to address the various interpretations of mortuary practice changes during the time period. Previous interpretations often attributed these changes solely to factors such as the emergence of complex social structures, shifts in the status of the deceased, and the development of individual identities and personhood. Nevertheless, the realm of mortuary practice extends beyond societal strategies, individual status, and identity, and it encompasses deeply ingrained concepts rooted in our human nature, such as the fear of death, grief, and loss. These concepts cannot be adequately understood or altered only through social reflexes and strategies. Recognizing this, I concluded that in order to truly comprehend the changes in mortuary practices, it was essential to explore the underlying reasons behind their emergence and the subsequent transformation into significantly distinct forms. By investigating the underlying motivations for the initial development of a practice or of a particular mortuary attitude, and understanding the societal or individual needs that drive the formation of these embodied actions or belief systems, I arrived at the concept of mortuary salience. Now, what is mortuary salience? It is the awareness of one's own mortality, which can evoke a range of psychological responses, including anxiety, fear, and a heightened sense of meaning and purpose in life. A growing body of research suggests that mortality salience has a profound impact on human behavior, especially in contexts where the questions of death, human mortality, and decomposition are most prevalent, such as cemeteries or even spaces of religious practice. The study of mortality salience, especially through terror management theory analysis, has revealed that when individuals confront their mortality, they tend to embrace and uphold cultural values and beliefs that offer a sense of symbolic immortality or transcendence beyond death. This can manifest in various ways, such as adhering to practices and striving to meet societal norms and expectations. Nevertheless, the discipline of terror management theory has also demonstrated that mortality salience can also prompt individuals to question and modify their existing beliefs and behaviors. This occurs when individuals feel that their current beliefs and behaviors are inadequate in the face of their mortality. They sense a dissonance between their existing framework and the existential challenges posed by mortality. Consequently, they seek out beliefs and practices that better align with their sense of purpose and help alleviate their existential concerns. These practices and beliefs are termed as proximal and distal defenses, and they mute the existential terror and the inevitability and finality of our biological reality. This way, they help us maintain faith and focus in internalized cultural worldview that function as a symbolic psychological defense construct. This construct, dependent on validation from others, is enacted through mortuary practices, giving the process of death and burial limitations and a frame of action within which practices can vary depending on the identity of the individual. This frame of action is so integral to the maintenance of the worldview shared among the individuals of a community that it rarely changes its form, resulting in what we perceive in archaeological studies as conservatism of mortuary practices. Nevertheless, and despite the need of the community to sustain the form of these practices and their shared worldview, changes do emerge, and the new practices that are created raise the question of why these changes occur. On this question, Piaget posited that when information that cannot be assimilated within this worldview posits a threat, individuals experience a sense of dissonance. This dissonance acts as an agent of change in practices, resulting in what he termed as accommodation, which is a process of adaptation of new information within a pre-existing framework. In some cases, full assimilation is preferred. However, the more removed the new concepts and ideas are from salient norms, the more likely it is that accommodation is the only way, as the changes to be incorporated affect more peripheral constructs that lie on the fringes of the cognitive network and have relatively few connections to other constructs. In archaeological research, both processes can be observed in the changes within the community's belief system and practices. Assimilation is characterized by abrupt changes that can be attributed to external factors, forcefully disrupting the community's existing belief system. These changes are more easily identifiable when comparing the salient practices of that community with the geographical and chronological context in which they emerge. On the other hand, accommodation involves incremental changes that require careful documentation of long-term cemetery use and a deeper understanding of the contextual factors surrounding the emergence of these changes. Therefore, while assimilation reforms the current practices to alleviate the mortality silence of the community and substitute the current belief system with a stronger one, accommodation requires the consent of the entire community in order to accept subtle changes in that system, which eventually result in the reformation of the beliefs that constituted the core values of the worldview that created these practices in the first place. The cognitive dissonance of essentially destroying the core values that form the defense against mortality silence results in a delicate balancing act between the need for change and the need for stability, as each community navigates differently between maintaining the symbolic defense construct while adapting to new information and circumstances. However, as with any other theoretical approach, its validity is shown through its application to the archaeological data. So how did this approach aid the interpretation of mortuary changes in Messenia? In the case of Southwest Messenia, the mortuary analysis of 8 cemeteries spanning from Middle to Late Helladic periods provided valuable insights. Amongst others, it revealed that the process of accommodation played a significant role in completely transforming the mortuary practice in the region, while assimilation practices were short-lived and localized. The Middle Helladic tradition of Pithos burial The Middle Helladic tradition of Pithos burials in tumuli, despite its generally understated characterization, proved to be a rather complicated set of practices, where the process of accommodation was noted in different phases of its evolution. The tumulus, with its commemorative nature already known from ritual tumuli, served the purpose of preserving the remains and memories of destroyed or abandoned settlements. Eventually, it also became an ideal space for the burial of the deceased and their connection to the ancestral realm. In Southwest Messenia especially, tumuli acted as both indicators of mortality and immortality, reminding the individuals of both their mortal nature as space of deposition and their immortal destiny amongst the ancestors as monuments of memory. The individuals interred in tumuli conformed to standards set regarding the manner of deposition, indicating that the circulating values and norms of their social groups were well accepted. The pithi, as well as the bodies of the individuals, were orientated towards the center of the tumulus, highlighting that the central focal point of each mortuary procession was the inclusion of the individual in this space of memory, rather than the separation of the dead from their community. Therefore, the focus of the mortuary practice was on the primary deposition and the inclusion of the individual within the communal space of memory. The disarticulation of the individuals, on the other hand, was deemed secondary, simply marking the end of their individuality, with their identity having fully merged into the collectivity of the dead. The management of the disarticulated remains was not a commonplace or familiar process, rather a necessity to save on the number of vessels placed on the tumuli or accommodate a burial of the same kin. Consequently, the process of decomposition was mostly concealed, and in very few cases, the fully or occasionally partially disarticulated remains of the previous individuals were pushed aside to accommodate a second deposition in the vessel. The motivation to alter or renegotiate these well-assimilated practices from the Middle Helladic II onwards was a collective decision portraying small structural changes in the composition and the character of each of these social groups, as well as their circulating values. Nevertheless, one main value remained the same and became the cornerstone of these communities residing in Southwest Messenia: the desire to reinforce collectivity. The introduction of the tholos tomb in the first stage of changes was possibly partially already conceived through the reuse and monumentalization of some larger pithi. This change was deemed necessary to both accommodate this reinforced collective spirit and address other more practical needs, such as the wider inclusion of partakers in practices and the larger number of individuals to be interred. This accommodation, however, also created another series of problems to be solved. In the initial tholi, there was no longer individualization for each dead person, as seen in the Pithos burials. Rather, the dead bodies were placed on the floor of the chamber and trusted to the collective space. In addition, the skeletal remains of some individuals lay near the disintegrated bodies of others, while new depositions were placed continuously in the chambers, creating a mix of bodies in varied states of decomposition. Contrary to the Pithos burials, in tholi, the movement of the living amongst the remains of the dead must have been a frequent occurrence, indicating that a certain familiarity with death had to be cultivated, a very uncommon practice in comparison to the Pithos burials, where the disintegrating bodies lay hidden inside the ceramic vessel until their skeletonization. By the late Helladic II, this familiarity, indicative of the mortality salient of tholos tombs users and their need to project both their proximal and distal defenses to address death, had culminated and had been tamed. This taming was evident in the mortuary sphere by the introduction of more secondary practices, such as the grouping of skeletal remains. Skeletal evidence suggests that in later Messenian tholi, the secondary treatment took place in 2 stages, with the initial stage being the collection of all the long bones and the cranium of each individual placed in a unique, separate group, and the final stage being the redeposition of these in groups with multiple individuals, and the total disintegration of the individual. This pattern indicates a long process of separation from the social group, as well as the formation of collective memory during the secondary practices, acting as a reminder of the direct lineage, making itself present through the skeletal remains of the dead. These shifts in the perception of death from the pithos to the tholos tombs indicate that the initial tholi may have been indicators of a strengthened collective identity, as the individuals seem comfortable entrusting their dead bodies to this collective destiny, revealing their trust in the circulating social values and salient norms. Contrary to the cohesion of the pithos burials, the manner of deposition in tholos practices became gradually more varied, while in later tholos practices, cysts and pits were introduced for the delineation of primary burials, revealing once again the need to identify the individual within the collective. Also, the centricity of primary burials became increasingly more important, revealing that the weight of the funerary practices had shifted from maintaining the remains of the deep past ancestors to honoring their dead. These subtle changes noted in later tholi possibly came as an attempt to be freed from the weight of the past, which made itself present in every aspect of the mortuary space of earlier tholi. These communities gradually shook off the obligations to their deep past ancestors and focused their attention to their immediate ones. The individuals were therefore no longer bound only due to their loyalty to their kin and common blood, but due to similar objectives or even political positions. This shift towards a very different trajectory reveals a desire of the individuals for social acceptance rather than a position in the elite afterlife of the ancestors or the collectivity of the dead. In the next phase of changes, chamber tombs emerged and the narrative between people and practices became less intricate. The Volimedia chamber tubes included in the study were located in an accessible geographic location, grouped in small units of chamber tombs, suggesting the unity of multiple small social groups. The grouping of these social groups in one funerary space encouraged polyphony with different patterns of mortuary inclusion of social subgroups and different patterns of mortuary treatment emerging in each group of tombs. At the same time, cohesion was maintained through controlled grave goods and the projection of a shared subtext of social values, defining what was deemed as appropriate to be practiced in the tombs and attitudes seen previously in the tumuli social groups. Example of these shared values seem to have been the only in exceptions inclusion of subadults, the preferential retention of the remains of male adults, and most importantly, the retention of crania in groups of multiple individuals. Single depositions were not favored, and the remains to be retained were placed on the periphery, forming an invisible audience of ancestors that witnessed each primary deposition placed in the center of the tomb. These features indicated that two important changes had taken place in the circulating values of the community in comparison to the tholi social groups. The first change was that death and funerary practices were once again perceived as a means to establish a connection with ancestors and honor the dead, rather than demonstrate individual or social identities formed or expressed in an elaborate manner for socio-political purposes. This shift resulted in the total disintegration of individual identities in secondary practice, while changes were also noted in primary depositions, where individuality was timidly expressed, possibly to differentiate who the individuals were, rather than why or how they were different from the rest of the group. Previously politically charged aspects of their declared identities were detached or muted to the extent that their social ideology was mostly expressed implicitly and became visible through subtle choices, such as the location of their tombs in the funerary landscape, or the manner of the position of each social subgroup in each tomb group. The second change was assimilation and eventual regimentation in the manipulation of skeletal remains. Contrary to the tumuli social groups, which only occasionally handled skeletal remains, this group was accustomed to this practice, as also noted in tholos tombs. Their familiarization with handling skeletal remains helped reorientate the individual's terror of decomposition to the immediate task of manipulating them. In this cemetery, however, the mechanism of addressing this terror was rooted in the power of transforming it into awe and reverence by strategically placing the remains of ancestors in the tomb to witness every primary deposition. Awe and reverence towards the dead functioned as a positive distal defense, forming a new long-standing cognitive system that aimed to challenge the mental representation of the reality of death, and therefore decomposition, and influence the partakers in the funeral process to a pro-social behavior by conforming to the salient social norms of revering the dead. This transformation marked the end of the narrative that emerged from the discourse between mortuary practices and Messenian communities and concluded a series of transformations that started in the Mid-Helladic period and brought multiple changes in both the mortuary practices and the social attitudes of the communities under study. Individuals addressed their mortality salience by reforming their mortuary practices in order to silence aspects of their fears that were most intrusive. For Tumuli communities, continuity and transcendence to an immortal and atemporal identity was essential. For Tholos tombs, social coherence and later a heightened personal social identity to identify themselves within the groups became a necessity. While for chamber tombs, the past was an anchor that kept the communities en route, but the changes in secondary practice introduced in the Tholi were kept as they addressed aspects of their terror decomposition. It seems, therefore, that the critical factor of reforming mortuary practice in Southwest Messenia was the introduction and intensification of secondary practices following the decertification of the dead, highlighting that the taming of collective mortality salience was not a process that came second in the mortuary fear following socio-political changes. Rather, it acted as a means of addressing the fears of the community towards these changes. Middle Helladic society, as a communal traditional environment, called for markers of unity, with individuals seeing death as an opportunity to ascertain their partaking in the group. In Middle Helladic III and Late Helladic I periods, continuity and the strengthening of communal bonds in the face of change became necessary, while only a few minor concessions were made to facilitate the change. While in Late Helladic II, there was a radical reorientation of social values that birthed the need for the self to emerge. By Late Helladic III, a return to the collectivity was made. However, the idea of a collective atemporal identity past death was re-evoked to address the fear of death, thus marking the end of this narrative.
Okay, thank you, Claire, for your very interesting presentation. If I can ask now Shannon Crewson, which is the next speaker, who is talking about 200,000 years of history at Stelida, Naxos in Greece, the challenges and approaches to writing deep time narratives. Shannon Crewson is from McMaster University in Hamilton, Ontario. She is an archaeology PhD candidate in this university, having just completed her tenure as Homer and Dorothy Thompson Fellow at the Canadian Institute in Greece. Her PhD research focuses on archaeological narratives, investigating how we can create accessible narratives for public consumption. Crewson's background in museum studies has allowed her to produce exhibitions on the Ontario Science Centre in Canada and for the Stelida Naxos Archaeological Project, with further plans to curate a second exhibit for the Stelida project. So you can start now with your presentation.
Okay, thank you so much for the introduction. Good afternoon, everyone, and thank you for being here. So today I'll be discussing a diachronic approach to the deep time history of Stelida Naxos. I will begin with a discussion on the background of Stelida and its archaeological importance, and we'll follow with a discussion of multiscalar history and how this might be a successful approach to the historical record at Stelida. So to begin, a bit of background on the site. So Stelida is a double-peaked 151-meter-high hill located on what today is the northwest coast of Naxos, the largest island of the Cyclades. And here's another image of the site in the double-peaked hill. It comprises of a significant source of chert, a raw material used to manufacture flakestone tools from the lower Paleolithic to Mesolithic. In other words, from at least 200,000 to 9,000 years ago. The types of tools suggest it was potentially visited by Neanderthals and or early modern humans. All of these factors making Stelida the oldest site of the Central Aegean Basin. It was then assumed that after the Mesolithic, the site seemed to have been largely ignored until the modern period. However, excavations in 2019 uncovered a hilltop religious complex, a Minoan-type peak sanctuary, on the peak of the hill, with a dominant view over the nearby Bronze Age center of Grotta, one of only a handful of such sites known outside of Crete. This was followed by another substantial period of abandonment until the 20th century, when the hill has been variously used for farming, which includes terraces and grazing, and also the quarrying of stone for the airport, and then a related establishment of a telecommunications tower, plus the construction of holiday homes and hotels. All of this makes Sellita the oldest site of the Central Aegean Basin, and an all too rare location where different human populations visited for much the same purpose over hundreds of thousands of years, and therefore making it an ideal location for a deep time study of behavior in a fixed place. The fact that Sellita is an ideal location for this study has led to my own PhD research and my goal to answer some of the project's wider questions surrounding writing in prehistory. And these questions include, how do we write Sellita's history? Do we do a chronological ABCD approach? Do we use a multiscalar approach, such as Braudels longue durée? Or can we add in thematic hooks? So part one, approaching long-term history at Sellita. My research draws inspiration from the Annales School and the work of historian Fernand Braudel and Jeff Bailey's time perspectivism. Braudel's methodology is his development of a tripartite, multiscalar, three-scaled theory of time. The first scale is the long-term geographic or environmental structures, the longue durée, which Braudel describes as, quote, an inquiry into a history that is almost changeless, the history of man in relation to his surroundings, a history which unfolds slowly and is slow to alter, often repeating itself and working itself out in cycles which are endlessly renewed, end quote. The second scale consists of medium-term social and historical cycles, which encompass the history of economies and states, institutions, social structures, societies, and civilizations. They're the social histories. And the third scale consists of short-term socio-political events. All three operate synchronously, but at different wavelengths in time. And influenced by Braudel's multiscalar approach to history, Bailey's time perspectivism offers an archaeological approach to the long-term and deep time. Time perspectivism is defined as, quote, the belief that differing timescales bring into focus different features of behavior, requiring different sorts of explanatory principles, end quote. Furthermore, it emphasizes the palimpsest nature of the material data and the variability of the archaeological record. In other words, how resolution affects what we do or do not know about the past. Within time perspectivism, the range of timescales is not as limited as those of Braudel's, but can cover anywhere from millions of years to seconds. Each view would require different explanatory methods, or models, sorry. Therefore, while the timescales are relative and can overlap, they don't interchange. Time perspectivism considers that archaeological deposits are created by many different processes that operate at different tempos. Some of these processes and temporalities are knowable, but time perspectivism also allows attention to be placed on the implication of those processes. So I've implemented time perspectivism at Sellita by utilizing common themes that are visible throughout each of the site's exploited periods. These themes are climate and environment, resource extraction, viewshed and communication, and marginality and seasonality. I've begun collecting this information through secondary research and three methods of primary data collection, which include dialogue with specialists, semi-structured interviews, and archival research. The theme of climate and environment represents the slowest deep time component of the research, and it'll be the largest of the palimpsests as it covers the process of Sellita's formation, informing on what the site looked like during each of its periods of use, and how the site may have been accessed with regards to changing sea levels. I won't be discussing more about the climate and environment theme today, but it is important to mention. And then resource extraction, viewshed and communication, and marginality will represent the medium term in comparison to the long scale of climate and environment, as the resolution is smaller. Events will then be discussed as they become visible in the data. By approaching the history of Sellita thematically, I'm able to examine the patterns or lack thereof of each theme through time. I'm not devolving completely from a chronological approach, but I'm dividing the thesis into these four central themes to examine how each occurred at Sellita. This approach to deep time long-term narratives has been proven successful, particularly when applied for public audiences. For example, Kindred, Neanderthal, Life, Love, Death, and Art utilize themes to present the history of Neanderthals in an accessible manner for both academic and non-academic audiences. Furthermore, Bailey states that the thematic thematic variations of time perspectivism, rather than the traditional linear narrative, will allow us to decompress histories that have been distorted to fit that linear format. By approaching history thematically, we can access histories in any direction at any scale. So my first theme that I'm examining at Salida is resource extraction. And so far, this is a theme that I've developed the furthest. How am I defining resource extraction? It refers to the separation and removal of natural resources from their immediate context and encompasses several practices, organizational forms, and materials. Extraction can be interpreted as the process by which natural elements are removed from the earth and transformed. The scale and diversity of extraction has increased over time and has become a more defining feature of the Anthropocene. At Salida, I have thus far identified 3 main natural resources that have been extracted at the site: chert, water, and clay. So chert, which is the first that is extracted, is a rock characterized by its hardness and durability. Salida is considered a major chert source in the southern Aegean, and radiometric dates taken during the excavations suggest a history of prehistoric chert exploitation ranging from 200,000 to 13,000 years ago. The evidence at Salida of chert extraction begins with the Lower Paleolithic into the Middle Paleolithic and is represented by non-Acheulean and Levallois technologies. And evidence continues into the Upper Paleolithic, which is represented by early organization types. And lastly, Salida has evidence for Mesolithic lithic technologies, with the material being represented by typical Aegean Mesolithic material. In the Bronze Age, chert was used to build the Peak Sanctuary, which I'll discuss a little more in my section on clay. And in the last few decades, exploitation of Salida's chert has occurred in order to build the island's airport, which can be seen on the far right aspect of the map, located east of the site. Construction began in approximately 1988, and this is an area where I'm continuing to collect information. Our second raw material that is extracted is that of water. And the use of water at Salida has been through the exploitation of its 2 springs, one on each side of the hill. Pottery and beach pebbles found near the springs suggest their use during the Bronze Age, and during the modern period, one oral history describes their modern use. It describes a spring beneath the peak used by sheep, and the spring was always full of water and would accumulate year-round in a natural tank. However, following the Amargos earthquake in 1956, the direction of the water changed, and sheep and goat no longer drank from the well, as water was no longer available. However, a visit to the spring in early March found the spring once again full of water. So while the spring is no longer in use, it's still functional. And the third raw material extracted is that of clay. And at Salida, 4 small clay pits are found in the northern saddle of the site. The smallest source is approximately 1 meter in width, and the largest is 3 meters. During the Minoan period, mud in its refined form, clay had several uses. Its most basic use was as mortar for the bonding material and for the stone of rubble walls and mud brick. It was used for the initial formation of the mud brick, typically constructed of locally sourced materials, to construct floors, ceilings, roofs, and as plaster. At Salida, the clay collected from excavations of the Peak Sanctuary was used to form the mortar for the construction of the walls of the sanctuary. At about 1 meter wide, the walls were constructed using the available chert, with the interior and exterior faces consisting of roughly worked square blocks and rubble fill. The standard construction technique for the rubble walls was to gather field stones from the nearby area and pack them one on top of the other, with mud mortar filling the interstices. And lastly, clay in the modern period. Locals would climb Salida's hill on donkeys to collect clay to be used as insulation materials for their roofs. At the time, roofs were made by first placing long, round pieces of wood, followed by canes and seaweed, and finally clay from Salida. This practice ended in the 1960s as the construction material of roofs moved away from clay towards cement. So my second theme is viewshed and communication, investigating how humans over the long term have used Salida's elevated position to their benefit. While the peak of Salida is far from the highest on the island, it's 151 meters above sea level at its highest point, in contrast to the island's Mount Zas, which is approximately 1,001 meters above sea level. It occupies a striking position on the island and within the larger islandscape. And as you can see here, this is an image taken from Mount Zas towards Selita, and Selita on a clear day is very visible, but on a cloudy day is slightly visible. As detailed by a recent viewshed analysis, Selita is intervisible with most of eastern Naxos, including the main Bronze Age center of Grotta and several surrounding islands. In fact, it is intervisible as far as Crete to the south, and during lower periods of lower sea levels, its peak would have been even higher, approximately 300 meters above sea level. From the Middle Paleolithic, we have evidence for Selita's southern peak being utilized by Neanderthals as a hunting stand, while the same location was used in the later Bronze Age for a Minoan-type peak sanctuary, enjoying a panoptic relationship with the landscape, with significant evidence for fireplaces and possibly beacons and smoke signaling. Not knowing then exactly how long the gap was after the later Bronze Age, there is then potential evidence that Selita was utilized once again during the Byzantine period as a viewpoint, being known by the name Megali Vigla. Selita is also named on maps as far back as 1420, and recent discussions suggest that Selita and its a peak to the south, Mikrvigla, may have been used to pass warning signals of oncoming pirates to the main town. The sanctuary then having a communications tower built upon it in the 1980s in conjunction with the construction of the island's airport. Another importance of view comes into play with the construction of holiday homes and hotels on the hill, with many stating view as a reason behind choosing Selita as a location of construction, and view being one of the selling perks on hotel websites. My last theme, and currently my least developed, is marginality and seasonality. And most of my information right now for this period comes from the modern present day. And oral histories, documentary records, and archaeological evidence make it clear that the modern inhabitation of Selita is more recent. Prior to this, the hill, the surrounding coastline, and southern promontory were relatively marginal, owned by the parish of Arsenios, which lays 5 kilometers to the southwest of Selita. The oral histories have told us that the land was considered poor quality, with potatoes grown on the promontory until at least World War II, and cereals cultivated on the flanks until the late 1960s and 70s. Additionally, prior to the construction of the road to the north of the airport, which is defined by this red line, the only access to Selita was to follow the beaches to the south, which is the yellow line. So lastly, what about events? While I've identified the long-term and medium-term scales of the site, I'm currently working through identifying the events that are visible in the archaeological and historical records at Selita. I am defining these as distinct decisions or occurrences that have changed the history of the site, moments that could be argued that if they did not occur, history at the site may have taken a different trajectory. So far, these include, to name a few, the initial use of the site by humans, and while we cannot identify this precise moment in the archaeological record, we can state that it is an event that did have to have occur. The first house and hotel, the construction of the airport, and the Theron eruption. And so to conclude, I hope today to provide a brief overview to approaching 200,000 years of history at a single site, Selita Naxos, and how a thematic approach can be an applicable way to accessing this history. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much, Shannon. And finally, I will welcome our last speaker for today. That is Lynne Kvapil from Butler University in Indianapolis. And her paper is Late to the Agricultural Revolution, the Slow Adoption of Farm Technology in Mycenaean Greece. So Dr. Lynne is an associate professor of classics at Butler University in Indianapolis. She received her doctorate from the University of Cincinnati in 2012. Her dissertation documented late Bronze Age agricultural terraces at Korphos Kalamianos. Since completing her dissertation work, she has served as the assistant director of archaeological work at Petsa's house, Mycenae, and as the assistant director and field supervisor for the Tombs of Idonia Preservation, Heritage, and Exploration Synergasia, TAFOS. Her most recent project is focused on the publication of the prehistoric material from the Nemea Valley archaeological project. So let's welcome her, and you can start your presentation now.
Thank you. Can you hear me okay? I'm going to take that as a yes. So thank you so much to the organizers of this conference for giving me a chance to revisit something that builds out of my dissertation work. And I apologize if there's any actual plow sounds in the background. I'm in the village, so every once in a while a loud one goes through. Changes in technology have the potential to also enact sweeping cultural changes. Today, many of us are both fascinated and terrified by the swift adoption of AI and programs like ChatGPT that are accessible through the internet and incentivized by cultures that value efficiency and profit. When looking into prehistory, we can find many technologies that have long been considered similarly revolutionary. So much so that it is assumed that the mere awareness of a certain tool or method meant widespread adoption across vast geographies, forever changing modes of production and ways of life. More recently, some of these assumptions are being examined to illustrate the cultural and societal complexities that accompany technological change. The use of the potter's wheel, for instance, has raised many questions about when the wheel became the default means of constructing a ceramic vessel, but also regarding the deeply differential ways the wheel was manipulated through this process. Today, I will be asking similar questions about agricultural technology by considering when and how a suite of farming technology that includes the use of the plow, traction animals, and agricultural terraces came to be quintessential to farming in the Aegean. The Neolithic period in Europe is the time of the great agricultural revolutions comprised of domestication of plants and animals, but the late Neolithic, Chalcolithic, and transition to the early Bronze Age was the time of the so-called secondary products revolution that saw the introduction not only of renewable products like milk and wool, but also the use of animals for traction and the use of the plow. There's a lot of evidence for plows and traction animals in the Mediterranean at this revolutionary time. There are actual plows, such as this wooden example from near Lake Garda in alpine northern Italy. Traces of furrows like these excavated in the Piana Campana in southern Italy, and numerous images of plows, such as this Middle Egyptian wooden model. Evidence cited for the use of the plow and draft animals in the Aegean is less direct. Ecological and environmental studies of the southern Greek landscape fault clearance of vegetation and deep plowing for the destabilization of soils that led to localized but severe episodes of erosion in southern Greece during the early Bronze Age. There's also evidence for the use of draft animals in the Neolithic and early Bronze Age Aegean. Valasiye Sakidu's examination of cow bones from Neolithic Knossos yielded evidence for pathologies that are consistent with traction-induced stress, suggesting that female cattle, in addition to producing milk, pulled some form of vehicle, either plows or carts. On the Greek mainland, the earliest potential evidence comes from the site of Sungiza. During excavations on Sungiza Hill, 3 fragmentary figurines of oxen were discovered. One of the figurines was found in a wall deposit dated to around 3000 to 2700 BCE or 2650. 2 comparable oxen figures were found in later mixed deposits. Close examination of the figurines by Daniel Pullen revealed traces of clay attachments on 2 of the 3 oxen figures, which he interprets as yokes, although they could be part of a vehicle. The modeling of a yoke and pole type drafting system suggested to Pullen that the figurines represented pairs of oxen used to pull a plow. There's no direct evidence to suggest that erosion in the Aegean couldn't be attributed to deforestation associated with agriculture in general, or even for pyroclastic technologies like metalworking or ceramic firing. There's also no clear indication in the case of the cows from Knossos or the figurines from Sungiza that draft animals were used specifically for plowing. Even if the oxen figurines were hitched to a plow, there's little other imagery of animals plowing or plows from the Aegean world until later in maybe Middle Bronze Age, but definitely in the Late Bronze Age. The exceptions are plowing seen from Vunus, Cyprus in the Eastern Mediterranean, and the Cretan hieroglyphic sign 27, resembling an ard plow, both from the Middle Bronze Age. Neither of these examples suggest the widespread adoption of plow farming in the Aegean. Sign 27 suggests knowledge of the plow and may reference use of it, but it doesn't by any means suggest general accessibility beyond a privileged few. It is possible, of course, that direct evidence for the use of the plow, like actual wooden plows of this type, the type most likely employed by farmers in the Bronze Age, just didn't survive. But I would argue that there are numerous other reasons why the use of the plow and draft animals might not have made sense to most farmers in the Aegean, even if they were aware the technology existed. There are foremost some practical reasons. The first is eco-environmental. Broad fields with soils deep enough for plowing are few and far between in the southern Greek landscape, which is much more frequently characterized by its verticality and thin soils. Even places that might seem to have been ideal for plow farming, like the Nemea Valley where the Tsungiza oxen figurines were found, were far too marshy until they were drained, likely after the end of the Bronze Age. There are few notable plains, the Argolid plain, for example, but it isn't clear that this was enough to warrant the need for oxen and plows, especially considering the second practical reason why they may not have been useful, the expense needed to upkeep the oxen. Oxen require a lot of food, more if they are working and don't have the opportunity to graze. When they do have time to graze, they need a lot of space. Any land set aside for grazing becomes space that cannot be put to seed. Given these requirements, it was unlikely that most small farmers had the resources to maintain working animals. Both Pullen and Zikidi acknowledge that draft animals would not necessarily have been accessible to non-elites. According to Zikidi, the ability to maintain working animals would have been a sign of social inequality that signaled the elite's ability to produce certain goods that weren't available to everybody. Elites in the Aegean could have essentially hoarded any goods produced from this technology, as well as the technology itself, which only they had the resources to maintain. Perhaps this was the case on Crete, although it is still curious that there's so little reference to this supposedly essential farm technology, especially when compared to, say, references to boats, especially in iconography. For southern Greece, there's no reference to plows and oxen until the late Bronze Age, when they are referenced in iconography, but also in Linear B documents. But before discussing more about this evidence, it's worth taking some time to remind ourselves what intensive farming by hand entailed. Fields had to be prepped by hand with some sort of tool like a hoe when the earth was somewhat damp and soft, usually in the fall and winter. Then seeds were carefully sown and crops of different kinds tended to be sown separately, but also harvested and stored separately, as indicated by the discovery of stored caches containing a single cultivar. For example, we know that grains were rotated with legumes in the early Bronze Age Aegean from large deposits of legumes that have been found at sites like Thebes and Boeotia and Lerna in the Argolid. Weeding needed consistently could be done with tools or by hand. Mature plants were harvested to remove only the ears of grain or pods, which reduced transport weight and the amount of processing needed to make crops consumable. After harvest, herds of sheep or goat could be turned out to graze on stubble left in the fields, simultaneously clearing them and fertilizing them. Each of these steps, field preparation, sowing, weeding, and harvesting, was incredibly labor-intensive and time-sensitive. Every available person, man, woman, or child, would have been a useful source of labor in the goal to produce food enough to live on and any sort of risk buffering surplus. The alternative to small-scale intensive hand farming of this kind is extensified farming. Extensified farming regimes extend the amount of land cultivated and reduce reliance on human labor by replacing it with animal labor, all while hopefully increasing yields overall. Halstead has associated extensive farming with the Mycenaean palaces, but that association returns us to the question of how this style of farming was finally adopted in the Aegean and why the transition lagged behind compared to the surrounding regions. Changing this process through the introduction of new tools and techniques was not likely accomplished through the simple knowledge that the technology existed, especially since such drastic shifts would have been accompanied by serious risk and would have needed an outlay of resources to achieve change without risking survival. In order to accomplish this transition, some sort of mechanism was needed to support the change and to integrate the new technology into society. For example, Dolfini argues that in the 4th and 3rd millennia in northern Italy, near where the Lake Garda plough was found, this social integration was accomplished through religion and ritual. Creating religious customs around farming with new technology introduced the ideas and lent a sense of safety through the authoritative approval of a higher power. I argue that the Mycenaean palace centers enabled this integration by incentivizing change from intensive hand farming to extensified farming through the provision of resources, knowledge, and perhaps even social cachet and divine approval to small-scale farmers in ways that minimized the actual and perceived risk accompanying this change. Palatial provisioning of resources, namely traction animals, along with knowledge and labor for large-scale landscape modification, illustrate how the integration process might have worked. Hold on, do that. Farming is in many ways communal in nature and involves the pooling of resources such as labor or tools. The palatial elites could have leveraged the culture of farm communality by taking on a role in sharing animal labor resources. John Killen and Paul Halstead have proposed, based on linear B text from Knossos, that palace centers may have loaned out pairs of oxen to farmers. In this scenario, palaces would have taken on the burden of feeding and maintaining the costly animals, while small farmers had the chance to extend the amount of farmland they could sow. With the plow and oxen, field preparation could have been done much faster and more efficiently. Although there are still few, if any, contemporary examples of actual plows from the Mycenaean palatial period, botanical evidence also suggests that seeds were being broadcast, which is a feature of plow farming. Sowing could be done faster and more efficiently through broadcasting the seed as the plow worked. While broadcasting waste seeds, this technique results in a greater yield overall. Seeds that were broadcast seem also to have been sown as a maslin, or a big mix of all sorts of seeds. Crops grown in this way are only separated just prior to use. Whoops, I'm one slide ahead. They're separated just prior to use, which is why they're often found stored together, as was the case with late Helladic 3B2 deposits of botanical materials from Medea and an LH3C deposit from the granary at Mycenae containing a mix of barley and vetch. The provision of draft animals would have helped farmers expand the amount of land they could sow, but it couldn't create more flat land for them to farm, thereby solving the ecological problem. The creation of arable land required the adoption of another new type of technology, one that palatial elites also had the knowledge and resources to enable: the construction of agricultural terraces. The episodes of severe erosion during the early Bronze Age identified in the soil records were thought to have been halted through terracing, but little evidence for actual terraces prior to historical periods had been found until recently. Like the plow and draft animals, terracing technology seems to have been known and deployed on a fairly small scale, particularly in island contexts. But my systematic fieldwork conducted as part of the Saronic Harbors Archaeological Research Project in the area of Korfos Kalamianos revealed that the landscape around this 13th century BCE harbor settlement and its companion upland settlement of Styria was heavily terraced. Relative phasing of the terraces combined with evidence from the regional survey indicates that an early phase of agricultural terraces in this area was contemporary with the occupation of the settlements. Terracing and the creation of spaces for cultivation had been designed and constructed as systems that radiated out from each of the settlements, and in the case of Kalamianos had even been woven into the fabric of the settlement itself. This endeavor of building up a settlement and including planned field systems are likely skills and expertise beyond what would have been typically available to a hinterland settlement. Moreover, the terraces share observable architectural features not only with their neighboring structures, but also with palatial architecture familiar from not far off in places like Mycenae. One aspect of the terrace walls that reveals the expertise deployed in the terrace stonemasonry is the use of counterweighing stones, especially in carefully constructed basal courses. Some of the earliest attestations of the counterweighing technique can be found in the Tholos tombs of the early Mycenaean period. The pseudo-domed chambers of these mortuary structures were made possible through the combination of counterweighing stones and the coiling technique. The stones of the chamber walls were held in place by rubble and earth, just as they were on the interior of the terraces. At the time these early tholoi were constructed, access to this technology appears to have been confined to those who built the monumental funerary architecture of the most elite of the elites. Over time, this construction knowledge spreads so that these techniques are more broadly applied to architectural projects, including large-scale investment in landscape modification. At Mycenae, this is apparent in the architecture of the settlement and on the Acropolis, but also in the construction of roads, road terraces, and culverts. The process by which knowledge of this technique was transferred vertically through social groups over time, and how it went from being restricted to a small group of craftspeople and to being a skill that could be shared horizontally from a palace center to a coastal hinterland settlement, requires its own investigation, but the craftspeople involved are key components to the equation. A possible model, one that follows suit with the palatial loan of paired oxen, is modeled on Bevan and Bloxham's study of mason marks on Crete. They proposed that groups of skilled stone masons were lent out as a means of solidifying their connection to areas, the connection of the palatial Cretan palaces, to areas with their within their territorial control. Essentially, stonemasons were treated as human commodities, although their precise status, that is whether they were enslaved, corvée workers, or simply dependent, is tough to pin down. I propose that a similar relationship existed between Kalamianos and most likely Mycenae, whereby the palace shared skilled workers with expertise not only in stone masonry, but also in the coordination of large-scale building projects. People who shared their knowledge through terrace construction that also transformed the karstic hills surrounding Kalamianos into productive fields that were also accessible to oxen-driven plows. The palaces became the entities that integrated these technological changes broadly in ways that are not apparent earlier than the 14th and 13th centuries. Although none of this would have been feasible without the knowledge and resources that had been assembled as part of the emergence of the palace systems, this was not likely a one-sided process. Benefits would have flowed in both directions. Mycenae gained a portion of the agricultural produce, and by bringing Kalamianos into its productive hinterland, the palace likely gained access to a harbor on the Saronic Gulf. In return, Kalamianos received serious investment in capital improvements to their land, additional increase in agricultural goods, and the cachet of being associated with palatial society. The integration of these technologies more widely throughout palatial hinterlands would have been achieved differentially, depending on numerous variables and resting on the embedded social networks, negotiations, and cooperative arrangements. In this situation, the palace may have functioned as an integrative force, but did not hold sole power over the process, which would have hinged on creating something like buy-in from regional players with their own interests and perspectives on palatial operations. The effects that the changes in the technology would have also had significant effects on the organization of farm labor, but there isn't time to delve into that here. What can be said with more surety is that once plows, traction animals, and terraces were adopted by Aegean farmers, they left an indelible stamp on farming practices and on the landscape that lasted beyond the late Bronze Age. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Lynne, for this thought-provoking paper. It's now time for our discussion slot. Let's start with any questions to Claire Zikidi from the audience or online. Do you have any questions for her? Okay.
Hi, Claire. So I had a question for you. With your communities that you've been studying in Messenia, both the Middle Helladic and the early late Helladic ones, do you think that these mortuary practices are being applied to the whole community, or is it possibly only being applied to a part of the community?
Absolutely, yes. Yes, it's very different for each community. One of the most striking examples for me was the communities of tumuli. The three tumuli that I was studying was the Mount of Kalogeropoulos, Agios Ioannis Papoulia, and Wodińska. At Agios Ioannis Papoulia, 50% of the number of individuals interred in the tumulus were subadults, as young as newborns, for example. On Wodińska, on the other hand, it was mostly adult males, with the females only buried into simple graves on the tumulus, but on simple graves, not in pithos burials. So each community seems to be following its own practices, very, very, very context specific. And it's the same with the tholos tombs and the chamber tombs. With the chamber tombs, homogeneity is more typical. However, it does seem that subadults under the age of 3 are not included, with the exceptions of 2 or 3 cases, but there were about 500 individuals. So 3 individuals under 3 in 500 individuals is not a significant number. So it seems, yes, that there are very different practices depending on subgroups.
Do you think that that would have had that has something to do with the particular ideas about mortuary salience of a single community, or is this sort of reflective of wider social status ideas?
I think it could be both. In terms of the mortuary sphere, because this is to what I am focusing in right now, I think it certainly seems that subadults, for example, and especially in pithos burials, used to be interred with a younger female, for example. If that wasn't there, they used to be interred with another subadult. So there seems to have been specific frames of action, specific rules about how individuals, depending on their subgroup, would be included in these spaces of deposition. In terms, in terms of the mortuary salience, I think it generally, it seems to portray usually how individuals, or actually when individuals are included within our sphere, our worldview. So for example, if a child under 2 is not particularly understood yet as an individual, because it has not gone through specific processes, social processes probably, then certainly it seems that in the mortuary sphere, the practices are very different or actually absent entirely.
Any other questions for Claire?
Hi, Claire. This is Sevi Triadafilou. Actually, I wanted to ask you, you have looked at the skeletal remains from the tumuli and the tholoi that you presented?
That's correct, yes. It was part of my PhD analysis, yes.
Okay, because it would be, I mean, it would be very nice if we had some information from
Absolutely.
from your results.
Unfortunately, 20 minutes are not enough to include both the theory and the practice.
Yeah, no, I understand, but because we like looking at the numbers as well.
Yes, I see what you mean.
Thank you.
Any other questions to Claire? Well, I do have one question. Why do you think in a specific moment there is a focus on individualization and then it goes back to collectivity?
there was a certain reorientation of values, as far as I see, in late Helladic II, which had to do with the fact that I think individuals realized that their own identity could be functional within the social sphere. So their political incentives could actually place them in a better position than if they followed the route. We see it mostly at Rutsi, out of the tombs that I studied, and in 3 out of 4 tombs of Peristeria, where it is clear that the depositions are very, very heavily politicized and used in order to show that these individuals were part of something bigger, but that bigger thing essentially was enough for them to incentivize them to exchange their, let's say, political or social freedom in order to indicate that they're something more than the rest of their kin or the rest of the social group that they used to belong in. So I think it was certainly a political incentive, which is why, at least in my PhD, I'm talking a clear politicization of the dead during the late Helladic II.
Okay, thank you very much. Okay, so let's move now to Shannon Crewson. Okay, thank you, Shannon. And okay, I think there's one question already.
Yeah, Joseph Maran. That was a fascinating topic you were presenting, how to present such a long-term occupation, although it may have been separated by long phases, interrupted in intermediate phases. What I was wondering is the role of geomorphological change in your narrative. As far as I remember, there are scholars who think that during the Middle Paleolithic, Naxos may have been connected to a mainland. So this totally changes the narrative. Either it was connected through a land bridge, then it's not an island anymore, or the Neanderthal people were mobile, which is also a very interesting thing. So what role for geomorphological change and mobility in your narrative?
Yeah, I haven't quite looked at the climate and environment aspect yet, but it's looking at sea level change and those aspects of when it may have been connected to the mainland, or when larger islands, so when Naxos, Paros, Antiparos all formed a much larger island, will form aspects of my research, but I haven't yet fully written or gone into detail for that.
Thank you.
Okay, is there any other question to Shannon? Well, what do you think about that? I also have a question, because I saw there was a gap between the Mesolithic and the Bronze Age period. So sorry if this is a very silly question, but what happened in the Neolithic period?
So right now we don't have any evidence, particularly for Neolithic on Salida specifically.
Oh, why do you think is that? Is it because lack of research, or is it because it was maybe seasonally used, or?
I'm looking into the seasonality of the site. So I think that may have been an aspect, as well as use of other sites versus Salida. Maybe chert wasn't as valued at that point as obsidian, specifically in the Naxos area.
Okay, thank you for your answer.
Thank you for your question.
Any other question for Shannon? No? Okay. So let's turn now to Lynne. Hi, Lynne. Any questions for her? Okay, we have one already.
Yes, over here in the corner. Hi, Lynne. Thanks for this really wonderful presentation. It was thought-provoking. I seem to recall reading a paper by Anne Brijspaard where she argues somewhere in a sideline that owning oxen could very well have been one of the ways in which people in the early Mycenaean period could differentiate themselves from others, because they could produce more food as well as loan out the oxen and things like that and create dependencies. So with that in mind, I was wondering what sort of the minimum requirements there were for a person to be able to have oxen like that. How much land would they have needed in order to sustain it and such?
That's a really good question, and I don't have those numbers right this minute, although I've thought about that, and I think it's a combination of things. Oh, sorry, sorry, I hope you can't hear that. I think it would be hard to say, because doing sort of the caloric analysis of what people needed to survive it's a complicated calculus, and I'm not sure that we really know. I think of this more as a matter of perception of risk. So to do that, and the perception of risk combined with the significant amount of change, right? So you do drastically change the way you farm when you adopt animal labor. It is a sea change, because all of a sudden you may be able to do more. But even though you plant more, doesn't mean it's going to be successful, and that creates risk, whether both realistic and the possibility of risk. And you have to take care of those animals in ways that you're not used to doing. So I just think that it's possible that this did happen earlier. I think it's something that it's hard to say, because we just don't have good evidence for it. So if it was something that happened earlier, I would expect to see more signs of it, like you do in other parts of the Mediterranean, other parts of Europe and the Near East. So I think even if they could meet those minimum necessities for ownership, it doesn't mean that the incentive was there to do it on a wide scale. It doesn't mean that they didn't. Maybe one or two people had them, but it would have really had to be worthwhile to change the style of farming that you're doing. And you really would have had to mitigate that risk. So, and the adoption process may have happened slowly. It may have had stops and starts, but I think what I'm arguing is that it didn't happen on a wide scale. It didn't really change things until there was some kind of way to buffer the risk involved with that change. And I think the palaces step in and do that in these various ways, while also kind of shoring it up in other ways too, by sort of treating some cultural practices as well, further out from the centers, if that makes sense. So I'm not really answering your question, but yeah, I think there's more than just land requirements, more than just food requirements that are involved in the process.
Thank you, very interesting.
Okay, another question.
Yeah, that's Joseph. Lynne, that's a very important topic to finally focus on these elementary techniques and how early they may have been introduced. This is, of course, also a topic that is very much riddled with distortions in sources. Now, the traction complex is a wonderful example. It's so extremely difficult, even in the Near East, to ascertain when and where it was really introduced. For instance, in southern Mesopotamia, you have a whole range of sources, written sources, Sumerian sources, informing us of all kinds of varieties of plows. They were obsessed with plows, but they never depicted. The same is true for wheeled vehicles. They are only depicted in Sumerian sphere when they are used as instruments for warfare, but never in the agricultural sphere. And also in Mycenaean period, they must have had heavy two-wheeled carts and four-wheeled wagons. They are never depicted because they were not considered prestigious. So this is really a difficulty I see. You may be right. The traction complex may, especially the plow, may have been relatively late comer, but there may be also deep lacunae. The other thing is with the terracing, I think this has indeed the potential of being Bronze Age terraces, late Bronze Age terraces you show, but you should apply OSL dating to these. In Israel, Uri Davidovich from the Hebrew University in recent years has applied a large-scale project of OSL dating of terraces, and they found no evidence of pre-Iron Age terracing. In the Aegean, it may be different. It's possible that in the Aegean we have Bronze Age examples, but this needs to be ascertained through OSL dating.
I absolutely 100% agree. I think this goes along with the desire to excavate Kalamianos, right? And I think until that happens, we're kind of at a loss of being able to show for sure. I would love for that to happen, but I think it involves a lot of an entirely new project at the site. So when that happens, that would be great. And I think you're absolutely right. There are potential for lacunae, but I do, and I don't know for sure if, I mean, obviously plows aren't necessarily going to be the sign that you're up and coming, that you're like changing social status. But I think there's some potential for other things that come along with that we might see other signs of connections that might suggest that along with technology, there are other kind of cultural signals of connections kind of radiating out from the palaces. But yeah, I can't disagree with anything you've said. You bring up a lot of really good points. I think I would expect to see something more visual, something more iconographical as well, like you do in other parts. In other parts, like especially it's surprising how much the plow appears in things like rock art, but there's just nothing like that, even though there are similar. There's rock art in the Aegean, there's rock art on the islands, and it never depicts that kind of technology. And it could be because it's just a plow, for sure, but it just seems a little surprising.
Thank you, Lynne.
Thank you. A very interesting topic. If I may add, there is some evidence about terracing from Kythera, combined with dating, and I think that they date the terraces in the first palaces, and also from Psyra Island. And also we have the evidence from Hieromandres in Crete, Zakros area, which is neo-palatial. And perhaps you should, or you can add to your evidence the latest stuff we have from carbon and nitrogen stable isotope analysis from archaeobotanical material from northern Greece, from late Bronze Age sites, which show watering of farm agricultural products. Perhaps this is a more direct evidence of what you are discussing in your research. So thank you very much.
Yes, and I know, yes, I agree that I know those places on Crete and Kythera as well. And I'm still kind of trying to sort out where this suite of technology sort of develops, and certainly Crete is probably a part of that. But some of those terraces are not necessarily the same type of terraces. And so some of them are the check dam style of terraces, which are different from contour terraces. And so the technology is slightly different. Yeah, there's certainly, Crete is obviously going to play an important role here. I will definitely look into those northern Greece sites, because irrigation is another part of this, the suite, but it's even more difficult to show that that's happening. But northern Greece is also, I think, has deeper soils and would be a better candidate for any kind of this style of farming. It makes much more sense immediately there, even without something like terracing. So thank you for that.
Okay, thank you. If there are no further questions, I think we should give a round of applause to our speakers from the afternoon session, and then we can close the first day of the conference here. Thank you.
Hello again for those who will be hearing the recording after some time. And I'm just introducing our first speaker, Tatiana Stamatia Andreovits from the University of Heidelberg. So now we are at the end of introducing her, and she is interested in Aegean seals and iconography of the human body, as well as gender and age identities in Bronze Age societies. And actually, we know in person, and although maybe not really, we're maybe not really able to recognize each other, since this was the pandemic time and we were both masked. But now, Tatiana, the floor is yours, and please share your screen.
Hello, everyone. Thank you for the introduction. And I would like as well to thank the organizers for accepting me. Unfortunately, I couldn't participate in person. Can you see my PowerPoint?
Yes, yeah. Everything is fine.
Okay. Okay. The body, according to Merleau-Ponty, is the vehicle of being in the world, and having a body is for a living creature to be involved in a definite environment, to identify oneself with certain projects and be continually committed to them. Or with other words, the human body is not a finished product, but an ongoing process of growth and transformation. From these two phrases, we understand that human bodily senses are not separate channels for gathering information, but are intertwined with one person's movements and actions. Our skills and perceptions are developed through embodied practices and are intimately linked to our engagement with the world. In the current presentation, focus is given on human figures and their practices as they are depicted on Bronze Age Aegean seal imagery, which includes approximately 1,200 seals and sealings that bear a human body representation. More specifically, I will present the variety of everyday and ceremonial practices performed by human figures represented on Minoan seals. In the last decades, the human body is considered a theoretical project, and a significant number of discourses have been produced. The main methodological premise of the current presentation is that the human body is examined as a means to approach social identities in miniature representation. The body is considered an active agent through which humans perceive the world and collect experiences and memories that differ depending on space and time. The embodied involvement with the environment, with other people, and with the material culture constitutes the way in which social identity is formed and expressed. The body entangles with the social and cultural environment, and the repetition of specific practices and acts comprises a means for the construction of identities. Human bodies and seals are mutually constructed through a proximal or visual engagement. This embodied interaction and intimacy with the miniature body representation not only forms the human agency, but also the agency of the seal itself. The viewing process and the perception of the image contribute to the formation of the viewer's identity. Subjectivity, which is the sense of the self inside the world, composes a constant process of definement, individuation, and construction. The representation of the different practices and gestures are traces of an embodied entanglement with the world that constitutes the way in which social identity, either individual or collective, is formed and expressed. These representations, on the one hand, offer us an insight into the embodied practices of the period, either everyday or special, and on the other hand, act as agents that form the embodied identities in the past and present. During the pre-Palatial period, bone, ivory, clay, and soft stones were the most common materials used in seal manufacture. However, only 24 seals with human body representations belong to that period. The Proto-Palatial period has 17 sealings and 280 seals that feature body depictions, made primarily of soft stones such as steatite or chlorite. Both pre-Palatial and Proto-Palatial seals were engraved with hand tools. This technique results in the depiction of the figures in an abstract and coarse way. Consequently, the individual characteristics of the body through which we can recognize the attributed social identities are usually absent. The majority of the figures could not be categorized according to the binary gender system. The representational form is simple, and the human body is summarily rendered in the majority of pre-Palatial and Proto-Palatial seals and sealings. The activities performed by the subjects are limited, involving mainly everyday practices. More specifically, the majority of the pre-Palatial human figures are represented in a simplified manner, either standing or sitting, and in few cases lying down. However, they usually lack distinguishable gestures or postures that would lead to a more definitive interpretation of the practices that they perform. Animals are introduced to the narrative motif in 7 cases, representing a human-animal interaction. A few more seals represent an interaction between human figures, and in one case, a drinking or eating episode could be observed. While in another one, 2 human bodies are hugging and touching each other. Furthermore, a seal from Monia Dichitria depicts a narrative depiction of a possible fighting. And last but not least, in one case, a human figure wearing an apron engages in a daily activity, namely the transportation of a vessel with its likely content. Apart from a few exceptions, which include the Middle Minoan presence with Cretan hieroglyphic script and ought to be separately discussed, the rest of the Proto-Palatial seals adhere to the same iconographical conventions. The majority of them, at least 210, belong to the Middle Minoan II stylistic group of steatite from Mallia, manufactured in the seals engravers workshop. The figures are summarily and abstractly rendered. The pose is usually relatively simple, and the different body parts hang or extend from the core, executing stylized gestures. Human figures are shown in frontal or in profile, standing, walking, running, sitting or squatting, lying down, and occasionally kneeling or bending at the waist. Figures only perform the grab posture on 6 occasions, which could be an indication of sex or dance. Clothing or other attributes attached to the body of the figures are rare. Only in 6 cases do the human figures wear long kilts or robes, which have been utilized to determine the figure's gender identity. However, some of them lack any other characteristics that could lead to a safer interpretation. Likewise, an indication of hairstyle is rarely observed. In certain cases, the figures present short hair or short locks. Despite the fact that human bodies take various stances in most cases, figures are rarely involved in a recognizable embodied practice. They do, however, occasionally appear in descriptive or pictorial images, either by themselves or in conjunction with other people, animal, or things. The human-animal relation is frequently depicted. Human figures are accompanied by bullheads, goats, rams, spiders, dogs, snakes, water birds, in 31 seals in total. In a few cases, the narrative motif accentuate the capturing of animals and the exposure of the fish prey. Furthermore, figures appear to be accompanied by or carry a variety of objects, including bows and arrows, poles and rods, ladders, a spear, and in one example, a loop, as well as nature elements such as saw or fern branches. Pottery vessels, such as pithoid jars and jugs, are the most often represented objects. These vessels either accompany the figures, sometimes hanging with strings or in elongated slugs, or are carried by them. In one case, a possible pottery production process with a vessel and the pottery wheel is depicted. And in another case, the feet of the figure are inside a vessel or another structure possibly used for the purposes of wine pressing. Moreover, a seated figure is occupied with an object that it might be a cane of that period, and the double axe that accompanies a human figure is the unique example of a ceremonial and symbolic object during the Middle Minoan II period. Aside from meat, everyday objects predominate in the iconographic repertoire. Although pottery vessels could be utilized in ceremonial performances, any other symbolic elements like the protopalatial bodily depiction. The depiction of interpersonal contact and closeness is another prevalent descriptive element from the time. In several seals, human figures can be seen standing, walking, sitting, or lying down together. In another seal, two human figures, possibly female ones, seem to be moving or even dancing. In some instances, the human bodies are in close proximity to one another, while in others they are hugging or holding hands. In conclusion, apart from a few minor exceptions, the prepalatial and protopalatial miniature iconography is devoid of symbolic or ceremonial descriptive images. Of course, some specific iconographic motifs are trivial to interpret. For example, in later periods, the performance of the same gesture or the transportation of vessels is interlinked with ceremonial iconography. However, any other special indicators such as symbols, ceremonial architecture, special clothing, magical creatures, differentiation in the size and status of the figures are absent from prepalatial and protopalatial miniature iconography. For this reason, it is preferably perceived as a glimpse into the or unidentified practices of that period. On the contrary, during the Palatial period, there is a shift regarding both the selected material and techniques and the mode of representation. The use of soft stones continues throughout the Bronze Age. In addition, rotary tools and semi-precious hard stones, such as amethyst, agate, jasper, etc., are introduced during the Palatial period. Moreover, the metal signet rings and the numerous ceilings from Agia Triada, Festos, Maglia, etc. provide great examples of complex and multi-figured compositions, offering an insight into Nepalatial art. These techniques contribute to a more delicate and detailed depiction of the human figures. Therefore, the individual features of the body are more visible, and the distinguished differences permit to a large extent the gender categorization of the figures. The representation of the bodies resembles those depicted on wall paintings, presenting in detail the human body, emphasizing the female breasts or male genitals, as well as the muscular athletic body. Moreover, the clothing, hairstyle, and adornment of the figures are more elaborate and to a large extent related to the practices and gestures performed by both male and female figures. Apart from the detailed representation of the human body, a shift in the selected themes is observed. Ritual and symbolic content involved both male and female figures have considerably increased. The representation of animals and animate beings is the most common iconographic motif in Neopalatial miniature iconography. In the currently examined material, human figures are represented alongside animals and animate creatures and ceilings. Only 6 seals illustrate hunting episodes, whereas 31 depict the capture of lions, goats, rams, fishes, and octopuses. Female figures appear to carry mainly quadruped animals, probably leading them to slaughter. On the contrary, male figures either hunt lions and bulls, sometimes with the assistance of dogs, or prepare the transportation of the captured animals. In a few cases, they are depicted carrying and exposing their marine prey. And in four ceilings portray the riding of a chariot led by other horses or griffins, implying a possible riding race. Bull leaping is the most usually shown athletic event. 28 Neopalatial ceilings depict the many stages and tactics of bull leaping, providing a greater understanding of this practice. Sitting female figures with very elaborate skirts or shorts are either feeding or petting goats and dogs in seal images. 4 Neopalatial seals represent human figures riding animals, or the so-called Minoan dragon. Some researchers have interpreted those figures as deities above animals, a motif adopted by Middle Eastern iconographic examples. 6 mistress and 4 master of animals are dated to the same period. The iconographic convention of the master or mistress of animals was introduced during the Neopalatial period. However, it gained in popularity during the late Bronze Age III period. The motif consists of a central human accompanied by antithetically positioned griffins, quadruped animals, or fish. Moreover, in 28 seals, human figures are accompanied by animals or other creatures. Some of them depict human figures standing in profile with animals positioned by their side. Some researchers interpret these images as master of animals. However, since they do not follow the typical convention, here the emphasis is given on the human-animal relation with an emblematic and probable symbolic character. We observe that the majority of the miniature representations of the human-animal entanglement are of symbolic and special character, including athletic events such as riding or bull leaping, hunting and capturing of animals, or a symbolic interaction, as in the case of the master and mistress of animals. Only in 3 Neopalatial ceilings, an everyday practice is depicted. 2 ceilings include the milking process of goats, and in one case, a probable shepherd collects baby goats from the herd, most likely in order to lead them to slaughter. The Neopalatial ceiling imagery is dominated by ceremonial and symbolic practices. Aside from animal-related ceremonial depictions, at least 130 seal images contain embodied and kinesthetic exceptional events. These representations have been classified as ritualistic because of the presence of a series of symbolic practices and performances involving the entanglement of the human body with parts of the natural and artificial world. The worship scenes are dominated by the Cretan nature, which includes mountains, rocks, and scattered trees. And naturalized symbolism and significations result through the corporeal engagement with the natural world, such as the practice of tree shaking or a probable grieving gesture above a betulus. The Celtic environment is enhanced by ceremonial architecture, which comprises complex temples, tripartite shrines, columns, horns of consecration, and elaborate throne or seats. Human figures actively interact with the multiple symbolic aspects, occasionally carrying, offering, or accepting ritualistic objects such as double axes. More specifically, the iconographic repertoire of at least 31 images has been recognized as procession scenes. Those usually multi-figured scenes involve walking or even running figures with either transport symbolic objects such as gestures. According to Blackholmer, specific still images are fragments from an elongated relief frame that function as a narrative medium rather than a separate artistic medium. Moreover, the embodied and kinesthetic apparatus includes possible dancing performances in which usually female figures dressed in very elaborate and prestige clothing and adornment participate. Even in the more abstract and roughly depicted images, a series of embodied gestures and stances indicate their involvement in repetitive bodily performances with a possible ceremonial character. 8 depictions of personal or multi-figure sailing activity date to the same period. At least in 4 of them, the sailing process is involved in ceremonial events according to the presence of symbolic elements such as the bird boat or the small hovering figures or the ritual trees on the boat. In 19 cases, a military event is depicted, including the embodied combat, the preparation of battle, and the military march. These descriptive images, usually involving male figures dressed in belts and loincloths and equipped with spears, swords, helmets, and eight-shaped shields. However, 2 female figures are as well depicted in preparation for battle or hunting. The appropriate clothing and adornment are chosen based on the gender and status of the figures, as well as the practices they perform. Different clothing is chosen for bull leaping or other athletic events, and different for procession and ceremonial acts. In addition, the size and placement of the bodies differ depending on their social status. The majority of the figures participating in ritualistic and symbolic performances are identified by several researchers, either as very important persons, deities, or even bureaucrats. However, the current presentation will not place a greater emphasis on recognizing the many identities of the persons involved. Whichever their identity is, human figures in a palatial period are mainly involved in ceremonial and special practices. Consequently, we observe that during the pre-palatial and proto-palatial period, human bodies are abstractly and summarily rendered, performing very simple gestures, and most of the time they are engaged in everyday practices. On the contrary,
excuse me, this is just a reminder that 20 minutes have passed.
Yeah, I need. I will finish. I'm sorry. On the contrary, during the neopalatial period, a shift in the formation of the iconographic repertoire is observed, with the majority of the human figures involved in ceremonial and special practices. This shift is, on one hand, a result of the technological changes, such as the introduction of hard semi-precious stones, metal signet rings, and the use of rotary tools that permit the detailed and elaborate depiction of the human body. On the other hand, this shift reflects a change in the perception of the formation of the human body. The highly engendered and detailed depiction, as well as the ceremonial repertoire, could be observed simultaneously in other visual media, such as the neopalatial wall paintings. And apart from very few seals that depict everyday practices and several others where the embodied practice is unidentified, the neopalatial imagery is dominated by special events interweaved with a formal iconographic program of the palatial society. Thus, the choice of emphasizing the different social identities and how they perform them reflects the wider social and ideological changes of the neopalatial society. Through of these spatial events, still images are involved in the visual performances of the symbolic and ritual antagonism of the minor elite groups. I'm sorry, it took a bit more. Thank you for.
We thank you. It was really very, very interesting interview, and you were just not even 2 minutes, more than your time. So it's really okay. And I thank you very much. And I'd like to invite our next speaker and colleague. Yes. And this will be Martin Lemke, who holds his MA in Aegean archaeology and PhD in Roman Limes archaeology. He's the lecturer at the Faculty of, let me just wait, have a second. He's the lecturer at the Faculty of Archaeology, University of Warsaw, specializing in Roman army logistics and Roman provinces in Balkans. He is the head of the Archaeology project, active excavator, and he will talk today, a very fascinating title, Stoned in the Bronze Age, the state of the debate on consumption of narcotics in Minoan Crete. The floor is yours. With the mic, please.
Yes, so thank you, Agata. Good morning, everyone. So let's talk about drugs.
Yes, let us talk about drugs.
And by that, I mean literally drugs, because the term I should be using throughout is narcotics, really. But you will hear me, I suppose, use the word drugs or psychoactive substances every now and then. And in the context of this presentation, I mean exactly the same in each case. A big thank you to the organizers for accepting my paper. You'll be thrilled that I chose to address the controversial word head-on in my presentation. What else? Yes, excellent. What else would I like to talk about in my presentation? Well, first of all, I want to explain the three impulses that made me prepare this paper or this presentation, which will actually take up, the introduction will take up half of my presentation, but bear with me here, I think it makes sense. And I'll start with some information or some slides on events in the more recent history that are connected to narcotics, and most of them connected to opium, which I want to show you to just give an impression of how important to this day the question of opium is. Some more recent developments regarding narcotics in archaeology through state-of-the-art archaeometric techniques that can be used in the 21st century to find traces of narcotics used 2,000, 3,000, 4,000 years ago. That wasn't possible in the 20th century, for instance. A few words about a book by Michael Pollan that I recently read, and that was the third impulse for this presentation. This is not meant to be an advertisement of that book, but still his approach is something that I think would be useful also to take into account when talking about narcotics in the Minoan context. The works of Giorgio Samorini are also relevant. He made a very thorough list of psychoactive substances that can be found in archaeology contexts in general, including the Minoan ones, and also prepared a division of what types of sources we actually can have in the archaeological context. Finally, we get to the narcotics in the Minoan world. A few examples of finds that are related to these. A lot obviously will be about opium. And then finally, some other theories concerning Minoan Crete and the use of narcotics there. You will also see, for instance, a fragment of a depiction on a ring that also Tatiana just showed us in the previous lecture, so there is a connection here. And finally, my conclusions on the Minoan drug use as it is presented between some were educated guesses or actually knowledge, and also speculation. So without further ado, if we talk about opium, we might just as well think about the Opium Wars, yes, fought in the 19th, and if we count the Boxer Rebellion in the 20th century. was the Chinese government's campaign to enforce the prohibition against opium trafficking by British merchants. A few years later, in the 20th century, another prohibition, a famous one in the United States of America, an attempt to heal was seen as an ill society beset by alcohol-related problems such as alcoholism, family violence, and saloon-based political corruption. Another few decades later, we have the counterculture of the 1960s, and somebody called this the emergent middle-class drug culture. LSD and other psychedelics were adopted by and became synonymous with the counterculture movement due to their perceived ability to expand consciousness. Expanding consciousness is something that very frequently appears in archaeological papers related to Minoan drug use. And so I think this is also a topic that is connected in a way. Can you click again, please? Something that is connected to the previous slide is the so-called war on drugs. Again, in the United States of America, global campaign to enforce drug prohibition. But during the same time in Western Europe, for instance, there is a struggle with heroin addiction in the 1980s and 1990s as well. Something more positive in recent times, this is the 21st century, the potential medical uses for illegal substances or formerly illegal substances for the treatment of treatment-resistant depression, nicotine dependence, terminal diseases, Parkinson's, and so on and so on. So you might see this popping up in the news every now and then. And after a positive, another negative, the so-called opioid crisis in the USA, a really ridiculous situation, you think about it. The use of the actual illegal drug heroin is going back slowly, but the amount of deaths by opium-based substances is increasing exponentially, as you can see, through legal substances. So a very interesting and sad topic, but not the topic of my lecture today. Now, from this first impulse, the second impulse, that means new methods of research in archaeology. Sophisticated archaeometric instruments, increasingly capable of detecting the presence of psychoactive substances, plant sources in archaeological context, such as the direct evidence of the use of multiple drugs in Bronze Age Minorca, yes, from human hair analysis, something that was not possible in the 20th century, or long-lasting ergot lipids as new biomarkers for assessing the presence of cereals and cereal products in archaeological vessels. Now, the ergot is a parasitic fungus that thrives on, well, cereal, as you might expect, such as wheat or barley. And we will come back to the ergot towards the end of my presentation as an interesting analogy from the more classical period connected to the Eleusinian mysteries. And as promised, the third impulse, the book This Is Your Mind on Plants by Michael Pollan, where he explores in particular opium, caffeine, and mescaline. And by explores, I mean he actually takes these, well, caffeine is not such a big surprise, and describes his reaction to that, trying to start a post-war on drugs conversation to take into account how different one drug is from another. And that's also something that's very important when talking about narcotics in an archaeological context. The book ends with a ceremony around the use of the San Pedro, a relatively fast-growing Andean cactus that contains mescaline, a hallucinogen. And this is also important because the context of ceremonial and religious use of narcotics is also something that comes up in the context of the Minoan culture. Paul is obviously not so much an expert on archaeology, although he quotes certain relevant sources, but on the effects of the given narcotics. And he reports, among other things, also how he grew an opium poppy in his garden to make tea out of it. Paul is also an advocate for the use of psychedelics as medicine, such as combating mental health problems. And from his book, I also take this division of narcotics, psychoactive substances, or drugs, if you want to, into three basic categories. One might argue in certain cases, if this is correct or not, but overall, this is quite precise. These are uppers, downers, and outers. Now, uppers and downers are not Pollan's invention. His invention is merely the outers. The uppers would be stimulants, such as coffee, for instance, but also cocaine. Downers are sedatives, such as opium or alcohol, for instance. And the outers are hallucinogens. Mescaline, psilocybin. Mescaline appears in cacti in the New World mostly, so this is not a topic for Minoan archaeology, but psilocybin appears, for instance, in fungi and mushrooms. LSD, DMT, all these are hallucinogens. And the distinction between the downers, such as opium, and the proposed effects of hallucinogens in the Minoan culture are also something that made me think about this topic and prepare this presentation. Now, as for the precision of language, I started saying that I will use the words drugs and narcotics and psychoactive substances interchangeably, saying that my language is going to be imprecise. And now I want to advocate for precise language, which makes me a bit of a hypocrite, but bear with me, it's important. So when I explained to my girlfriend a couple of weeks ago what I would be speaking of during the conference, she said, well, but you were talking about opium mostly, and you used the word stoned, which pertains to cannabis, yes, or hashish. And she was perfectly right, obviously, but I couldn't tell her that. So I Googled quickly for the word stone to come up with a couple of definitions that use the slang word for intoxicated or dazed from drugs, under the influence of drugs, perhaps even drunk, and under the influence of a drug. So, but still, initially, she is right, but then again, the word simply has expanded. It is used in a wider context nowadays. And if we want to, and my argument is, if we want to explain a particular situation, such as on Minoan Crete, in relation to what usage of narcotics we may perceive in, let's say, the art or in the religion, we have to be precise and not imprecise, like I was just a moment ago. Narcotics are talked about in archaeology for decades already. Here's some more or less famous books, such as The Long Trip by Paul de Rereux on the prehistory of psychedelia. The Road to Eleusis, co-authored by no other than Albert Hofmann, the man who took the ergot, parasitic fungus, and created LSD out of it. And I'll come back to the Eleusinian mysteries towards the end of my presentation. And also, well, the infamous sacred mushroom and the cross, which is, well, an interesting approach in which the author argues that the cross, the Christian cross, is actually a symbol for a psychedelic mushroom. But these are older books, something completely new from 2021, The Routledge Companion to Ecstatic Experience in the Ancient World. And lo and behold, what's on the cover? A beautiful bowl of Camara's pottery, or a flat bowl of Camara's pottery. So that's already a sign that Minoan culture is going to be included here. As for the works of Samorini, he, as I said in his text on the oldest data evidencing relationship of Homo sapiens and psychedelic plants, gives a very complete listing of the substances in question and when they were used first, and also a division of the evidence we can have for the use of narcotics, such as direct evidence, which would be material finds, macroscopic or microscopic pollen, lipids, botanical remains revealed during excavations, chemical evidence, identification of the active ingredients of plants in human tissues, genetic evidence based on genetic studies of a plant populations in different areas. This mostly concerns wine, for instance, but also the poppy from which opium is made, interestingly. And then we have indirect evidence, anthropophysical evidence, so specific transformation or malformations in the human remains, paraphernalia, so instruments or equipment used for the consumption of psychoactive sources. And here he counts the transport amphorae for wine also among these. And finally, the category that is, well, the most, if we talk about Minoan archaeology, the most prominent one, but also, well, as we see here, the most debatable one, iconographic evidence. So images of psychoactive plants or the context of their use. And this, Samorini has commented with, this type of documentation is frequently uncertain, given that the iconography of ancient plants and fungi is not generally reported with an abundance of morphological details that can safely allow the identification of the botanical species. And finally, literary evidence as well, but this does not concern us here. Now, let's jump to Minoan Crete, finally, and the most famous example of physical proof that a narcotic, a drug, a psychoactive substance was in use and also in reverence. The poppy goddess, famous statue which is found in Gazi from the late Minoan period and which is today in the museum in Heraklion. The name comes from the shape of the terminals of opium poppy seed heads rising from the diadem on her head. And interestingly, and I will come back to this towards the end of the lecture, Kalkareni suggested that the poppies were connected with a Cretan cult that was then later on transmitted into the Eleusinian mysteries in classical Greece. Seems probable that the great mother goddess, so it's already an interpretation that this is the great mother goddess, who bore the names Rhea and Demeter, brought the poppy with her from her Cretan cult to Eleusis, and it is almost certain that in the Cretan cults their opium was prepared from poppies. Well, I agree that this was almost certain. As for the rest, well, it's interesting, but far from certain. So here we have the poppy goddess, and even though this is a unique statue, other statues also with a similar pose and different adornments on the head can be found. But we also have other depictions of the poppy, the opium poppy in the Cretan inventory, the Minoan inventory. Some are older than these statues, some are younger, such as this Pyxis with a depiction of the opium poppy. We already saw, no, we didn't see, but we have here an example from Glyptics, where here again, the opium poppy being held by that person, opium-shaped vessels, opium poppy-shaped vessels, opium poppy-shaped pins right there. Now, a few words on opium in general. The dried latex obtained from the seed capsules of the opium poppy, which is then cut, and a single drop of this latex will run down, and this is later then harvested. So it's a very, you don't get much of the substance from one instance. 12% of the opium is made up of the alkaloid morphine. So the alkaloids in all these plants, interestingly, are bitter tasting substances actually produced by the plants to deter animals from eating them, which is an interesting irony if you think about it. And this morphine can be processed chemically to produce heroin, for instance, and other synthetic opioids. It is in its natural form and its synthetic form, in any form, highly addictive and a very capable downer, painkiller. Opium poppy as is here did not exist in nature and was created by human cultivation, but very early on, even long before the Minoan times. The oldest remains have come from Italy, dating back to about 5,600 BC. And in many Neolithic settlements or contexts, we also found instances of the opium poppy. Then later on, we have a continuity, because you remember, so we have the earliest examples from the Neolithic. I told you of some very recent examples of the opium or its derivatives causing trouble in our times. But all the years in between, the millennia are also filled up with opium, because already in classical times, the somewhat paranoid ruler Mithridates had the Mithridatum created for him as a panaceum, because he was very afraid to get poisoned. So he wanted to take something that would keep him from being defects of the poison working. And Mithridatum was created. The only really active compound in it was opium, as you might guess. And later on, this gets turned in Roman times into theriac. Famously, Emperor Marcus Aurelius was possibly addicted to it. And in medieval times, theriac becomes Venetian treacle, which is sold in boxes like this one. And even until the 19th, early 20th century, poppy tea was used in a domestic context, a self-medication against pain and so on. Now, these are the titles of the various chapters of the Routledge companion on ecstatic experiences, such as psychedelic art and ecstatic visions in the Aegean, altered state on prepalatal Crete, bodies in ecstasy, shamanic elements in Minoan religion. Very interesting, and the arguments in these texts are very interesting and certainly worthwhile to read. But so if we come to the psychedelic art theory, especially focusing obviously on Camara's vessels of the Old Palace period, it is argued that these exhibit clear signs of psychedelic influence and intent. However, no evidence for the use of psychedelic drugs, actually. Then this is something that we saw in the earlier presentation already by Tatiana, the so-called tree pulling theory, which alludes to the conversation between people and trees, and that this is some sort of interpretation of these scenes. And also the altered state of consciousness, yes, that would be achieved therein. And perhaps, again, also using psychedelic drugs, but no evidence for that. And finally, we have the shamanic poses and the animistic theory, which again speaks of the connection between people and nature in Minoan Crete, and achieving states of altered consciousness through, for instance, poses or certain actions. Again, the authors suggest perhaps using psychedelic drugs as well, but no proof for that. Still, all these theories come, yes, I have it here in front of me too. I'll come to the conclusion. This gives the Minoan culture a certain reputation, which can be seen even here on Etsy. You can purchase the Minoan Design 1 psychedelic kaleidoscopic colorful decoration digital print if you want to. So even though there is no proof for it, the reputation of the Minoan culture has developed in that way. And there are in archaeology depictions of psychedelic fungi, for instance, here from Spain, depictions right here, or from Northern Africa with the psychedelic fungi right here. Again, this is from Samorini's publications. Finally, and actually there's going to be a presentation, I believe, on water lilies later on today, so I'll just skip this, but water lilies also can have a psychedelic effectiveness. I would love to go into detail on the Eleusinian mysteries. I hope you know something about them already, and the identification of the possible identification of fungi that were used in the kykion, the mix that was drunk during these mysteries to achieve the state of trance. And here is an interesting example, and this is the last thing I'm going to say, I promise, where not so long ago, so it has been long before suggested that during these mysteries, psychedelic substances were consumed. And more recently, in Spain, again, fragments of Claviceps purpurea, so the ergot that I spoke of earlier on, were found in a temple of the 4th to 2nd century, dedicated to the Eleusinian goddesses, which are Demeter and Persephone, or Cora. And these fragments were found both within a vessel as well as in the jaw of a 25-year-old man, as evidence that was chewed. And this strongly supports the hypothesis that the ergot, if you remember, the parasitic fungus that later on LSD was made out of, was actually consumed during these rites there. Now, in conclusion, there are some good arguments for postulating the consumption of psychedelic narcotics on Minoan Crete. Certainly they are. Opium, however, is not a convincing candidate for being the cause for the depicted states of shamanic activity or psychedelic art, in my opinion. And perhaps the aforementioned state-of-the-art archaeometric methods will be put to good use to Minoan artifacts to provide some clues. And finally, why not postulate, if the Allegro could see the mushroom in the cross, why not postulate the sacred mushroom and the double eggs in the famous double eggs of the Cretan period? With that, I thank you for your attention. Sorry for being over time.
Thank you, Martin. This was inspiring. And now we are coming to the last lecture of this session, and I'm happy to introduce Prof. Ramirez-Valiente from the University of Nottingham. She has recently received her PhD for the thesis titled Anthropomorphic Figurines and Fragments from Neolithic Crete and Thessaly, Analysis of the Context, Age, Sex, and Gender. And she participated in numerous international conferences, particularly the ones organized by the European Association of Archaeologists. So there are like 4 annual meetings that she attended with papers about Aegean archaeology, and one of her papers was recently published in European Journal of Archaeology. She did her master's degree in prehistoric archaeology and a BA in history at the University of Complutense of Madrid in Spain, and she's currently a teaching affiliate and honorary research fellow at the University of Nottingham, adorned bodies in clay, decoration, and painting in pottery and clay figurines in the Neolithic Aegean. The floor is yours, and I will start screen sharing.
Okay, thank you for that wonderful introduction. Good morning, everyone. And first, of course, I would like to thank the organizers for organizing this great conference. I find there is a great atmosphere, and also for allowing me to present this paper. Back? Ah. This. No? Okay. So as my research specializes on Neolithic figurines from Greece, which I studied for my PhD research, now hopefully finished. And as part of that research, one of the things I focused on was on the decoration and color on the figurines. And I realized that a lot of this decoration was shared with pottery vessels as well. So the problem is that many scholars have not addressed those connections between pottery and figurines, but probably knowledge of pottery making was needed to model figurines and to decorate them, because they require the use of similar techniques. So this paper is a preliminary examination of the decoration, color, and motifs that appears both in figurines and pottery, and the possible relationship of this decoration with painting, with clothing. Okay, so to give you some context for those unfamiliar with the chronology of the Aegean Neolithic, we have very early dates in sites such as Knossos in Crete and the southern Peloponnese of around 7,000 cold BC. Most of the figurines were produced from the early Neolithic up to the final Neolithic period. And the main areas that where my data comes from are Neolithic Crete, mostly from the site of Knossos, with a total of 126 figurines, and the area of Thessaly, with a selection of sites with a total of 206 figurines. But I also compare with figurines and pottery from other areas. So traditionally, scholars have mostly interpreted the decoration on figurines as possibly representing body painting, scarification, or tattooing. Here we have an image of a Tabwa woman in this, in this picture with a scarification on her back, and a figurine from the pre-pottery Neolithic site of Engasau in Anatolia, with corded impressions, possibly representing scarification. This interpretation of decoration as scarification, tattooing, or body painting may be possible in specific cases. No examples such as that from Engasau appear in the Aegean. The closest examples are perhaps this, this one from final Neolithic Knossos, which has impressions of these dots randomly arranged, and the fashion marks in the heads of some figurines from Neolithic Thessaly. Okay. However, most of the figurines decoration probably depicted elements of attire, particularly those covered in painting, and incisions or impressions may represent elaborated attires. The tendency of decoration is that in Thessaly and in general in mainland Greece, painting is more frequently used for the decorations, like in this figurine. Whereas in Crete, incisions and impressions are used more widely. But this, however, applying specific techniques to the figurines, like in this case, we find the original picture of a figurine and then applying a technique, treating the image with this stretch, we can find that there is a lot of red pigment remaining in the figurine. So, but this has gone previously unnoticed. So a lot more of painting could be found in future studies. So while no textile remains have been found for Neolithic Greece, the archaeological evidence that we have for textile production includes textile tools such as spindle whorls, clay shuttles, bone tools such as needles, and possibly stamp seals. We also have textile imprints from pottery and figurines, and textile patterns represented on pottery and figurines. And in those textile patterns is what I am going to focus on. But very briefly, this is an example of a textile imprint on a figurine. This would be an acrolith figurine, which is composed of a clay body and a marble head, where most of the facial features are decorated with painting. And in this body of an acrolith from late Neolithic Sangli, we find, I don't know if it's visible, but there are some textile imprints throughout. So it may be that some of these figurines were probably covered with some sort of textile. So the sharing of decoration on pottery and figurines also assures to study Neolithic textiles. And we may notice tailoring techniques and tailoring elements and the symmetrical repetitive designs patterns on both may represent woven prototypes. So this is an example from Neolithic Cheronea. This is in the typical pottery style in red and white that is used very frequently in early and middle Neolithic Thessaly. So we have here some examples from Sesklo that also the decoration is very similar between both. In Crete, impressed dots appear commonly on late Neolithic figurines and pottery from Knossos, with the same red and white paste applied to the figurine or only white paste. The dots may depict beads sewn onto the garment, and parallels may be found on the veiled girl from the Adorant's fresco from Akrotiri. Again, in this case, very little of the red pigment is remaining, but with some techniques we may enhance the visualization of this color. The dot decoration is also accompanied by incisions in different patterns, and this appears both in figurines and pottery, using the same colors, red and white, or sometimes only white. A very common motif is the lozenge or rhombus, which appears on Middle Neolithic and Late Neolithic vessels and figurines in Crete, Thessaly, or the Peloponnese. The symmetrical lozenge decoration is typical of the Middle Neolithic Urfinis ware, such as in this. And a figurine from Knossos, from late Neolithic Knossos, has a similar decoration on its back. And on top of the shoulders, we find another decoration, which is the hatch lozenge, that also appears in pottery and other figurines from Knossos. These motifs possibly represented specific decorations on the dress that these figurines were wearing. So stripes and angle patterns are also noticeable in cloth figurines, especially on the legs, such as in the Kurothropos figurine from Sesklo, and in this figurine from Knossos, in this case with incisions, which may show either parts of garments or trousers. The Kurothropos figurine is represented also with a spiral on its belly, and the one from Knossos with the concentric circles. These are also very common motifs in pottery from the same period, the late Neolithic, especially in the site of Dimini and Sesklo, which also has, there's an example here with spirals and concentric circles. We may also find or identify specific tailoring techniques in both pottery and tailoring techniques and elements in both pottery and figurines. And these tailoring elements that I have so far identified are seams, sleeves, necklines, aprons, fringes, or straps. We have an example here of two figurines from Dimini in Thessaly with this kind of X-shaped straps that appear also on pottery vessels from the same site. And this may attest for the use of the band weaving technique. These straps have been reproduced in experimental work by Modcat. using the band weaving technique. So other tailoring elements we may recognize are necklines, like in this figurine from Franklin Cave, and possibly fringes. Otherwise, if this on the hips, this line here, does not represent fringes, it may represent seams joining the upper part and the lower part of the garment on this figurine. Another example is this figurine from late Neolithic Knossos, which on its back has this decoration that may also represent a seam, also joining the upper and lower part of the garment. And this type of decoration also appears on pottery from the same site. But there are also other types of seams that I don't include here. But I think it's time to conclude. As the main conclusions, I find that widely shared repetition of specific patterns of motifs and the same decoration style and color in figurines and pottery across different sites from Neolithic Greece may evidence that textiles were represented on both. Specific tailoring techniques may be identified by looking into the decoration on pottery and figurines, such as band weaving, as we showed previously. But of course, more research is needed to further understand textile techniques and identify further tailoring techniques in the Neolithic. The tailoring elements represented on figurines and pottery include seams, sleeves, necklines, aprons, belts, fringes, and straps. And these elements, when we identify them on pottery and figurines, may help us understand how clothing was made in the Neolithic. So thank you everyone for listening.
Thank you very much. And we can open the discussion. We have still some minutes. Us was really very good with time. So I suggest that first come questions to Tatiana. Do we have any questions on chat or in the room? Yes. From Steph Osbrook.
Hi, Tatiana. Thank you. That was really, really interesting, very thorough, going over all the different types of depictions. I was wondering, because obviously once you get to using the metal and the hard stones, you have the ability to put more detail in, and that's well understood. But is there any other impacts that using these different materials have? For example, is it easier to do curves in one of these materials or something along those lines?
Okay, well, I'm not specialized in the different techniques that they are using in order to engrave seals or signet rings, but I think the both metals, in the case of the signet rings and the hard stones, are much more easier to engrave them in details. So, of course, you can create a much more detailed human body, and this is observed not only in the cases of a human body representation, but, for example, in animals, etc. Yes, so yes, you can create much more detailed depictions. However, I think that apart from a technological change, I think it's a choice that they are they want to create the differences in the human body. And we know that they could, during the middle Minoan period, they could as well in some soft stones to create more detailed depictions. As, for example, there are some cases where they have face characteristics, but they are only few. So I think it's a choice that they are making. I don't know if I have replied in your question.
Yes, you did. We have a question from Paz, please.
Hi, Tatiana. It's okay. I'm sorry that you couldn't be here, but it was a very nice presentation. And in relation to what you said just now, I'm always interested about gender. And I think you said or suggested that until the Neopalatial period, there's no gender representation. So I wanted to ask if it was because it was not important, the gender representation, or is it because it was done in other ways, maybe by using gestures, postures, dress? I don't know.
Okay, well, we cannot be sure, of course, but I think that they didn't want to emphasize on the gender differences, so they just depict very abstract human forms. And there are only a few cases where, for example, there are figures that wear a skirt or a long kilt. So those might be a representation of a female figures. However, I think they don't want to emphasize on the gender differences, but they want to emphasize on the human form more generally. And this is a huge shift observed during the Neopalatial period, where they start to focus very much on the differences regarding the gender identity or the social status of the figures, etc. Yeah, the gestures could be an indication. However, I think that you cannot observe many differences on the several gestures, so I don't think if you could understand whether it's a female or male figure only by the gestures during the middle Minoan II period. Yeah, but I think that they don't want to emphasize on.
Any other questions? I would have a comment at the question, but maybe there are some others who would like to. Okay, so I'll go with mine. Thank you, Tatiana. This was a very interesting presentation. I have just one comment, and it's about this motif of a bar with circular objects. And I'd like to draw your attention that since like 1997, it's interpreted as loom weights, not pots, just as loom weights. The first who suggested this interpretation was Brandenburg, and I fully support it. And actually we have the full representation of the warp weighted loom, and the loom weights are shown in a very similar way. So I think it's like a really very secure interpretation given what we can tell about Aegean glyptics. So this is just a comment, so perhaps you can reconsider pot making and like think about textile production as well as a reference in the imagery of Middle Minoan seals. And my question is about the continuation of themes, because it seems quite interesting that there is like a gap between like pre-palatial and proto-palatial and then neopalatial. Is it like but this like observation is not really supported by serious studies? Do you see something like that in your research, that some themes are not continued anymore?
Okay, first of all, thank you for the comment. I will yeah, I will search about it. And regarding the question, I think that yes, there isn't a continuation in many cases. However, for example, they as well during the Middle Minoan period, they depict a human-animal interaction. So we have cases where human figures is represented along with an animal, or there are cases that they are exposing their prey. However, I think that even though this theme continues, there is a change regarding the ceremonial aspect of it. So, for example, all the representation, or almost all the representations of human figures with animals or other animate creatures, they get a symbolic aspects. Something that is not recognizable, for example, in Middle Minoan representations. And we have, of course, human interaction as well, but I think that what changes basically is that we proceed from everyday or very simple practices to the ceremonial world and the religious or cultic and symbolic performances of the Neopalatial iconography, which is very similar with other visual media in the same period.
Thank you very much. I think we'll move now to the next presenter because we're like reaching the coffee break time. Martin. Any questions to Martin from the audience, please? Yes.
Hi, Martin. Thanks so much for the presentation. It was really, really very interesting. Drugs are a highly politicized subject to speak about. I was wondering whether you see this sort of waves of the way that people look at drugs politically through time. If you see that back in scholarship as well, is that something that you can recognize in the way that scholars have looked at Minoan Crete?
No, I have to say no. From the earliest comments related to drugs that I know of actually come from Arthur Evans himself, which are quoted by several of the authors that I spoke of today. And in his case, it's a rather speculative approach that the people presented in the art that he speaks of, or even a certain vision that he has sitting, I believe, at nighttime in Knossos in the palace, might have been somehow inspired that the people were, well, high, as they say or so. But neither he nor anyone else after him I can think of were in any way critical, let's say, in a manner that would perhaps correspond to the various periods of, let's say, a very critical approach to narcotics in general in that time, yes? For instance, in the 1970s, 1980s, certainly. So no, I'm not aware of that any scholar would actually adopt the, let's say, parlance or the approach of their times to have a, let's say, negative or critical attitude, or even a positive one, too positive one towards the narcotics consumption on Minoan Crete. No, I'm not aware of that. Doesn't mean that it doesn't exist, but I'm not aware of it.
Any other questions?
Yes, I was wondering, could you explain a bit more about the argumentation behind the decoration on Kamaras were being interpreted as psychedelic?
The best way to explain the argumentation, this is something that the author of the article in question does very well, because in the publication, on one page, she presents a piece, let's say, of Kamaras pottery and true actual psychedelic art from our times next to each other. And well, in the text, she explains the let's say, visual characteristics of this particular art that has been either actually created under the influence of the psychedelic drug or with the thought of these effects. And she simply, so the best way to explain this is to look at it. And the similarities are striking, I must say, yes. So, which is why my overall comment is that while certainly the lack of psychedelic drugs, that the evidence for them in Minoan Crete is something that should never be overlooked and should be, well, commented on every time. On the other hand, the evidence or the suggested evidence, or perhaps the suggestions that we have from art, such as in this case, are, well, as I said, striking and should be looked at. So this is the author does simply compare the various forms, the use of colors, the abstractness, let's say, of particularly the Camara style, to come to the conclusion that there are so many similarities between something that was not created as a copy of Minoan art, but rather as something original, based simply on the psychedelic experience in our day, and something that was created several millennia ago, and that these similarities are such that they would come from a similar experience. That's the argument, more or less.
Thank you. That's
No, I will jump into this discussion because this was something which I was also wondering about. Does the author include the technological process of making pottery? Because it's not that you're like high and you're painting something. I mean, pottery is a process.
Yeah, but it wouldn't
and the colors show up in firing, actually.
But
yeah, I see. But I was wondering if the author had that into the consideration.
no, but it also, I don't think it's a prerequisite actually to have the experience while creating either today or in the past, but because the image of the, let's say, experience can still be there much later. And so the attempt to recreate the image that had been seen earlier can be done perfectly, being perfectly sober, I suppose. Possibly.
Any other question? Yes.
I was wondering whether you have thought about the possibility of an unconscious intake of narcotics through these parasitic funguses. Besides the ergot, there are several other funguses that affect grains, and they may have been digested by people without ever knowing why they had hallucinations and other things. So is this a possibility, one way of going into this rabbit hole of drugs?
Yes, it certainly is. It's not something that I have thought about. It's something that, again, the authors of these papers in turn point out themselves, that the initial consumption might have been accidental, really. Not only because one as you saw, the fungus is really small. One could go through the process of removing it, but it would take a very long time. So most likely they did not. And but still, even if you did, the spores of the fungus would still be there. And so it might have been actually an accidental, but on the other hand, as with many natural occurring narcotics, yes, an accidental step at first, and that became a ceremony or a habit later on. The problem with the ergot, by the way, is that unlike the synthetic drug that was made out of it, LSD, which gives a very clear, let's say, apparently psychedelic experience, but no direct effects of poisoning, with the ergot, it's the opposite. The consumption of ergot apparently leads more or less to something akin to food poisoning, something that's very unpleasant, and the hallucinations or psychedelic effects are certainly lesser than in the case of synthetic LSD, which is one of the problems when debating whether or not the ergot might actually been functioning in the role that I spoke of today, and if this indeed was the mystery behind the Eleusinian mysteries.
Thank you.
So if we have no more questions, let us, okay.
Sorry, so like during my recent research on like Egyptian and Minoan contexts, I noticed that Egyptians loved Camara's pottery as well. Later on, they were copying Cretan designs in their tombs. But what struck me during your presentation was loosely connecting the dots on textual evidence from Egypt. They are saying that they were importing therapeutic medicinal herbs from Crete. Do you think Cretans would actually make a business out of it, like, and exporting it?
That they were the dealers of the Bronze Age?
Yeah.
Interesting thought, but if you saw the list of various psychoactive substances that were collected or that was composed, then you saw that also many of those, the first instances of the use comes from Egypt, actually. So I suppose they had their own resources in this regard. Perhaps not something that at that point in time Crete would be producing, but I suppose in the first order we'd have to establish what exactly Crete would have been producing, and only afterwards discuss perhaps the possibility of exports of that substance in question. Unless it's, of course, opium, which I think can be seen as a given that it was produced on Crete. But then again, it also might have been produced in Egypt as well. No, nothing stands against that.
I think there is a confirmed export from Cyprus of this small pots in shape of a poppy hat, and they were investigated inside. So it's now that it's a mixture of opium with alcohol, and that's another question, how this would affect the body. And I mean, the Cypriots did the business of it, apparently. Okay, now let us come to pass, because we are running out of time and coffee. Are there any questions to pass, please? And I would have a comment.
Sure, I was expecting that.
Any other questions or comments? Okay, so I will say what I was thinking. I was a little bit concerned about the use of the term tailoring. How do you define tailoring?
I don't know how to. I guess that how it is produced.
Okay, so maybe it's not the most lucky term.
Okay.
Then, because like things like bands or fringes, they were not tailored. I mean, they were made to shape the ready products, and it could be a little bit problematic, I think, because there is a long tradition of producing textiles and attires which are woven to a shape, and then comes a huge revolution. It's really like a new, entirely new concept when textile was cut to the shape. And with cutting, it is like entirely new, different world, because then you can adjust the textile exactly to your body, to the movement of your body. It's very like conceptual thing. So if we talk about bands or fringes, it's not really tailoring. I would say that it's like they were produced, textile manufactured, or I mean, I would rather avoid this term, because it can be like
confusing
too much
or okay.
about the products which we can see. And the question is like, do you also accept that they have like a very elaborate dresses like trousers, which was suggested by Cario-Pisori and things like that people wore those things in the Neolithic?
Yeah, I think the figurines really suggest that they have really elaborate dresses and trousers as well. Because they didn't have long weights, so probably they had to make small pieces of clothes and then join them. but still, I think they were, even from small pieces, they were producing very elaborated attires and trousers.
Okay,
Yeah.
Thank you very much. I mean, yeah.
I think it was a very interesting perspective to contrast Cretan figurine production with the one in Thessaly, because these are quite different, as you have seen, as you have shown. I found it also interesting that you saw that you were able to ascertain traces of pigments on at least one figurine. This brings me to the issue of cold painting, which is probably underestimated, which with that term I mean figurines painted after firing. Before firing, then everything is set and it's not possible to transform it afterwards. But in cold painting, if you apply this paint afterwards, you get much more colorful and stronger colors, and you can apply it multiple times. So my question is, did you find any evidence that paint may have been applied several times? And secondly, the problem is, of course, that in many cases this was washed away by archaeologists or by the helpers afterwards. So I think this is and you see this also in the acroliths in Thessaly. These were certainly painted several times. So are there any traces of several layers of paint being applied?
Well, this is something I would really like to research, because so far nothing has been done on that. And I think the reason why most of the figurines from Thessaly with painting are well preserved, the painting is well preserved, it was because it was fired. But in the case of Crete, I think it was after firing, and that's why the painting is not well preserved. Like, it's very, very faint. So I think it would be really interesting to use some techniques to see if it was a process in which they were painting, repainting, and perhaps also after it was wear out, they were repainting them to use it again, to use the figurine again. So yeah, that's a very interesting comment.
Thank you.
Now we move on to the second paper of this session, which will be delivered on Zoom by Paraskevi Yiouni and Angeliki Panatsi. Paraskevi Yiouni is the director of the Department of Prehistory and Classical Antiquities of the Ephorate of Antiquities of Ioannina. She is a graduate of the University of Ioannina. She took her master and PhD at University College in London. She supervises rescue excavations and has taken part in the planning of a series of exhibitions at the Archaeological Museum of Ioannina. Her fields of research include material culture and archaeometry, focusing on the production, technology, and function of Neolithic and Bronze Age pottery from northwestern Greece. She has published articles on prehistoric ceramics and the archaeology of Macedonia and Epirus in peer-reviewed journals and edited volumes. The second contributor of this paper is Angeliki Panatsi. She has been an archaeologist for the Ministry of Culture and Sports since 1998. She studied history and archaeology at the University of Ioannina and holds a Master in Art, History and Theory and curating exhibitions from the same university. She has been working at the Ephorate of Antiquities of Ioannina since 2014, while previously she has worked at the Ephorate of Antiquity of Lesbos from 1998 to 2007, and at the Archaeological Institute of Epirotic Studies from 2007 to 2014. She has worked at the archaeological museums of Mytilene, Limnos, Chios, and Ioannina. The paper is titled A New Late Bronze Age Installation in Ioannina Basin in Epirus, northwestern Greece. And I now let's give the floor, the screen, to our speakers.
Good morning to all. Thank you for the opportunity to participate in this very interesting conference. And we are sorry not to be there. I'm Angeliki Panatsi, and with the Paraskevi Yiouni, we will present the first result of a new rescue excavation in the Ioannina Basin, northwestern Greece. Excuse me.
Yes. Is there any problem?
Okay, we're okay now.
Okay, great.
A new prehistoric site was discovered during the widening of Stavrouniarchou Avenue in the south of Ioannina city, in northwestern Greece. The area is known as Katonio Horopoulos. The excavations reveal the remains of two oval structures situated in a plain area at 478 meters above sea level, close to the foothills of the limestone massif to the west. Pamvotis Lake, a landmark of the Ioannina Basin, is separated from the installation by a series of low hills. Rescue excavation started in 2021, covering the area claimed for the road extension. The east part of the two buildings has been found. These remains are covered now by a cycle path. Excavation continued in 2022, further west in an area owned by the University of Ioannina. From this place, we would like to express our deepest gratitude to the authorities of the university for allowing the continuation of the research in this area. A double column grid consisting of 28 squares, measuring 3 by 3 meters, was laid down along the west margin of the peripheral road. As excavation progressed, 3 more squares were added to the west. In all, the excavation covered an area of 279 square meters. The two buildings are located in the north and central part of the excavation. They are at an open angle to each other, slightly diverging from the north-south axis. The distance between them is 4.5 meters. The south part of the excavated area, the last 8 squares, produced only a surface scale of finds. 12 meters south of Building 2, a small deposit destroyed by the installation of an electricity column is visible on the trench section. Further south, at a distance of 60 meters from Building 2, another small deposit destroyed by earlier works was revealed during the recent construction of a bridge. In general, the area is heavily affected by earlier construction projects. A very small portion of Building 1 extends under the road deck. We do not know if other structures lay beneath Stavrouniarchou, but trial tests opened east of the road produced only a handful of shards, most probably washed down from the installation. Trial tests opened to the north of Building 1 did not reveal any remains either. Most probably the occupation extended south-southwest of the excavated area, but the limits of the prehistoric site are hard to define according to the available data. The site was destroyed by fire and the inhabitants fled, leaving behind a great quantity of ceramic vessels. 350 kilograms of pottery are recovered from these two buildings, comprising many complete or almost complete vases, often blackened by the fire. Apart from pottery, the archaeological record includes the architectural remains in the form of tub with timber ingots and many carbonized wood fragments. In complete contrast with the abundance of pottery, the lithic finds are extremely limited. Metal finds are absent. 1 clay spitting wall and 1 clay bead complete the find catalog. Animal bones and carbonite seeds are also absent, but soil samples were systematically collected during the excavation. We hope that their analysis by Dr. Gadzoya will provide information about the economy of the site. 5 wood charcoal fragments were submitted for radiocarbon dating at the National Center for Scientific Research, Demokritos, but we do not have the results yet. For the moment, based on the comparative study of the ceramic material, the occupation can be dated to the last phases of the late Bronze Age. 5. Wood charcoal fragment. In this photo, we see the stems of 2 kilikes found in Building 1 and Building 2. On the left, there is a complete example of this form from Dodona. These vessels, copying the Mycenaean prototypes, are characteristic of the ceramic production in the Ioanna Basin during the late Hellenic 3B and 3C. The anthropogenic deposits are 60 to 50 centimeters thick. Judging from the homogeneity of the ceramic material recovered from the 2 buildings, we can conclude that the cultural remains represent one occupation phase. After the destruction, deposits from the limestone massif covered the habitation layers rather quickly, protecting the material from erosion and major transportation. This is inferred from the state of preservation of the ceramic material. Many certs are large, non-eroded, with subangular, sub-rounding outlines. The area has not been inhabited again. In fact, the archaeological remains have been found beneath 2 meters thick debris from the road construction project. A number of sites dating from the early to late Bronze Age are known from the south part of the Ioanna Basin. Palabuti, 2 kilometers to the northwest of our site. Agia Marina and Agia Apostoli Pedinis, 2 and 5 kilometers to the south, and Kastritsa, 1.5 kilometers to the east. The site of Kria is located in further north near the drain Lake Lapsista. In the valley of Konitsa lies the settlement and the cemetery of Liatovouni. The tumulus burials in the settlements in the Pogoni district are further northeast near the Greek-Albanian border. Although the cemeteries are analytically published, information about the habitation sites is rather limited, since the excavation have exposed very small parts of the settlement. In the Katou-Nehoropoulos site, the area selected for habitation has a gentle slope from southwest to northeast. Building 2 is 20 centimeters higher than Building 1, and the deposit destroyed by the electric column is situated 1 meter high. The 2 structures have an oval plan. The length of structure 1 is 10.5 meters. Its greatest width is 3 meters. Building 2 is 11 meters long and 3.5 meters wide. The oval ground plan of the dwellings is deduced from the distribution of building debris and finds and the dark coloration of the habitation deposits. Approximately 42 kilos of burnt dab with wood imprints have been collected during the excavation. These clearly indicate that wood of medium diameter as well as thinner branches are closely stacked to roots, were covered with a clayey soil tempered with coarse sand. Some dab fragments preserve one smooth surface. The study of the architectural remains will be corroborated by the study of the carbonized wood fragments retrieved during excavation. Dr. Dinu studied the samples submitted for radiocarbon dating. 4 of them were identified as oak and 1 as elm. A small number of bricks indicate a complementary use, perhaps for specific features. Despite the ample evidence for the use of timber, either as ingots in daub or as carbonized wood fragment, it is remarkable the difficulty of identifying post holes or foundation trenches in the perimeter of the building. In such long buildings, internal supports are necessary, yet again, apart from very small holes, post holes or remains of internal partitions are equally missing. Failure to identify post holes is a rather common phenomenon in prehistoric sites. The excavators of Neolithic Avyi in Macedonia propose that in such cases, posts probably were standing on a wooden support. The floors of the 2 houses at Katou-Nehoropoulo were made from packed earth. In the north and central part of Building 2, a number of small unworked stones, a larger sandstone slab, and 2 very small post holes are defining an area inside the house. Finds are present both above and below this level. In fact, pottery and architectural debris are far more common below the level with a stone. We are not certain yet about the function of these features. We hope that the study of the finds and the microanalysis of the vertical section of the trends will help us to clarify this matter. So far, the two structures from Katoneochoropoulos provide the only complete ground plan of Bronze Age houses in the Ioannina Basin. Despite the rescue excavation of various sites, as for example Palabouti, Agia Marina and Agia Apostoli Pedinis, Kastritsa and Kria in the Ioannina Basin, as well as Liatovouni in the valley of Konitsa, the architectural record is very fragmented. It does indicate, however, the presence of houses with curvilinear walls, usually with a stone base of unworked stones. In all cases, floors were of packed earth, usually enriched with timbers. Traces of simple huts are the only internal features revealed so far. Despite the difficulties of identifying the internal partitions and facilities in the Katoneochoropoulos houses, the distribution of pottery is providing information about their spatial organization. This is a study still in progress, but we can present some data about the distribution of ceramic inside the structure. For the present, the recording of pottery is more complete for building 1. In the northern part of this structure were found vessels related with the preparation, cooking, and storage of food. In the middle part, a number of table vessels was found, apparently used for serving, such as bowls, a kylix, and an amphora. Near to them were vessels for food preparation and cooking. In the southern part of the house, fine and coarse, 100 cups and bowls, that is serving vessels, are found in the east, whereas cooking and storage vessels in the west part. The association of storage, cooking, and serving vessels in different parts of the structure make us wonder whether the building was shared by more than one household or family. The majority of the pottery recovered from the site belonged to medium or coarse texture handmade vessels. Decoration consists of plastic motifs in the form of finger-impressed cordons, applied pellets and knobs, often in combination. Sometimes the decoration is more varied. Fine handmade pots are present, as well as few well-made examples, most probably imported. Among the medium textured vessels, 2 handle bowls are abundant. Usually one handle is vertical, the other horizontal. 1 handle cups with concave neck are common. The same form in larger size is also common. These necked jars have the same decoration as the smaller cups. We can notice also that the handle is usually oblique rather than vertical. Amphoras with concave neck are also present. Deep vessels with straight walls or a verted upper part are made from coarse and more fine textured fabrics. Storage vessels are represented by basins with large rim diameter. Although we do not have yet a complete profile of a plethoric vessel, body sets with large diameter and large bases are present. In all cases, bases are simply mainly flat. Lids were also present. There is a wide variety of handle types. Simply righted loop handles, horizontal, vertical, or oblique, raising horizontal handles, crescent, triangular, or oblong lines, etc. We have to remark that the wares from Katoneochoropoulos are similar to those found in the other contemporary settlements in Epirus. The excavation of Katoneochoropoulos occupation, despite its rescue character, provides the opportunity to address many issues concerning the late Bronze Age environment, habitation patterns and architecture, community and house organization, economy, and material culture in the Ioannina Basin. The study of cultural remains is starting now, but we hope that eventually it will shed more light on the human presence in the area. Thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you for reporting on fresh evidence from Epirus. The third speaker is Anna Peterková. She is a PhD student at the Institute of Classical Archaeology at Charles University in Prague. Her current work, her PhD thesis, is called Demographic and Production Aspects of Bronze Age Settlements in the East Aegean Islands and Western Anatolia based on preserved architecture. For research purposes, she attended several different archaeological projects and internships in this region. Since 2018, she has been part of the Serrallo, Eleona and Langada archaeological project on the island of Kos. And since 2021, is also participating in the International Archaeological Project at the site of Kaymakçı in Turkey. So the title of her paper is How to Approach Population Size Estimation for Sites Along the East Aegean West Anatolian Interface. So please.
Hello, everyone. As it was said, the title of my paper today is called How to Approach Population Size Estimation for Sites Along the East Aegean West Anatolian Interface. It's going to be rather theoretical, but hopefully as much of interest for you as it is for me. Can I thank you? There are different definitions of the term population. For this presentation, I've chosen Philip's Krieger definition, which you can read on this slide. And when we talk about settlements and the size of the prehistoric population, the key part is mainly the part that describes the population as a group of people living together. And of the various characteristics that we can observe in relation to the population, the most important ones for estimating the size of the population in the settlements are, of course, the size of the population, but also the population density. As for the geographical area of so-called interface, we do not have many settlement sites with preserved architecture, which is crucial for determining the population size in this paper. The upper map shows the most significant sites along the upper and lower East Aegean and West Anatolian interface. The challenge in this area, however, is that in many cases we lack research or published material. Nevertheless, in some cases, we can reconstruct at least the general size of the settlement and estimate the average size of household. Better known and preserved regions such as Crete, mainland Greece, Cyclades, Mesopotamia, or Levant can give us better idea on how to approach the problem of estimating population size. Because I want to speak today mainly about the interface region, and also I don't want to completely overwhelm you with the state of research for this topic, I'm just going to briefly mention major approaches whose were used for the question of estimating population size in surrounding regions. We can distinguish few approaches for estimating the size of the population, adapting to the situation and available data. First of them is using the population density and the extent of the settlement. Population density can be based on preserved architecture, or as the value for it is used number borrowed from previous studies. It's not unique that within the large settlements are used different values for population density. Approaches like this are used, for example, by Arthur Evans, Sinclair Hood, and partially also by Colin Renfrew for establishing the population of Neo-Palatial Knossos. More elaborated approach, but based on the same principle, is also using Todd Whitelaw. Population density is used also for estimating population for the whole regions, in this case with the number of the sites. We can find studies like these made by Colin Renfrew for various regions, by John Bentley for Boyosha region, and out of the Aegean, also for the whole region of Ugarit by Jordi Vidal, and Late Bronze Age Canaan by Titus Michael Kennedy. One study frequently used by others, done by Roll Nerol, is based more ethnographically on observing 18 societies. Based on that, he estimated constant for prehistoric populations, indicating the number of square meters of built-up residential area per person. Last approach, which I'm going to point out today, is one using not only archaeological data, mainly about the architecture and town planning, but also written sources for estimating the population density and the size of the population. Approaches like these are done mainly for the region of Asian Near East, because in these cases, written sources contained information on the average size of the house, the size of the family, and also the general size of the settlements. Most significant of them are done by Henry Frankfurt and Nicholas Postage for the Mesopotamian cities, and by Randall Gar for the city of Ugarit. Before suggesting the ideal approach to estimate population size of the settlements, I think it's important to mention the significant information about the settlements that it's needed to estimate the population and the situation in the interface. Probably the most significant, most important thing to know about the settlements is the general size of the settlement. Already, this kind of information can be difficult as we only have sufficient information about the size of settlements for a very few sites from the interface supported by archaeological data. But not to be negative from the outset, if we do not have this kind of information, we can at least give the minimum extent of the settlement and the minimum size of the population. For example, if we know the size of the tell, but we have no idea about the settlement belonging to the tell. Based on the sites with preserved architecture, we can estimate the average size of house. And using this information, we can calculate the final settlement density figure. Not every site in the interface has enough preserved architecture to find out the average size of a house. But in these cases, we can use data from sites with similar character. The question is also whether the houses had only a ground floor or whether they were equipped with an upper floor. The average width of the walls at most of the settlement sites suggest that they could support another story. However, it's unclear what upper story can mean for the size of the family. But since we have now precisely determined production areas, the ground floors can be assigned to the commercial and production purposes and the upper story to residential purposes. The shape of the house is important for our idea of prehistoric family though. If the house does not have symmetrical proportions, it's very likely that the family had nuclear character and the house was designed for a monogamous family. The well-preserved architecture in the interface does not show such similarity, but some of the sites have houses with common walls that could possibly serve as a double house for polygamous or two-generational extended family. But if we are calculating the houses separately, just for a nuclear family, we can avoid this problem. The family size used by scholars to count populations varied widely, usually ranging from 4 to 10 people living in a family. For most settlement sites in the interface, I'm going to use the figure of 4 to 5 person per family, as the average house does not reach the size of palatial houses, and it's unlikely that families could accommodate other family members or servants in addition to children. Finally, an important piece of information is use of the space, including the percentage of built-up living space, public space, including the worship area, and the percentage of administrative space. And now to the particular problem of estimating the population size of the settlements along the interface. Even though all the previous mentioned studies pointed out interesting ways, we cannot simply apply the same approach to the interface. Both the character of the region and the sites are different. To estimate the size of population, I choose two methods for having a certain range of values, and also for checking if the values are at least to the certain stage corresponding. First step for both of them is to select a relevant sample from sites with preserved architecture. In most cases, an area of 20 to 20 meters is the appropriate sample. From this area, we can derive the percentage of built-up residential area and the percentage of public space. This information, together with the average size of the house and the size of the family, can estimate the likely number of people living in the area and also determine the population density per hectare. If we know the extent of the settlement, we can also determine the total size of the population. Since in many cases we do not have such data, we can at least give the minimum size of the population. For the second way, I decided to make the calculations from different sites, and like many previous scholars, used Nero's constant of 10 square meters of built-up area per person. In most cases, the calculations for the sites at the interface show no significant differences. From all the sites for which we have data for these calculations, we can determine a constant showing number of individuals living in a given area, which we can use for the sites where we have a clear idea of the extent of the settlement, but the architecture is hardly preserved. This slide is showing both formulas. For describing them, I choose several variables, which I define as follows. The letter A is used in the formulas for area. If we know the whole extent of the settlement, we can install it there using the square meter unit. If we do not know the size of the settlement, we can use as area, for example, 1 hectare, but then the result will be not the size of the settlement, but the population density. Letter S is used for the percentage of built-up residential area counted from the relevant architecture sample. Letter H for average house size in square meters, and F for the size of average family. As it was said before, for a family in the interface area, I'm assuming that it consists of 4 to 5 people. And finally, the letter N is used for Nero's constant, which means 10 square meters per 1 person. So at the end, the formulas look like this. if we are trying to install real values to the formulas, the process is following. For this purpose, I've chosen the site of Češme Balaresy because we do not know the extent of this settlement. For the area, I've chosen the value 400 square meters, which is the sample area. Percentage of build-up area in the sample is 78%, and average size of a house at the site of Češme is 48 square meters. For family size, I'm using 5 members of household. After counting through size of a house and family, we can get the number 32.5 inhabitants per 400 square meters. Through Nero's constant, the final number is 31.2. We can see that the numbers are reaching relatively similar values in this case, but not on every site are numbers so tight like these ones. And of course, if we are taking in consideration a bigger area, the span of the values is much bigger. In this case, per 1 hectare will be the lower value 780 and the higher 812.5. Of course, we must reckon with many limits and certain uncertainties in these calculations. The problem is particularly apparent in the stage of research of prehistoric settlements along the interface. Even in cases where we have enough preserved architecture to select a sample for calculating the percentage of build-up area, we cannot be sure that the character of the whole settlement was the same as it is in the preserved in the sample. In these cases, we can observe and count similar things as in almost completely preserved settlements elsewhere in the Aegean region, like Malta. We can see that even if we look at the entire site, the proportion of the residential area or the build-up area are reaching similar values. The values for the percentage of residential area and the final population density may seem high in contrast to the figures given for other Aegean regions. As we saw in the previous slides, especially in the level of population density per hectare. But if we think about it more carefully, we can conclude that it's logical that the population density is higher in places with basic residential architecture. Another tricky issue may be the distinction of specialized districts within the settlements. Even if we do not have many traces in the prehistoric settlements of separating the manufactories from the households, in the larger and better documented sites such as Troy, Beicu Sultan, or Kaymakchi, we can observe citadels, building of palatial character, or cultic quarters, where it is clear that the character of the buildings is different from the domestic ones. Despite the different character, it's not excluded that these parts of the settlements were also used for residential purposes. But because of the very different character, I would propose to take them out and calculate these areas separately in order to obtain more accurate figures. The last and probably most important point is that all these calculations are only theoretical. We will most likely never be able to accurately estimate the size of the population of the prehistoric settlements. But in the end, these calculations can at least bring us closer to understanding the character of prehistoric societies and the true size of prehistoric settlements. And in the last slide, I would like to show you some of the actual calculations together with some of the sites from the surrounding areas, like Knossos and Ugarit. where there are calculations from previous studies. On the graph below, we can see that in terms of percentage of residential area, the sites from the interface are reaching similar values as other better documented centers, and no significant difference is visible. On the upper graph are put together the values for the extension of the settlements and the probable size of the population. Population for the sites like Miletos, Kukonisi, and Maidoski-Lisitepe is counted directly in the same way which I was describing in this presentation. For the other sites, mainly because of the architecture preservation, are used for calculations observations made on the sites where we can make relevant architecture sample. We can observe, for example, that the difference between Knossos and the larger interface centers, where the population was most likely denser. Figures, although not 100% sure and with high possibility of change as more excavations on the interface sites will be conducted, can give us better understanding of the prehistoric sites and serve, for example, for further demographic studies or studies concerning issue of material demands of prehistoric settlements. And that's all from me for today, and thank you so much for your attention.
Thank you for illustrating both potential and limits of population size estimation approaches. So we have now the discussion. I invite here Yannick. And if someone has question, please go on.
Thank you for the fine lecture. A little bit improvised, as you said in the beginning. What are the indications that the earth from outside the wall was actually moved to the interior? Because not only is this more tedious, but also if you throw it to the outside, you create an additional earth wall that will increase the depth of the moat that you're digging, yes, around your fortification wall.
Yeah. I think in the preliminary report, they don't go into the exact reasons for why they think that it is the earth from outside that is moved inwards. But they do observe that the level of settlement is heightened there, and it must have come from somewhere. And since on the outside, there is also, there seems to be a stretch exactly on the outside where it's also only bedrock, they think that it's moved inwards. So then instead of creating a moat and then another wall, you just heighten the surface of the inside and then lower.
Yes, but the surface is inside the wall anyway, so the wall marks the highest point that, let's say, an attacker would have to climb, yes?
So
on the inside, it's not so much the height of the terrain, because it does make sense to even out the terrain on the inside of the wall as well. And perhaps material, let's say, from the hilltop would be used for that, because it's always easier to move something down than up.
Yeah.
But on the other hand, it wouldn't really increase anything fortification-wise, because the highest point would still be the highest point of the wall, of the stone wall, and not so much the terrain inside.
Correct. Correct, but it seems that it was sloping on the inside as well, so they would have created a level surface then on which to build their houses and their storage rooms. Well, you work on military.
Yeah, it's the Roman style to build a fortification. Yes, move the material outside the moat. It's easier, and also you have an additional earth wall outside in front of your moat to make it even a bit more difficult to approach.
Yeah. Okay, yeah, that also makes sense. I can check with the excavators what the exact observations were. It's good. It's good.
Yeah, as you have shown, the Malthi evidence is part of a whole series of fortifications that have been built in different regions of mainland Greece in the Shaftgrave period. Kiafathidi comes to mind, Panakton, the Aspis, the Argos. Now, many of these sites were abandoned at the end of the early Mycenaean period or lost their importance. But what comes after that is seems to be strikingly different from region to region. While in the Argolid and in Attica, and in certain parts of Boeotia, we see in the Palatial period the building of huge walls in Cyclopean masonry. Messenia and Laconia seem to be different. At least why do you think they didn't invest in this sector the way other regions did? Because the palace in Pylos and in even Aios Vasilios, they do not seem to have Cyclopean fortifications. Where they have other fortifications, we do not yet know, but there are no signs of it.
Yeah, that's a really good question. Why would they not have done it in the southernmost part of the Peloponnese? Right now, I don't really have an explanation for it. It also seems that Malthi is that the settlement was largely abandoned by late Helladic 3A and then moved down into the valley. And in the valley itself, there seem to be around the same time several fortifications popping up. That is a question that I am not really able to answer. Why that would have been? No. No, that requires more thought.
I also have no idea.
Okay, I'm not the only one. Good. But somehow it suggests that it's not successful, at least not in the long run. They choose to put a lot of effort into creating these communal works, but it didn't last. It didn't lead to even more. And then there is the question of what other kind of monumental projects did they undertake. In Malthi, there's very little evidence other than the later Tholos tombs of investment into extravagant tombs. So the choice of where to put that labor into, do we choose to build extravagant tombs or large walls? That they made that choice, but why that is and why that is different from other regions, that's a good question that needs answering. Yeah.
Hello, maybe I have a bit easier question about how did you calculate how many workers and how many days they must work to make the wall, and also question about the origins of the stones. Because to get good material, this is also, job to do.
Yeah. So what exactly is the question? Where did they get the stone, and how do you calculate how many workers? Yeah. So what I did was calculate the entire number, or what I think is the entire number of person hours that would have been needed to build the wall, and then I assumed that there would be 1 in 5 people in a family that would work on it, whereas the rest would keep on doing other daily tasks that needed to be done, and then so 1 in 5, and then there's the limitation of a 90-day period. We see that the wall is built, some of the walls from the storage unit, for example, and several walls, they are sort of tucked into or dovetailed into the fortification wall, which suggests that they were built at the same time. So it seems like the whole thing was done in a relatively quick way, but also somewhat careful way. So they really planned it out in advance. Yeah, and then the stone, where it came from, it seems like it's just local normal stone, and they must have broken it off from the bedrock over there. There's a lot of bedrock sticking out. If you go there, you see these strange sort of sheets just standing straight up. It's like, I don't know. When I was there, I thought of Game of Thrones straight away, dragons, scales like that. But they must have been easy to break it off there. And I doubt that they would go through the trouble of getting it somewhere else from down in the valley. That would mean a huge additional investment of labor. So it's most likely that they just got it from up on the hill.
If nobody has further questions, I do have one for you. And the question is, at the end of your presentation, you mentioned that the presence of a further extension of the settlement outside the walls is a possibility. Is there any proof of this? And possibly, I don't know exactly which kind of investigations have been conducted outside the area. So my question is, what has been done there? And is there any proof of habitation? Is there any proof of funerary use of this area in the early Mycenaean period?
Great, very good question. Yeah, Nuttall Valmeen, he does report in his book that he has taken a quick look outside the settlement as well, outside of the walls, but he quickly stopped it. He didn't find so much, I think, and he was apparently more interested in what was inside. So yeah, he doesn't even sort of report on what he did find, but it's very basic. And then recently, the archaeological team, they have been able to identify a number of ancient, probably ancient terrace walls right outside the fortification. So, well, you can't be sure about what exactly use they had, but it seems at least that the area that was modified on top of the hill was larger than that which we see is delimited by the fortification. But yeah, it's an hypothesis. I mean, it could be on the hill, but it could also be down in the valley, perhaps. At least it seems like they must have gotten people from elsewhere, either on the hill or in the valley somewhere below, that had some connection, perhaps, to the settlement to come and help construct it. And funerary use, there's graves that have been found inside the settlement, quite a few. Mostly pit and cyst graves, and then there's 2 tholoi that have been found in the valley below, but they are a little bit later. Yeah. Yeah.
No more questions? Okay, so we can move on to the next paper by Paraskevi, Yiouni, and Angeliki Panatsi. Is there any comment, observations, questions? Yes, one from Joseph Maran.
I wanted to congratulate you for this spectacular find, which is a very important building block for chronology and for many other things. This pottery is so difficult to date. And here you have a close deposit of so many vessels. This will be really important to publish this. My question is, did you also find any installations like hearths or ovens inside the house?
Thank you. We didn't find a hearth. We only find some stones that we don't think that it could belong to a hearth. We have yet to study the carbonized wood to see where clothes there were, but we're not sure that there were hearths inside. We don't have, we haven't found any.
Thank you.
If nobody has further comments, I have one, which is again related to the to what they cooked and whether there was any off inside this building. Maybe did you find any stand for cooking? I mean, not only cooking pot, because you mentioned the presence of cooking pots. Maybe there is some other shape related to cooking. So that's my question, basically.
Stands, well, we think we have found one. We're not sure. We are examining it. We're still in a preliminary phase of the study. Inside building 2, we still have to excavate some squares. It's not completely, the excavation is not completed yet. And the cooking vessel is usually 100 open rounded vessels. Deep vessels.
Okay, thank you. So if nobody has more questions, now I invite Anna here. So does anyone want to intervene with comments, questions? Joseph Maran.
That's obviously you're doing a very important work because no one has cared to try to calculate these number of inhabitants. But I have a question concerning Nuttall's formula, which is so practical in archaeology and is often used indeed. I think 4 or 5 years after Nuttall has presented his formula, which seems to suggest an anthropological constant, Edward Hall shaped the field of proxemics. And proxemics is suggesting that the space that people feel to be their comfort zone is highly variable between societies. And how do these two approaches go together? Because Hall is suggesting that people in Japan or in Egypt or so have totally different distances that they allow between people. So how can, at the same time, Nuttall's formula apply then cross-culturally?
Yeah, actually, I think I do not have answer for this because I'm not familiar with the study you mentioned. Sorry, I'm just at the beginning of my research, and this is not the final stage. But it seems that for the area of the interface, since the houses are reaching smaller size, and for me, like the house should be for one family. And it's logical that the family is, I don't know, with 2 children or 3 children. And if I'm using the Nuttall's constant there, it's roughly corresponding that it could be for the family, and the constant for this case is actually accurate to the area of the interface.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, my question is actually very related to that because, pardon my ignorance of the period, but in the Neolithic we find extended families in very small houses. So I don't know if you include other data perhaps of how can we calculate if there were extended families or nuclear families, other than just considering that because of the house is bigger, then it means that the family is bigger.
Yeah, the solution maybe it will be to make the range of the values bigger, to start with just the nuclear family per normal house and extend it to the larger family, so we can get the larger span of the values. But yeah, I mean, this is really tricky because we cannot know how the prehistoric populations was working in the terms of households. Okay, we can trace the, no, I will leave it. But yeah, maybe the solution is to make the span much broader.
Other questions? I don't really have a question, but it's more on an observation, on a comment. During my career, I also dealt with Bronze Age villages in northeastern Italy, also known as castellieri. Those are fortified settlements with essentially walls built of earth and stones, and we basically only know the extension of the inner area encircled by these embankments, and we don't know anything about house size, distribution of houses, percentages of built area, mostly due to agricultural activities, which destroyed. So this is just to say that somebody has tried to calculate site estimates of the people who could inhabit these areas, and just wanted to ask your opinion about this. Do you think that without this data, one cannot even try and estimate? Would you think that they are totally non-reliable estimations in this particular? Probably you don't have them in this case, but given the fact that we don't have evidence of houses, what could be your opinion on this?
I think if on the site you don't have evidence for houses, you can use, for example, data from similar site with the similar character. But even then, if you do not have evidence from similar sites, you can try to use any previous studies made for different sites, estimating the population density. And then because you have the extent of the settlement, you can roughly estimate the population according to the population density.
So,
yeah. So you can do something.
Thank you.
Okay. Okay, thank you.
So I think we can close this session.